welcome to our exciting and brand new shopping channel, Hobby Maker, dedicated to crafting. We'll be working with some of the biggest brands in the industry, which means you can look forward to highly skilled crafters, demonstrations and great products at great prices. We'll be bringing you a mix of papercraft, mixed media, resin, candle making and so much more from our expert guests. So let's get crafting with Hobby Maker.
Here at Hobby Maker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobby Maker.
Here at Hobby Maker, we love seeing what you've been making, and it's our job to keep you inspired. So how does a £100 credit to your Hobby Maker account sound? Every month, we're going to be giving away a £100 credit to one lucky Hobby Maker's account. And all you have to do to enter is simply send a photo of your crafty makes to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We will be picking one winner each month at random, and we'll announce the lucky winner on air in the 5 PM show on the last Saturday of every month. So what are you waiting for? Get crafting, get motivated and get inspired with Hobby Maker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. Hi everybody, good afternoon. It's great to be back with you. I've had a few days off and I'm now back well in the saddle and raring to go. Good to have your company on this Monday afternoon. Stay with us for all the afternoon if you possibly can. 1 through till 6, we're here of course every day, and of course wake up with Hobby Maker every morning between 6 and 8 as well. Now what have we got coming up today then? Well, we've got a competition winner to announce over the weekend. We're asking you to count the crowns on our website. We'll do that soon. But let me give you a rundown as to what you can expect. Kim is here a bit later on from Crafty, a chance for you to actually have your own personalised stamps made for you, made to measure stamps. How about that? That's going to be at 2 o'clock this afternoon and also at 4 o'clock this afternoon. The rest of the shows are going to be fantastic Crafters Companion. My very good friend, the lovely Debbie Robinson is here.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Shouldn't have been here. Can I just give a little shout out to our gorgeous Debbie Fisher, who I know is watching. Debbie, sending much love to you. She's feeling a little bit under the weather and should have been here today. So I have stood in her place and I'm telling you, I'm so excited. So Debbie, I know you're poorly. I really wish you the best of luck and getting better.
Yeah, get
I'm
better.
Pleased and chuffed to bits to be here today because this is going to be amazing. It's a fabulous collection.
Can I just ask you a question? What
Yes.
do you think out of all the flowers that are out there is probably the most happy and the most positive?
It's definitely this one, and it's the sunflower. It's all about the sunflower today, and we're really excited. Both me and Dave, we've been bouncing around today, haven't we? Just can't wait for this show. It's going to be fabulous, and your first opportunity to get hold of it.
And there's something for absolutely everybody here, no matter what your budget may be. Let me introduce you to the crew first of all as well. We've got Steve on camera too. We've got Alex on the floor. Hello, Alex. In the gallery today, we have Adam on knobs and buttons and Laura, producer extraordinaire. That is your team to last us through until 6 today. So great to have them and great to have you, your company as well. Okay, now that competition winner, before we crack on with our sunflower collection, the winner, who's going to win basically all the finished samples that were made over the weekend at Hobby Maker, is Louise McNally. Congratulations, you counted the crowns on our website, so you're going to be winning all those wonderful cards that were made and all the other goodies that were made over the weekend, and they will be sent to you, so congratulations. All right, now, I said we've got something for everybody. We've got the big collection, we've got a slightly smaller collection, and we've also got a spotlight deal as well, based on the sunflowers, and it is our 6x6 pad, okay? So if you've just got a few pounds to spend and you fancy getting hold of the spotlight, take a little look at this. Now, bearing in mind, if you're buying the collection, the small one or the large one, there are some things in the collection that are what we call consumables. They will run out eventually. And one of the ones that I know many of you like to buy extra of are the 12x12 and 6x6 pads. Now, the 6x6 pad for the sunflower, as you can imagine, is absolutely gorgeous. The artwork, these are all double-sided pages. And this is the same patterning and the same pages that you'll see in the 12x12, but of course they're much bigger. But this is the 6x6 pad. This is our spotlight. If you're going for the collection or you just want to go for this pad or go for a few of them, a spotlight is one product that we pick out to be exceptional, exceptional value, exceptional quality, and something that probably any crafter will want to get their hands on. Now, the product code on this is CD 2081. Remember, with us at Hobbymaker, everybody pays the final low price, and everybody only pays a maximum of £3.95 P&P, no matter how many orders you place. So if you buy this now as a spotlight and come back a bit later on and buy something else from the sunflower collection, or you buy the main collection, you're not going to be spending two £3.95s. It's just one £3.95 for all of your orders up until midnight tonight, okay? So this is the spotlight. If you want to add it in your order now with all this beautiful artwork, I mean, the printing and the artwork is amazing.
It's absolutely stunning. I think it's where mainly the collection starts from. Nature's Garden is one of our ranges at Crafter's Companion, one of our collection. It's all about inspired by nature.
Yep.
And the sunflower represents nature so well. It's one of the most beautiful flowers. And this is absolutely gorgeous. This paper pad, can I tell you, is outstanding. We'll give a little shout out to Leanne and the team up at head office because they come up with the most amazing paper pads, each and every single collection. They just get better and better and better. And this one is absolutely gorgeous, based around those gorgeous sunflowers.
The prices come in, only $5.99. What a great way to start our afternoon with you here at Hobbymaker. $5.99, and you've got 36 pages, but there are 72 designs in total because they're double-sided, of course. So if you fancy that to start your afternoon off with us, what a great way to start. Only £5.99 for the 6x6. Loads of you are going for 2s, 3s, 4s of these. I don't know if you feel the same way as I do about sunflowers. Sunflowers take me back to my childhood. I grew them in competitions at school to see who could get the tallest one. It's like they're smiling at you when you look at a sunflower.
Yeah, they're just, you can't help but smile when you're around one. They're just such a beautiful, gorgeous flower, big, gorgeous flower that really does, I mean, for me, like I said, scream nature anyway, but this is just, honestly, I can't wait to see what you get in this collection. I'll put that down. I'm going to give you a sneaky peek there. I'll let Dave do his little bit, and then you can come back to me in a second.
Do you know what? I think one of the reasons that yellow is my favourite colour is because of sunflowers.
Yes.
Love them. Okay, now the main collection, you are of course going to get the 6x6 pad in the main collection, along with the 12x12, along with A4 linen cardstock, along with vellum, along with dies, along with embossing folders, you name it. It's all in here, and stamps as well. The whole collection, you've got in total here 175 individual pieces in this collection, making up the big bundle. Now, the start price, I've got to let you know, is not the price you're going to pay. That's what it should be. If you were to buy everything individually, it'd be looking at over £125. Look at everything you get there. It's all itemized. It's all brilliantly put into sections there for you. You've got layering stamps, which is one of my new favorite things because it makes your sunflower or your flower look three-dimensional. It's absolutely gorgeous. You've got dies, you've got stamps, you've got beautiful 12x12, 6x6s, you've got your vellum packs as well. There's so much here. All of this, 175 pieces in total, not 125.88. It's going to be lower than that. And remember, with us, you always pay the low price, no matter where you come in. If you come in now, you're not going to be paying 125.88. You're going to be paying the low price, which is coming up soon. IF 2001. Let me quickly show you the 12x12 pad. It's the same artwork as the 6x6, but of course much bigger, but it allows you to really appreciate the luxury, the great design. I mean, the people that put these pads together, Debbie, at your office are
absolutely. We have some dedicated girls to this. Faye Paper Pad is the lady we call her all the time, bless her, lovely name there, but it's not really a name, it's just the way we've called her. But she just comes up with some gorgeous designs. And this is based around that sunflower collection, which you can see, the colour tones are you've got all that nature colour tones running through there, but the ultimate thing is that gorgeous sunflower. It is beautiful.
And I mentioned before vellums.
Yes, vellum.
The vellum sheets, look at these, aren't they beautiful? Again, the artwork very similar to the pads, but you've got the sheer translucency of vellum that is just absolutely gorgeous. How many of these do you get? You get 24 sheets of 8x8 vellum in there as well. Look at it for luxury.
It is, and they all match, so it's the same patterns that you've got in your 6x6, your 12x12, and this is the 8x8 in the vellum, that beautiful beautiful translucency that you get with vellum. But to get printed quality like this, that the same design running through there, it's not an easy feat, and it really isn't. But this is just outstanding. And again, part of the collection that's going to work with the rest of the, what we call the hardware, the things that you're going to use time and time again. So these are the consumable parts that I would say.
You've got 10 sheets of your foam as well.
Yes, we've got flower foaming foam in there as well.
And sunflower yellow and green.
Absolutely.
And
all
brown.
The same colour tones, all the same colours run through there, and they match perfectly. They're colour swatched together to create a beautiful collection when you use all of these pieces together.
And your linen cardstock as well, again in sunshine colours. Okay, now the price is going to go low. We're going to give you £30 off what that price should be, $94.99 for everything. Now, all the dies and everything else, Debbie's going to go through in just a second. It is available on split pay as well. You can have that either on the phones on our free phone number or by just ordering it on our website, hobbymaker.co.uk. IF2001, that's the imperative number to put into your basket. That's the product code, IF2001. And just to give you a taster as to what you can do when you've got this collection, just look at these incredible finished cards that are here. Have a little look at this. How gorgeous are these? If it's a get well soon card, it's going to make the person that's poorly smile with absolute joy. This one, beautiful easel card that you can see here as well. So you've got the dies as well to do your die cut and to do your decoupage flowers. Stunning, stunning finished samples. You will just radiate smiles when you're working with the collection as well. I mean, look at this one. This is a stencil that's in there too that you can use, of course, with your embossing folder. Look at that. Absolutely joyous. And then obviously your dies. That's Nicole who's done that one. Look at it. Isn't it beautiful? $94.99. How many split pays have we got on this? Three split pays. So basically it'll be just over £30 your first payment today, plus your cap P&P of $3.95. Now, if you just want the smaller bundle, which is at the top here, and then of course Debbie will do a little flick through the dies and the embossing folders in a second. This is the Discovery Collection. So in the Discovery Collection, you've got your 6x6 pad, you've got your embossing folder and your stencil, you've got that beautiful Creator Card die. You've also got this beautiful stamp set, and finally at the end here, you've got this stamp set and a die as well. The die says sunshine, and then all the stamped words work around that main word. This is a lower price, a smaller collection, $42.95. It's going to go down though, just like the big collection, it's going to go down. QU2049 gets you what we call the Discovery Collection, which is on the top step there for $35.99. $35.99 gets you the top row. The other bundle gets you everything. Now, Debs, you're going to show us.
I am. I'm going to show you a closer look because we have amazing packaging. You get some inspiration for that packaging, but I want to show you actually what you're getting in that collection. So I'm going to start with the striking sunflower. I wanted to start with this one because it is the one that is obviously all about those beautiful sunflowers. This die set is going to enable you, and you can see all the dies that you get in here. It's going to enable to use your flower forming foam with these to create those lovely 3D realistic flowers, but also with your papers, cut out your vellums. You've got vellums if you're going for that full collection. So you can cut these out into vellum and you can also build up your beautiful flowers. And like you said, Dave, all the elements there when they've die cut out, bring them together. This is the paper version. And that's using the textured card that comes in that full collection.
Terrific.
This is using that beautiful flower forming foam that we have in that collection. So that's your striking sunflower.
Yeah.
We've got another element to this, which is that called from the Creator Card range. And this one's called the Sunflower Splendor. I'll say it that way. Sunflower Splendor. An absolutely gorgeous big die. This is a really big die that's going to create a gorgeous frame. And then that gorgeous design there that you can see. We've cut this out into our textured cardstock again. It's joyous. There's snippability factor into this.
I'd love to paper piece with that.
Yeah, I was just about, you read my mind, Dave. I was just going to say.
I'm in there.
Perfect for your paper piecing techniques and all those kind of things. We have some hold and release sheets that you can get that are ready and available on the website for that if you want to do that technique. But I'm thinking of your inky backgrounds. I'm thinking about putting vellum behind there, your light up boxes, your home decor projects. There's lots of things that you're going to be able to do with this collection, including in that die. I'm going to move on to the stamps and the die sets. Now, what we've got here is the fabulous frame. And this is beautiful. It's got that lovely, almost abstract frame design about it. These are the stamps, and you get the stamp with the frame, with the embellishment in there, and then the beautiful flowers, and they fit all beautifully together to create this lovely piece here, and it is so easy to use. And then, of course, you can get into your colouring mediums with any of our colouring mediums, any of your colouring mediums you already have, because that is just a perfect stamp to get colouring with, and again, it's a really joyous one.
This is one of my favourite techniques
I know
now.
you love. I had to high on this straight away, didn't you, this one? This is our layering stamp system. Now, a layering stamp system means you don't have to colour, because all of the stamps that you can see here are simply on your 1, 2, 3, 4, where you just build up until you create with your inks. So you're not colouring anything, you're going to ink this technique. And I'm going to do one of these demonstrations later on in the show. And again, you've got a lovely sentiment on there as well. So that is the sunflower bouquet.
Beautiful.
Okay, really beautiful. Very easy as well. Quick, easy cards.
Good.
Get yourself a good stamping platform and then just get all your inks and stamp away. We've got some lovely sentiments in this collection. This is the Sun-Kissed Wishes, and you can read some of those there. They're absolutely fabulous, although I'm afraid my eyes can't read that close up, that far away, sorry. So you might have to read some out for me, Dave. How are your eyes?
Okay, wild, what does that say?
Move your fingers
Wild,
that way.
like a flower warm in the sun, rise above the storm and you will find the sunshine. Beautiful, aren't they?
Beautiful.
Just a wildflower in love with sunshine.
Absolutely, and beautiful in the fact of there's elements in there for you to colour with as well. So there's a lovely couple of stamps in there that you can colour with, and you can add these to your projects, which again are really, they're just beautiful. Oops, my stamp set's fallen off that one, Dave. Let me pick that one up and pop that on there. We've got another set of sentiment stamps where you can personalise, customise these to your heart's content, and you've also got a die in there, the lovely sunshine die. So you can literally customise that with the sunshine die, and this is called Hello Sunshine. So that one's a die set and stamps, and I'll put that back on there. Then one of my favourites.
Yeah.
I love embossing folders. Embossing folders just transform a plain piece of cardstock into something really beautiful. And this is your embossing folder, and it is a 3D one as well. So it's a gorgeous 3D one with extra depth and dimension and some sculpture in there. But to do the colouring technique, Dave,
Yep.
I find can be quite tricky. So we've made it easy because we've added 2 stencils into this collection so that you can line them up over. They've been perfectly matched to line over, and line them over the top of the embossed detail and take your inks through.
So clever.
And it's so clever
Yeah.
because you then can create this beauty. This looks like we've coloured this one in. Oh no, we haven't. This has been done with the use of those stencils. And I want you to think about this set as it's a beautiful embossing folder, but it's also a very useful stencil set as
Absolutely,
well.
yeah.
So if you love your textured pastes and all those kind of things that creative expressions do, you could be using those through your stencils, and of course any of our inks as well.
What about maybe using the stencils on walls?
Yes.
Interior design, that sort of thing.
Yes,
Boxes as well.
absolutely. You
Decorate
could
your
do that
boxes
too,
with
Dave,
stencils.
yeah.
Have sunflowers on your kitchen cabinets if you want to. Why not?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I'm going to go to a quick mention again about those paper pads. So you've seen all what we call the hardware kind of things, the ones that are going to last you a lifetime. And they're something, again, something not on trend because sunflowers are something that are there all the time.
Yeah.
All our flowers
They
are
never
there.
go out of fashion.
Never go out of fashion. So this is the Consumables segment, and they're gone. That's beautiful 6x6. You can see that plethora of colour, all double-sided, and it really does. It's just a gorgeous, honestly, when you work these together, a beautiful, beautiful collection.
Remember, that's our spotlight. If you just want that on its
Yep.
own or you want extras of those, only $5.99 if you go for it now.
And can I just say as well, Dave, I know I always say this, but I just want you to be aware, because of the amount of collections that we bring out, we can't keep these in forever.
No.
Storage. We can't keep reproducing them. They are on a limited print run, so we bring in quite a big stock. And we have today,
Yep.
quite a big stock. But once that stock has gone, it's not something that we then bring back
It's
out.
very, very rare
Yeah.
that a collection gets repeated.
Exactly. So these are your vellum. So if you love the consumable side and you want to get some extras, maybe just one extra, I would honestly highly recommend getting that. But this is that beautiful vellum. I absolutely love it. We've put it onto some back of white cards so you can see, but I'll lift that first one up and you can see that gorgeous translucency through there.
Beautiful.
Absolutely beautiful. You've got that textured cardstock, and again, you can see the colours match stunningly. They're just so beautiful. Everything that's in that paper matches with these. There's not one thing. It's been colour swatched perfectly.
It takes away all the guesswork.
Yeah, it does. And then, of course, you've got your foam in there for your flower foaming foam, which is specifically designed to be activated with heat, so to get that lovely 3D feel. And then you've got the beautiful 12x12 pad. And honestly, it's just the most gorgeous paper pad. I know Debbie has actually said this is her favourite paper pad so far. And we bring out some belters. Let me just tell you, we bring out some beautiful beautiful papers. These are absolutely exquisite. And the value of this is just amazing. Even if you're buying this individually and putting an extra one in there, the value of that is absolutely insane. I know what I pay for a single sheet of double-sided paper.
You know, when a collection just ticks every box, that's what this collection does. Who doesn't love a sunflower? Whether it's memories of childhood for me, or whether it's just, it makes you smile every time you see one in someone's garden, or at the field at school, or wherever it might be. Sunflowers are positive, they're bright, they're cheerful, they're fun, and you know, they're around us every single year. Here's your chance to have a collection that if you sell your cards, people will want to buy, because who doesn't love a sunflower? It's appropriate for get well soon, it's appropriate just for a note to say or whatever. All of this, everything that we've just flicked through for you with Debbie is in this bundle for £94.99, £30 off. And it's on 3 split payments, so it's only £31.66 if you want to spread the cost interest-free over 3 payments today. £31.66 plus your P&P of £3.95, and that's the only P&P you'll pay today, right the way up until midnight tonight. Even if you order 25 things with us this afternoon, you'll pay no more than £3.95 postage. Okay, what can you do? What can you do with a collection like this? What can't you do with a collection like this? And it's got everything in it for home decor, for card making, for mixed media, for scrapbook pages, all those sort of things. £31.66 is the first price you pay today if you want split pay. Otherwise, on a debit or a credit card, £94.99. The most important thing, though, is to make sure that you've got that code in the box and you check out. So it's IF2001. That's, again, that breakdown. That's that list of everything that's included in this sunflower collection today. You've got the 12 by 12 paper pad, that's 36 sheets. You've got 36 sheets in the 6 by 6, and it's exactly the same pattern, just scaled down in size. You've got the Hello Sunshine, 13 pieces in the Stamp and Die collection for Hello Sunshine. The fabulous frame from the Creator card range. Striking Sunflower, that's your fantastic metal dies. You've got the Sunflower Splendor there, that's also metal dies. Sunkissed Wishes, your clear acrylic stamps. The photopolymer stamps of the Sunflower Bouquet. Sumptuous Sunflowers with the 3D embossing folder and stencils. The Vellums, and also the luxury linen card, and your flower forming foam. The whole lot, £30 off, down to £94.99. All right, Debbie.
Yes.
Make us smile.
Oh, well, honestly, Dave, this is just the most amazing, amazing collection. And I'm literally thrilled to bits to be involved in some of the shows, because I know that this is just going to fly. I absolutely adore it. And I'm going to start with this gorgeous Sunflower Splendor Creator card. It comes in 2 pieces. Mm-hmm. So for me, this gives you a little bit of versatility with this one, because of the 2 pieces. You've got the decorative frame that cuts into the cardstock. So this one, used on its own, just cuts directly into there, because it's got elements of die cut, beautiful filigree design, but round the outside edge, it's not an all cut-in frame. So this is why we've brought the frame in separately. So this one will cut a frame out, that one used in. So if you love doing light-up boxes or gift boxes,
yeah, perfect.
Cut that into your cardstock, absolutely stunning. But I am going to do it as a full one, this one, Dave. And I'm using that textured paper, that gorgeous textured paper. It's got that lovely linen look to it, which is just glorious.
I can see so many of you coming through for this. Hello,
I'm not
Iona
surprised.
in Lincolnshire, Sue in Hertfordshire, Liam in Worcestershire, Paula in East Sussex, Helen in Fife. You're all in for the main collection, which is fantastic.
Well, there's been such a buzz about this since we first saw this. It really, honestly, truly, a real buzz about it. That everyone in the office, we were all the team, we've all wanted to have a little stab at playing with this. We've got some gorgeous tutorials on our website as well. And so once you get hold of it, you can go and look at those. You can watch this show back as well, because you've got the catch-up option where you can go back.
And you're getting this ahead of anybody else as
You are.
well.
That's just going to say the same thing, because we haven't even launched it on our website yet, Dave. So absolutely, if you want to get ahead of the game and you want to get hold of it now, and then you can watch all those tutorials that we'll be doing over the next few days, few weeks. We'll even have a craft along on it over on our website. So there'll be things there that you can actually, go back to and use and get some inspiration from.
And also, just by the way, at 3 o'clock this afternoon, we're going to have a Gemini masterclass with the lovely Debbie. The Gemini machines, the large one and the junior, both on really great deals with goodie bags, coming up at 3 o'clock this afternoon. So an ideal chance if you want to treat yourself to a new machine, maybe upgrade from a manual one to electronic. That's going to be at 3 o'clock this afternoon.
Oh, and I can't wait, because we've got 2 cracking options there for you. I'm just going to put that back onto there, Dave. Now you can see this gorgeous frame. I'm going to hold it up against my top, because I think you'll be able to see it a little bit better. But But look how beautiful.
Gorgeous.
All that delicate detail cut through there. Obviously, this is cut through the linen cardstock, but you think of all the others. You could cut through this in the paper, in other cardstock too. The Centura Pearl that we have in bundles. You can go over to that website and find those. But doesn't that look absolutely beautiful?
It does look stunning. And don't forget, Crafter's Companion does have a brand shop on our website. So if you go to hobbymaker.co.uk, you see all the brands listed, click on it, it will take you to everything that Crafter's Companion have actually got on sale with us at the moment. So have a little look there at the things you need, like your tape pens or your glues or whatever it may be, all at hobbymaker.co.uk.
This tickled, Dave. This
Oh, it's horrible when that happens.
I could do a little bit of water if someone would be so kind enough to get me a little bit of water. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put this gorgeous frame onto vellum.
Okay, fantastic.
Because I think the vellum would look really lovely. Normally I'd choose paper, but I thought, no, I'm going to go with some vellum. Now, this size die is 5x7, so you can see how big this die is. So I've just cut my vellum down to size, and look how gorgeous, just emphasising that little bit of vellum in the background. So I'm going to use my dotty tape pen. Now we'll need to check if we've got these back in stock, because I'm not sure if we've still got a bundle with them.
We've only got a few left of the 4 for 3. So basically you're going to get 4 tape pens, 2 dotties and 2 straight adhesive for the cost of 3. There's literally about, we're nearly down to single figure stock actually on those. And we did have thousands of them. So stock up on those if you want to for £14.97. That'll get you 4.
Yeah, the way the world is at the moment, we don't know when we're going to get some more back in. So it always say, get hold of some while you can. Just going to turn it the other way around because I like this feature of the sunflowers running down there. But I'm just going to line that up, Dave, just over to the top like so. That gorgeous, look at that. Do you know if you were putting that in the back of a light box and had your little tea lights and things like that, how gorgeous that would look because of that translucency, which is just beautiful. But you've still got that gorgeous pattern onto there.
Here we go, Alex is coming to the rescue.
Thank you very much, Alex.
Gin for Debbie Robinson, everybody. Gin and tonic.
A gin and tonic, thank you. It's just to give a little...
Thanks, Alex.
Clear of the throat. Thank you very much, Alex. He's been very kind, looking after me there. I'm going to bring in as well some of the papers now. So everything about this collection works absolutely stunningly beautiful together. It's like I said, all the colours match and they bring everything together. And that's what I love about our Nature's Garden brand. It's just absolutely glorious. So I've taken some of the paper. The difficult part for me is what side do you use because they're both beautiful. But I'm going to go with a really striking because this is going to be the start of an easel card. So I'm just going to run some of my glue onto the back. I've taken some more of that textured cardstock.
Can I just let you know, this is the only scheduled show today where this is going to be the main feature. So I was quite surprised actually. I thought it would be
I did say to you, Dave, at the beginning, I said I was half expecting this to be like a couple of shows today. But honestly, get hold of it while you can. Be the first to get hold of it because it is absolutely beautiful. Who knows, whatever stock we might have left, we might be able to sneak a peek a little bit into that 5 o'clock show because we've got loads lined up for you.
Now, I can let you know that all of the individuals that feature to make up the big bundle are going to be on our website in the next few minutes, okay? So if it's just like if you just like the layering stamp, for example, you'll be able to buy that on its own. Or if you just want the embossing folder and the stencils, you'll be able to buy that on its own. So that will be up there. If it's not there now, it will be in the next couple of minutes.
So I'm just popping some multi-purpose cardstock together just to create a little bit of an easel card. So it's exactly the same size, and this just shy of 5x7, this just a little bit bigger than 5x7, and scored it in half. I'm actually going to pop this panel down into the centerpiece, and we're going to get the flowers the right way around. And it's just a little bit of matting and layering. So whenever I do mats and layers, Craig, Debbie, Jan, Michelle, they'll all tell you the same. We tend to just take about 1/4 of an inch off just to frame it quite beautifully so that that white pops through there. So I'm just going to pop that down, Dave. I'm going to bring in now the piece that's going to act as the easel part. But I'm going to put these 2 pieces together first. So I'm not going to use wet glue for this because of the vellum. So I'm just going to pop behind the frame one of my solid tape pens, just back of there. And I'm going to put that into there. And it gives it, when you put a bit of colour behind or some white behind, it gives it another lift, a lift of colour. And again, just the quality of the vellum is absolutely beautiful. So I'm now going to pop my easel part onto there. Let's pop that on. And then we might just finish that off with the little sentiments that we've got, because you've got sentiments in there as well. So I'll pop that on. And then, do you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to add a little bit of colour. I was going to colour my little leaves, but do you know what? I love that. I'm going to leave it as it is. But I'm going to pop on there now, and I've got a sentiment from the I think this is from the bigger one. The rise above the storm and you will find the sunshine. What a lovely quote that is. Now I'm going to it's going to act as a stopper for me on my easel card. So I need to lift it a little bit. So I'm going to grab a couple of foam pads.
It's a very positive collection, very optimistic.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And joyous. It's got that lovely, a really beautiful uplifting feel about it. A lovely warm collection. And I think, like I said, it's the sunflowers. They put a smile on your face. Just absolutely beautiful. So I'm going to put that one there. And then, do you know, I think I might actually just stick a little ribbon just onto, in fact, shall I have, yeah, it brings out that lovely lilac. I'll pop it into that top corner. Just pop that on and then just finish that off with a couple of little, in fact, no, I'm not. I'm going to leave it. I'm going to stand away from them diamantes, Debbie. The collection doesn't need any. It's absolutely beautiful. And I'm just going to hold that there so you can get a little close-up look of it because, honestly, this is just a beautiful collection. It really is.
Well, I'm really pleased so many of you are buying the big collection. Loads of you are buying the slightly smaller collection as well. And remember, the individuals will be available on our website fairly soon too. You can just cherry pick, make your own bundle if you want to, because remember, everybody always pays just that maximum of $3.95 postage. So if you just want, say, 3 items from the collection, that's your budget, go ahead and do that. Just $3.95 P&P for the whole day's orders up until midnight tonight. And also, of course, although we've been here for over 100 days now, about a third of a year, crikey, where's that gone? Lots of you are finding us brand new every day. And if you're thinking, well, I want this, but I've never shopped at Hobbymaker before, how do I do that? All you've got to do is give us a free phone call. It's 0800 001 4433. You'll talk to our in-house call centre here in this building in the UK, and they'll process the order for you and give you your membership number free of charge. Or if you want to do it on the website, you can do that right now. Just go to hobbymaker.co.uk, and all we need is your email address, obviously, to register, and you can make up your password. It's as simple as that, and you can take advantage of either the individuals, the smaller collection, or if you want to treat yourself, go for the big one, because that's got everything in it and gives you the best saving as well. So it's IF2001, that's a product code. More from Debbie, more demos, and more looking around the kit in a sec.
It couldn't be easier to watch Hobbymaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube. So you can watch at home or on the go.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Hobbymaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobbymaker.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Yeah, Debbie and myself with you for the next, half an hour or so. But Debbie's been with you right the way through the afternoon, and also Kim from Crafty is here with personalised stamps. You can actually have stamps with your name on, your nickname on, your website address on, your phone number on. That's coming up at 2 o'clock this afternoon. That's going to be a busy show. Okay, now we're very well aware that everybody's got the budget to go for the big collection. So maybe you are buying the big collection and you're thinking it's always the 12 by 12 paper pad that I run out of first, because these will eventually go, obviously. This pad on its own is available for you. It's £14.99 for all of these sheets, and you get a total of 36 of them. And if you've got a favourite, you do get, I think it's at least 3, maybe even, you get 3 of each design. So if there's one particular design that's a favourite, you can use it at least 3 times, but there's always the reverse. You've got the images on one side and lovely backgrounds on the reverse as well. So a lovely, lovely thing. Add an extra one into your basket. Like Debbie said, you know, it's occasionally a collection may get reproduced, but very, very rarely. I think you can count on one hand how many collections have actually been reprinted. This is probably going to be a one-off, and of course there's never a guarantee it will ever come back once it's sold out. Although we've got lots of them, this is a lovely, lovely pad to treat yourself to for £14.99. That's available if you would like it. That's CM2080. That's the product code for that. Also, we've got the luxury linen card. Now, it may well be that you just love these colourways, and these may be sheets of card you've you've not got colours like this in your collection. You've got a lovely linen effect and texture to it, so it's a beautiful quality cardstock. How many sheets do you get? Is it 30? 24 sheets of this. It is double-sided, it's not like a white background, but look at that yellow. It's just a smile, isn't it? Absolute smile. Then you've got this lovely kind of terracotta colour as well, through to your lavenders and lilacs, through to your greens for your leaves as well, and a darker green at the back there too. So a lovely collection, 24, you've got 5 different colourways in there for that price of £14.99. And the GSM on that, if I can remember it, is 250 GSM. There we go. So that's your linen cardstock. Comes in a beautiful gift box as well. And then the vellum, you're absolutely raving about the vellum. And it's a pack rather than a pad, and it comes in a lovely cardboard wallet. But look, all loose leaf. It's described as a pad, but it's not. It's actually loose leaves, as you can see here, but it comes in a little box like that, which is rather nice. So you haven't got to tear anything out, that's the benefit of it, so you're not going to rip them by mistake or anything. But really lovely. In total, there you've got 24 8x8s. And again, you can cut them if you want to be very artistic with them, or just leave them as plain sheets if you wish to. £12.99. CA 2063, if you know you're going to run out of the vellums first. That's 24 sheets of 8x8 there for you. All right, Debs.
Oh, I'm going to use the 3D embossing folder.
Oh, great, okay.
So, and if you'd caught me on Friday, I know this is a 3D embossing folder, so I'm not going to repeat the same mistake that I did the other day. I'll tell you later, Dave,
Okay.
I'll tell you later. But yes, it's absolutely gorgeous. And for me, do you know when I love colouring the images and sometimes just taking the ink over, but to get the precise ink over the top of that can be quite laborious and quite time consuming.
Yep.
Well, we've made it really simple, really easy, and helps you along the way by adding those stencils into this. So first things first, I'm going to run this through. Now, 3D embossing folders, Dave, I love because of that extra sculpture that you get and that extra dimension, because there's the 3 levels of embossing on there.
It's amazing that 3D, the difference it makes. Actually.
Exactly, it makes a massive difference. What I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to show you the combination on the Gemini, and I'm using my smaller plates just to speed things up a little bit. But you use your cutting plate, your magnetic shim goes over the top, so when you've got your folder with your cardstock in there, magnetic shim goes over the top, and then your plastic shim, or as our Sarah would call it, the frosty shim that goes over. And then you run that through, and you can do this, like I said, on any material. You know, it doesn't, sometimes you can think about this particular thing, you could take outside of this collection, because you could use things like your gilding waxes on darker cardstocks if you wanted to, you know, to create a different look.
And you can emboss things like faux leather, craft metal.
Yeah. Now, even on the white cardstock, I can see just how gorgeous and glorious this is, this 3D feel. And you can see the depths there, the different depths and the levels of the embossing. But like I said, Dave, sometimes this next bit could be the tricky bit, because if you're taking your pens and things like that, you've got to go in and colour each segment. So what we've done is we've created a couple of stencils to be able to help you colour that in. And on here, you've got one that's concentrating on the sunflowers themselves, and the other one is concentrating on the extra little pieces. So we'll start off with that main one. In fact, shall we? In fact, let me just have a little quick peek. I think I'll start with them. Just checking on my colours that I've got, because I've got, and I'm going to choose my quick tries, because in such a haste in having to get down here, because I was at head office yesterday, and then I got the phone call, can you stand in? And I forgot to pick up my water reactive one. So, but don't worry, because these are, although they are quick dry, which are perfect for all your, you know, your layering, especially like layering stamp in this collection, I can still get away with it.
You're brilliant, though. You get the call, you're in your car, you're here. Brilliant. Fantastic.
Absolutely. So I'm going to just line this up. Now, when you're using these, Dave, all you need to think of is I'm saying all you need to think of is how to pop it down. Do you want to stick it down with some low-tack tape? Do you want to pop it in with a repositional spray, which is our stick and spray in the purple can? Head over to the website again, because it'll be in there for you. But you just line it up, and it literally fits over, and you'll find it when you pop this on, it fits into those grooves. And we'll try and lift that up to show you what I mean. You just literally position it.
You kind of feel it lock?
Yeah, well, yeah, you can. I mean, if you were sticking that down, absolutely, but you can see and position it. I'm just going to hold it with my fingers, because I've got a finished one, but I just want to give you the rough idea on how you use these.
We're talking about multiple uses, not just for card making. These stencils you can use for home decor, decorating boxes, decorating windows, whatever products you've got. You know, a stencil at the end of the day, it's going to give you a perfect sunflower every time.
Absolutely. And then you're just going to go on with your ink. And if I just go on, I'm going to go on lightly with I'm using lemon tonic on honey pot. You'll find the inks on the website again. But when you lift that off, you can see it catches the area. Can you see that beautifully? And again, like I said, I'll mix a couple of the colours and just show you how easy these are to do. But again, makes the colouring element very fun and easy to achieve. And I'll just drop a little bit onto my glass mat because although it's quick dry, while it's on a non-porous surface, it stays wet.
Okay.
So I've got the right way around, didn't I? A porous surface, it stays wet. That's it. Wait a minute.
Non-porous surface, yeah. Stays wet on a non-porous surface.
It's been a long week,
Yes.
Dave. It's been a long week. I know it's the start of a new week, but it's been a long week for me. She's saying in me, please only Monday, Debbie. I know, but it's been a long few days. But oh my God, I've had so much fun. I really have. And then when you lift it off, you can see you've picked up all that lovely colour. And then again, you can just line up your other one because the other one will pick up all the extra bits. So the bits that I haven't caught, it picks up all the extra as well. And literally just have a play, add some more colour on as well. I'm just going to do this very quickly because I've got one placed, but I'll just show you again. Lift it across until you see it fits into that raised element. And that's when you'll use your other colours. Now, I did choose some different colours with the ones that I've got at the side of me, and I'll show you what I mean in a second, but just going to use a couple of the others. Oh, there it is, Dave. Use your ink applicators. Again, you'll find those on the website. I don't know about the finger ones. You can use the finger ones as well. You can do any ink applicator to go over there, but I'm just going to show you now. Lift that onto the top. And again, if you're not comfortable with doing it by your hand, get yourself the spray or hold it down. I would recommend holding the cardstock down onto your glass mat and then the stencil over the top. But I'm just going to go in with a couple of the lovely green on there.
And it is well worth remembering that, you know, even when Debbie's not here or it's not a Crafter's Companion show, the brand shop is always there for all those things that you're running out of.
Yeah.
You don't have to wait to see it.
Nope, absolutely.
On the website, hobbymaker.co.uk.
Exactly. So I'm just going to run that across because, like I said, it's not going to go over the leaves that I've done, but literally it goes over the other extra pieces. And I'm just going to lift that off just to give you the idea so you can see that it's picked up all down there. And again, makes it a lot easier. Now, I could carry and continue adding some different greens into there. I did choose some different green on mine. I used green topaz and one of the other colours, but I didn't pick that up. Dave. I just picked up greens and yellows because I thought they're the sunflower colours. But I'm going to go in with a bit of a deeper colour because, do you know what as well? Texture paste. Want a texture paste look
that'd be good.
over.
Yeah,
that absolutely would look.
Well, there are so many of you with it in your basket. Congratulations if you're ordering this today. Split pay's there for everyone as well. That's interest-free. And this is the only show dedicated to this particular collection. It may make another appearance at 5 o'clock if we have any left, but it's not yours until you check out. Do remember that. So please, if it's in your basket, check out today. Either full payment now or split pay, you choose.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's, like I said, first opportunity to get hold of it. We haven't even released it on our website yet. That will be late. Well, I'm saying late. It's probably tomorrow, later on in the week. But you can see now how that's picked that up really. I mean, just beautiful. Lovely, easy to do, very easy to achieve. And then you can go back in and add some other colours into there and build up your colour. And especially that lovely dotty detail around the back is absolutely beautiful. I'll show you the one where I spent a little bit extra time on this one. And I used green topaz in there, which is a darker green. And I used one of the colours from the honey pots and I mixed a few of those together. But you can see just how beautiful that detail and how detailed it picks it up. With the use of those stencils, that looks like I've gone in and coloured it, but I haven't. No. It's done very easily with those stencils.
I don't know about you, I'm not very good with colouring in and keeping in the lines, all that sort of thing. So the stencils really take that kind of element of error away from it. You get a perfect result every single time.
Every single time.
But you're still crafting, you're still colouring in. IF2001, 2001, that's the product code if you want the big collection. This is the one that everybody wanted to launch. Debbie wanted to launch it, Debbie Fisher. She's a bit poorly, so get well soon, Debbie. But Debbie Robinson has come in to do it today. It's the one that everybody loves, the sunflower. It's positivity, it's cheerful, it's bright. Maybe you've got some in your garden right now. You know, if you buy to sell, or you're buying this to kind of gift the card to a friend or something like that, you know it's going to go down well. You know it's going to be received brilliantly. And you're not done yet, are you?
No, because there's other elements in there as well. So you've seen me finished piece. I'll bring in some papers in a moment. But you've got these beautiful flowers. Now, if you're going in for that full collection, you will be getting the foam the flower forming foam.
Yes.
Now, they also work with paper as well, and vellum. You've got the vellum if you're going for the full collection, works beautifully with the textured cardstock, and because the textured cardstock has got the same colourways running through the papers and the sunflower colours, that will work on there as well. But it also cuts out beautifully with that gorgeous foam. Now, I'm going to speed that process up so that you can see, and I'll show you all the elements that I've cut this out in foam. Now, you can activate it with the heat, and on Friday I actually did a demo using our flower forming foam, so you can always go back and check that.
Is that where you use the iron?
Yes.
Right.
Yes, very brave of me, Dave, can I just tell you? Because I used a very big hot iron live on air. Normally I have a little craft iron at home.
Right.
But yeah, activate it with heat. But it also looks lovely just flat. If you want to add dimension, then add the heat, because the heat will bring to life those flowers. But again, I love them flat, and they're layering ones as well, Dave, so you can use them separately. So I could put the inside there, and that flower forming foam colourway is perfect for that sunflower as well.
Can you use a ball tool with a
yes, and we've got ball tools on the show as well. Now, if we do get a show later, if we do get to show some of this later, I'll show you how to heat set it with the heat, and we'll pinch it. We had to pinch a iron out at sewing.
Well, good luck. I was trying to find one earlier. For the shirt.
Well, I did have another shirt. I fetched two options, a long sleeve one and a short sleeve one, because I didn't know what the temperature was like going to be in here. But the short sleeve one's creased to death, and could I find it out? So I'm keeping my flowers flat. But at home, I would definitely get your hot iron and put those on, and you'll see it gives it some definition. It gives it some realistic But I'm going to put these on together, and of course you can layer them up as well, because of the size how these flowers have been made. You can actually layer them up to create that dimension, and that's exactly what I'm going to do with this, Dave. And I'm going to use, in fact, where's my 3D glue? I'll bring my 3D glue, because I'll be able to give it a little bit of a lift. Obviously with 3D glue, you need to let it set, but literally just layer those up over the top of each other. And I'm going to do exactly the same, put the centre in there, and just pop that on.
Bless you, Steve.
I think there's a lot of cold and coughs and sniffles going around.
A lot of hay fever, I know that.
Yes, there is, yes, very much so. And again, I'm just going to pop that onto there.
I normally suffer from it, but touch wood this year.
Have you been lucky?
Yeah.
Oh, very good.
I'm taking my tablets though. So.
Now you can see that gorgeous, lovely layered sunflower, and you can make lots of those. I've only gone in with the one, but what I'm going to do is bring my card together. So what I've done with this one is I've created a little bit of like a gatefold, but just a couple of little fold backs. And again, I'm using the beautiful papers. And again, which side do you use? Which element do you use of it? Because I've got such a lovely focal part with the embossing folder, I didn't want to use, I didn't want to, and can I just tell you, at home, if I was taking my time with this, I would take out and do the little bit, we call it gutting, don't we, where we take out the centre part, because that bit's going to be covered up, and I wouldn't be wasting a single ounce of this paper.
That's a really good point, though, because if you're not a 12 by 12 paper user normally, don't think of it as 12 by 12. Think of it as 4 6 by 6s on one sheet. It's trimmable. You can cut it down.
Yeah, absolutely. The difference between the two sizes, the reason why we put those in, Dave, is because, we know scrapbooking is absolutely huge in America. But a lot of people do scrapbook here as well. I know our lovely Jan, she loves scrapbooking. So, we like to offer you the different sizes. And the reason we put the vellum in the 8x8, of course, we're giving you options there. You've got the 6x6, the 8x8 in the vellum, 12x12 in the paper pad. And again, it all just ties in really well and works really well together as well. Now, I'm going to pop on, do you know me, silly old me? I said it were a gatefold, didn't I? I'm doing it back to front. Oh, dearie me. Oh, we get away with that one. Just rescued it in time. The beautiful thing about our all-purpose glue, though, Dave, is I can get that glue, the glue gubbins, I'm going to call it. I can get those off. I can rub them off. You literally roll
when it's dry?
together. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And it comes off in your hands. It's almost like, let me turn it over this way. You just literally roll it together, and it will come off. It rolls up into like little rubber balls.
Okay.
And then just get rid of that. So, but personally myself, I'll probably stick another sheet over there because I've put quite a bit down. But we'll get away with it. Because I wanted the reversed gatefold, Debbie. That's what you was doing, a reversed gatefold. So I'm going to pop that on because that's going to be the focal part, and I'm just going to run some more glue into here. But again, this collection is joyous, Dave. We were both saying that before.
Yep.
You were talking about the positivity and the loveliness, you know, the lovely... all about that sunflower. It's just all about. So it's such a gorgeous flower. You said it reminisced of you for your childhood. You said you grew them. When
I used to grow them. We used to have school competitions.
Oh.
And everybody got given sunflower seeds to take home, to grow them at home. And they had to take a picture and measure them. The highest one won a prize or something like that.
Yeah, I don't know. I told you about my little granddaughter, Sapphire. They gave her, she's only 4, she's beautiful, she's a little gorgeous. Been chatting to her on the phone before I come on air. But she would, because they gave the kids sunflower seeds, and we killed it the other day.
Oh no.
I think we put too much water on, I'm not going to lie. So I'm going to have, I don't know, because the rest of the kids are all posting the pictures all over Twitter and everything, and I'm like, oh no, little sapphires is no. I mean, a beanstalk's growing really well, but a sunflower not so well. I might give her one of these though. I might make her one of these up and let her take that into nursery to show that off, because
that'll make her smile.
That'll make her smile. It'll make a teacher smile as well, because it really is the most beautiful collection. The papers are stunning. The artwork that our guys have done up at head office, it's just amazing, absolutely amazing. And the colour tones of it as well, it's lovely, it's very, very natured colour tone. It's just a beautiful collection. So I'm going to sit that into the centre, and you can see how it all works together, can't you, Dave? Looks really, you know, just beautiful.
Well, I'm honestly going to go out on a limb and say this is one of my favourite collections I think the Crafter's Companion have done, because personally I love everything that the sunflower represents, what it stands for.
Yep.
You know, we've all had a pretty rotten couple of years, let's face it, so why not have a collection like this that makes you smile every time you use it?
And it will do. It will definitely put a smile on your face. Now I'm using the foam. Again, you've got all that lovely foliage. I said it right, hadn't I?
Yeah, you did.
Foliage that you can add to. I know I keep saying foliage, but I'm gonna have to learn that word. I really,
posh
really am.
foliage.
I just keep saying it's a posh word of saying it. But yeah, just add these on, and again, you'll see even in the foam, even though I've not activated with any, it still looks realistic. And I've got some extra little pieces on there. Let's pop a little bit of foam just onto the back of there as well. But isn't it beautiful? They're just beautiful. But honestly, just a glorious collection, and I know our Debbie, she'll be sat at home right now wishing she was here, because she absolutely adores this collection, and I know it's one of Leanne's favourites and Sarah's. But yeah, if you get hold of it now, I promise you, when you get this home and start playing with it, I don't think there's any part of that collection that you're not going to use and reuse and reuse and bring a smile to your face every single time you do.
Well, loads of you are not only buying the main collection, but also going for extra pads, extra parchments or vellums as well. Lots of you putting extras into your basket, so do bear that in mind. We do have them all individually listed now on the website. So if you haven't got the $94.99 or don't want to spend that sort of money today, don't worry. You can cherry pick some individuals.
There you go, Dave.
There it is.
All finished. Just added my little sentiment on there, and you can see everything works so well together. The papers, the textured paper, you've already seen the vellums, the foam, the stencil with the folder, the 3D embossing folder. It all ties in. It all works beautifully together to create some really, what I mean by this, Dave, some mantelpiece pleasers, but also showstoppers.
Yeah.
If you make to sell, and by the way, can I just say, you can make and sell as many of these as you want. You don't have to, there's no angel policy. You can literally make as many as you want and sell as you want, so you can make profit and make your money back on your collection that you're going to outlay straight away. You're going to make this back and some, because these really are going to pull those crowds in when you have them out on your stall.
I really do think it's kind of universal with
Yes,
sunflowers.
it is.
I don't know anyone that doesn't love a sunflower and what it stands for. Look at these cards as well. Nicole Broderick's done this one, or Broderick, sorry, Nicole. Isn't that lovely? Very three-dimensional, using the dies, of course, that are in there as well. I mean, it's got everything you could want. Okay, there are some consumables that will run out, like the pads. That's why we're giving you extras that you can add into your order. But there's so many dies, embossing folders, stamps as well, which are going to last you, like Debbie said, a lifetime. This is a lovely one, again by Nicole. You've got that lovely domed front to it too. But adding the three-dimensional sunflowers on the front there just really lifts it and makes it pop. But the main collection is where the best value is. Remember, it should be about £125. You are getting £30 off if you buy the main collection, which is the most popular thing. $94.99 gets you 175 individual pieces in total, made up from embossing folders, made up from stencils, made up from stamps and dies, all the papers, the vellum, and the flower forming foam as well. The whole lot there. And one of my personal favourites is the layering stamps. I think that's great. And if you look at this card, this has been done by Nicole as well, but that is your layering stamp. Just using 3 or 4 different colorways. They basically layer up 1, 2, 3, 4, and they create this almost three-dimensional flower.
And it looks like you've coloured it.
It does.
Looks like you've coloured it. It looks like you've stamped your sunflower and coloured it in, but you haven't.
No.
You've done it with your inks and stamped it. And if we do get time later on, if we could manage to persuade producer Laura to let us have a little play in the last show later on today, I might show you how to work that layering stamp, because it really is very, very easy. And again, create really gorgeous, realistic sunflowers. They are absolutely glorious. They really are.
Do you want me to go through just everything that's in it again? Just to remind you what you're going to get. You've got your 6x6 paper pad, which is just here. I've actually got the paper pads that I can flick through. And as I said to you earlier on, the pad is basically the same as the 12x12, but scaled down in size. I can't find what I've done with it now. Put it down somewhere.
Do you want me to show you the boards
Got it.
again, Dave?
I've got it. There it is.
Have you got the paper pad?
Yeah,
And
here
I'll
we
show
go.
the
So this is
boards,
the 6x6. So there's your 6x6, double-sided. One side's got the images of the sunflowers on it, and the other side is more of a generic background, but really popular. This is the Spotlight, remember. We selected this as a Spotlight item. It's $5.99 on its own. Lots of you adding an extra one of these, because once you've paid your $3.95 P&P on any day, you can have as many other orders going on from us. You won't pay any more than that $3.95. So it makes sense to go for an extra one of those. Even if you've already put the phone down and ordered the main collection, now you're thinking, do you know what? On reflection, I think I will go for a 6x6, another one of those, and another 12x12. Phone back up, it's a free phone call, or order on the website. It's not going to be any more postage than that $3.95 that you've already paid. There's your 12x12. Absolutely gorgeous, glorious, uplifting, cheerful. I really do believe, I know it sounds a bit corny, but this is one of the reasons that yellow's my favourite colour, because it just reminds me of happy times as a child.
It's just a really uplifting colour, isn't it, yellow? It is, absolutely.
And you've got 24 sheets of your linen cardstock, again, carefully selected colours by Crafters Companion, so everything goes together so well. That beautiful yellow, that lovely terracotta colour, your lavender, your greens as well, and of course your flower forming foam in, again, same colour coordinated colours, 12 sheets of your foam, and you've got the dies and stamps.
Yep, so these are all your dies, so you get all the beautiful striking sunflowers on this one, where you can build up using paper, vellum, cut them out in paper or vellum, cut them out with your flower forming foam, that gorgeous creator card section, which is that lovely, beautiful sunflower frame, that it really is, I think, so useful, that frame. That gorgeous layering stamp set there, which again, you can see all the stamps on this side, which literally layer them up with your colours and you've got something really quite sensational. That gorgeous frame, again, let me point it the right way around though. This is that lovely, fabulous frame and stamp set, which has been aligned and worked so that the stamps fit inside that frame to create this lovely piece here. Of course, you've just seen me use that lovely 3D embossing folder with those stencils that can work independently on their own or bring them all together to create the most amazing effect. And then, of course, lastly, those two lovely sentiment stamps, which have got, and this one on your sun-kissed one, has got those beautiful flowers in that you can colour, and that'll be very useful if you want to make background papers or tags or wrapping paper, whatever it is that you want to do. You can get really creative with this collection, not only cards, but into your scrapbooking, into your, excuse me, things like your home decor projects as well. A lovely wreath. We've got a lovely tutorial online, one of our team members did, of a beautiful wreath using that flowers. And honestly, get the collection. You can watch this show back, but you can also go over and head over to our website where you get that extra tuition, that extra tutorials, and go on to our pages as well. Have a little look on the pages, on the I'm a Crafters Companion pages where the DT share their makes as well. Lovely community, lovely collection.
Debbie, you're a star.
Enjoy.
Debbie's back with me at 3 o'clock. We're going to have a Gemini tutorial for you, the junior and also the candy floss, both available with brilliant goodie bags coming as an extra bonus. Next though, how much do you think it would be if you could personalise a stamp, have a stamp made of your name, your phone number, your website. You'd think it would be expensive? It's not at all. Kim's here with Crafty Root after a short break.
I almost forgot. We've got a brand new show starting on Hobby Maker, Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. until 8 a.m, featuring loads of new things. The Early Bird Special, a special offer only available during the Wake Up to Hobby Maker show. Who the Hobby Maker Are You? A slightly extended interview with our guest designers. Help Me Hobby Maker, encouraging you to email in with all of your crafting queries. And a sneak peek, the final 20 minutes of the show, letting you know what's coming up later on in the day. So don't forget to join us. Set your alarms 6 a.m. until 8 a.m. on Hobby Maker. I think I'll get 5 more Zeds in.
This is Gemini, one of the fastest, quietest electronic die cutting and embossing machines on the market. Its industry-leading high-pressure system delivers fantastic results from intricate dies and folders, all at the touch of a button. Its oversized opening and platforms provide for edge-to-edge cutting of US letter and A4 size with thin metal dies, allowing you to cut materials such as thin cardstock, vinyl, craft metal and fabric. No cranking needed, as it will move the plates through automatically and quickly, which means you may spend less time on preparation and more time on inspiration. The Gemini has optical switches, making it hands-free and fully automated, with a built-in auto-reverse function for protection. It's easy to use, so you're always in control. Its sleek, low-profile design makes it a superb addition to any craft workspace. It has built-in handholds, meaning you can easily take it anywhere. The Gemini is a universal die-cutting and embossing machine that works with the majority of all leading brands of thin metal dies and embossing folders. All of the platforms that you need come included in the box, as well as a thick rubber embossing mat for intricate detail work on your dual-purpose cut and embossed dies. The addition of the metal cutting plate allows you to cut intricate dies in a single pass through the machine and enables you to cut multiple layers of fabric. For a perfect cut every time, you need Gemini, the electronic die cutting and embossing machine made by crafters for crafters.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker. Here at Hobby Maker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobby Maker.
Let's do it. Gin. I love Australia, but Turkey. Cow can in Turkey. I need to go back. It's my heartbeat. A cat. I love my cats. Sleep all day, get looked after, get fed, go to sleep again, get snuggles, go to sleep again, eat again. Cat. Never seen The Godfather. Night in, because I'm old. Pyjamas, big glass of gin, cats, husband, night in. Torn, Natalie and Bruglia.
You give us that one?
No, can't do it. I'm torn, I'm already. No, can't even do that again. I can't even do that. That's horrendous.
Here at Hobby Maker, we love seeing what you've been making, and it's our job to keep you inspired. So how does a £100 credit to your Hobby Maker account sound? Every month, we're going to be giving away a £100 credit to one lucky Hobby Maker's account. And all you have to do to enter is simply send a photo of your crafty makes to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We will be picking one winner each month at random and will announce the lucky winner on air in the 5 p.m. show on the last Saturday of every month. So what are you waiting for? Get crafting, get motivated and get inspired with Hobbymaker.
Just after 2 o'clock on Monday afternoon. Hope you're well. Great to have your company here at Hobbymaker. I'm Dave, with you through till 6. Good to be back. And good to see this lady again.
Hello.
Hello, Kim. Good to see you. You all right?
See you? Yeah. It's been a while, hasn't it?
It has been a while, yeah. Kim's with us once a month on average, from Crafty Roo, of course. Now, we've got something really special for you today because I didn't realise this could ever be an option for people to actually have their own personalised stamps made for them. That's what you do.
Yeah, that's what we do. Because we are a small family-run business, you know, I design them, Mystery makes them for us. We can do things like this because you're not producing on that large scale. We are, like I keep saying it, we are a small family-run business. So this type of thing, you know, we can do. We can adapt to those things.
Now, your mind's probably going 10 to the dozen now, thinking, okay, what do I want made into a stamp? Is it maybe your business? Is it maybe handmade by to go on the back of your cards and with your name? Is it your website that you actually want to have in a stamp? Is it a nickname? Anything like that? You know, daft, silly. Is there any restriction as to how many letters you can put on the stamp or not?
It's more about the size of it. So if you've got a name that's got lots of things like hers and lus with high letters, and then it's got lots of gers with low letters, it's about trying to fit them within the stamp. So there's a bit, when I get your name, I kind of look at it and go, ooh, either it'll fit, or I kind of go, I might have a bit of a tricky one with this. And if it's a tricky one, I normally get in touch, or I'll go, right, I'll have to put this onto 2 lines, or there's always a way. I might have to put it on a bit of an angle, but there's always a way to try and fit things in. So I can't really say I can get 10 letters. You can only have names that are 10 letters long. It doesn't work like that. It's about the shape of them and how I can make them fit on your stamp.
And also how you'll make them look good.
Yeah, exactly. Because sometimes you look at them and go, oh, this could be a tricky one. But actually, when you start to put them together, the way you position them, actually, it's all about positioning and just, you know,
I mean,
making it look good.
When has anybody given you the opportunity of actually having your own stamp manufactured to your specification? You know, personalised anything normally costs an absolute fortune. I mean, there are websites that offer personalisation on gifts and things like that, and you always pay a premium for that, don't you? Yeah. But today, you're not going to be paying a premium for it at all. How does it actually work then? Someone wants, let's just say, their name on a stamp, and they choose whether they want small or large. What's the process?
So what will happen is you'll choose which design you want today, and then obviously you'll place your order. And then tonight it does that fancy thing where you only pay 1 P&P and it puts all your orders together. And then tomorrow I get a list of who's ordered, and you'll get an email from me. So you will get an email from Kim at craftyrudesigns.co.uk. I nearly forgot my own email address, and that's not a good start. So you'll get an email from me, and it'll ask you what you want on your stamp. Then all you have to do is reply to that email. And then once I've got that, it's dead easy. Then I just plug that into my computer and make it into a negative, and Mr. E makes your stamp for you.
And the thing is as well, it all depends on how quickly you reply to the email. And do check your junk folder on your email as well.
Oh, absolutely.
Sometimes I missed an email from someone the other day because of that. It went into my junk. It was from Buckingham Palace, actually.
Ooh,
yeah. It was my mum and dad's 60th wedding anniversary, so I was arranging a card. And I thought, well, I haven't had a reply. And I looked, it's in my junk folder. From Buckingham, how can that go in my junk folder? Sorted. But yeah, do check that if you don't get. Now, the email address, remember, is this, Kim at craftyrudesigns.co.uk. But as Kim just said, you will actually get an email from her as well. Or if you'd rather send an email to her now and tell her the name that you want or what you want on your stamp, you can do it either way. But you will, after your order is placed, get an email directly from Kim, which you reply to. So the quicker you reply to it, the quicker you'll get your stamp.
Exactly. So most of the orders will probably come through overnight, so you should be getting your emails tomorrow or the day after. Some may take a little bit longer, so just give me a couple of days to get those emails out. As soon as you get your email, if you can reply to it, like Dave says, the quicker you reply, the quicker you get your stamp.
But that's the way that it works,
like that.
and there's no real stipulation as to how many letters or what you want your stamp to say. Everybody will want a stamp differently, whether they want their name on it, whether they want their business name on it, a website address, a phone number, whatever you want.
Yep. The thing that doesn't change is the frame that you choose. So we've got some new frames on the show today. So once you've chosen that frame stays the same.
Yeah.
What goes inside it, have whatever you want.
Yeah. And of course, Kim will do her best to make sure it looks as good as possible. Right, now, let's start with the large heart first of all. Is that right? Okay, so that's this one just here.
Yep.
Now, this, I think is gorgeous.
Yep, these are actually new designs, so we haven't had these as personalised stamps before. So this is one of our new ones. You've got our large heart. Now, if you know me and you know Crafty Redesigns, you will go, that heart looks a little bit familiar, and you'd be right, because it fits our mini heart polyplate.
Okay.
So if you've got our mini heart polyplate already, this goes slap bang on top of it.
Okay. Now, this is the size that your stamp will be, okay?
Yeah,
So
you
it's a little
ignore
bit
our
bigger than the actual
packaging.
packaging. That's the actual size. If you see the packaging, you can see it's a lot larger than the actual packaging on the front. That's the size it will be. So if that's the size of stamp you'd like, now look at this price. This for me is ridiculous because it's personalised with your name. It could be your surname and your Christian name. It could be save the date. It could be RSVP, anything like that for maybe wedding stationery. Have you fallen off your chair when you've been quoted for wedding stationery? Why not get a stamp with what you want to say, or maybe get a few different ones? At £9.99, it's only 1p and p.
Sorry, I'm going to jump in because what you were saying about wedding stationery,
Yeah.
I actually had a query about whether save the dates would fit inside them, and they do. So if you have a look at that one, it is just fabulous. You can fit save the date, married on, your initials, your names, and then the date you were married on there. So it is
brilliant.
It's a little, for me, these large ones might be a little bit big for going on the back of your card.
Right.
However, if you're a business or you're getting married or something like that, if you're a business, you might want to stamp them onto your paper bags for when you're selling things. If you're getting married, they would make lovely, like save the date cards, things like that.
And also, yeah, you mentioned favour boxes, things like that you can decorate. Personalisation normally costs a small fortune. Today, we're bucking that trend and we're giving it to you for less than £10 for the large stamp with whatever you want to say, actually designed and put in there by Kim and other half. So that's EZ2620. EZ2620 if you want the large heart for £9.99, and only you know what you want in your heart, and Kim will do it the best way possible. So that's the large version. Now, can I just show you the small version side by side so you can see if you're wanting to have a stamp to go on the back of cards or whatever, look at that. That's the smaller version. So what's going to be better for you, that size or that size?
Yeah, so that smaller version I would think is better for the backs of your cards.
Yeah.
Whereas the large scale, the larger one, I think is more of a focus, isn't it?
Yeah.
So if you're a business or something like that wants on your bags, perfect for that. The smaller one though, I think is just perfect.
Okay, well the detail on the screen at the moment is for the large. Okay, so £9.99 is for the large one. Have we got any cards with them on or anything like that?
No.
Oh, that's the
Sorry.
stamp. Sorry. Okay.
We've got some stamps with them. So what you would get, that wasn't very helpful of me, I do apologise.
That's right. There we go. There it is. That's the size of it, and that will go on to obviously any acrylic block stamping platform or whatever.
Yeah, sorry, I was miles away there.
That's all right. Don't worry.
Yeah, so this is the one, there you go, if you want that one. That's actually, so that's how you would get your personalised stamps. You can see the one that Dave's been showing you, the one for Sarah. So that is the stamp that has stamped that. And then you get your packaging as well, which basically shows you your stamp.
So £9.99 if you want the heart. Now the large vine, that's this one here, isn't it?
Yeah, the one at the end.
Okay, so this one here, this is your large vine. So again, it's exactly the same concept. All you do is purchase this. This particular item number is OF2693. And again, if I just put it side by side so you can see the difference in the size, that's the size that will be coming through the post with whatever you want to say on it. You don't want handmade by on it, you just want your name, you just want a website, you just want a nickname. Whatever you want, within reason, can be put within that wonderful, it's like a wreath, isn't it, the vine design?
Yeah, we have actually got this as a stamp from a while ago. So again, if you follow Crafty Redesigns, you will recognise this one. And I thought it is just too beautiful not to have, to personalise this one. So again, it does fit your circle. It's slightly bigger, your circle polyplate is just slightly bigger than it, but it does work.
Now, I've got a question about someone using their own logo.
Their own logo inside it. It will depend on the quality of the logo and whether it's black and white.
Okay. Okay, so there's the question. Do you have a stamp that would use my logo, which is already in a frame?
That would use my logo. We'd have a look.
Okay.
Whether it'd fit inside, obviously we can make it smaller or bigger. If you're wanting it inside one of these frames, then we'd have to have a look at that.
Okay.
It depends how small.
If it's black and white.
Black and
the
white,
size
yeah.
of it. Okay.
I got asked the other day whether I could make a paw print into a stamp.
Oh, right.
And it's like, well, if it's black and white, I can have a go.
Okay. So, yeah, give it a
not
go.
tried it
If it
yet.
doesn't work, it doesn't work. But for £9.99, it could well do. So that one is your vine. So that one is OF2693. And again, if I show you the difference between the large and the small, if you're on the fence, not really quite sure what size you want to go for, there's the large, and this one is the small. And the small details will be on the screen fairly soon for you at $7.99, okay? That's what they are. Now the hexagon, we've got all these wonderful designs are fantastic. They're all brand new. And again, we've got handmade by Jessica Hall on there, but what do you want on yours? How often do you get an opportunity like this? It doesn't come along, does it?
You see, I'm quite lucky in some respects. Is if I want something making, I just get Mr. Roo to go and make it.
Yeah.
So to me, I'm kind of like, yeah, it's no big deal. But actually, it is a big deal. Having something with your name on it, especially for like me, I call myself KYM, even though my name's KIM.
Right.
I like to be called KYM. And having stuff personalised when you were a kid, my mum would physically have to sit there and cut stuff out and sew it on to things. Whereas this, it's just, you know, it's a stamp with my name on that I can keep.
I mean, it could be that you've got a very unusual spelling to your name, like Kim was saying, or it might be that you've got a nickname that you would just, you know, love to have in a stamp. And again, it makes everything look so much more professional too. Maybe you make things, maybe you make bath bombs or cosmetics or soaps, and you want to, again, you know, personalize it, put a little gift tag on it and have a professional stamp. Rather than doing it all you know, by hand, my handwriting as I've got older, it's just got worse and worse and worse because I'm doing everything on tablets and phones and things, not writing very much. This is a great way, a really, really great way of getting professional. So DL2681 is the item number if you want this stamp, and it's $9.99. And remember, what you have to do is not send us what you want, but send Kim what you want. So Kim's email address is kim@craftyrootdesigns.co.uk. You could send that email right now if you want to, or if you want to wait until you get the email from Kim herself tomorrow, that's entirely up to you. But if you know what you want in your stamp and you want to send it in, just make sure you add your order number to it. If you're ordering on the phones, the operator will give you that, or the website will give you your order number as well. And just tell Kim what you want. And of course, the sooner you send that email to them, the quicker you'll get your stamp back. I cannot get over these prices. $9.99. DL2681 is your product code for personalization. I mean, if you normally go into stores trying to find mugs with your name on, or trying to find mouse mats with your name on, you know how much more expensive they are. If you've gone on websites that offer personalization, again, they can cost a small fortune, but you expect to pay more because it's being bespokely made for you. This is such a great deal and such a great price, $9.99. Now, we've also got some quirky ones as well for you. Now, the robot, where's the robot? Here's the robot. Now, this is one size. There's no choice in size on this, but this is so cute, so cool. The robot stamp, this belongs to...
See, on this one, I've not put handmade by, but you can have handmade by on that one. I thought this one was more for, I was thinking my little boy's books for going to school. Basically, if he's taking anything anywhere, it needs to be labelled because it won't come back any other way. So
could be sportswear if you use a proper ink for it.
Yeah, if you're using the right ink, you can go and stamp onto your clothing, stamp it into your books. You can even put it onto your stickers and then put clear, what's it called? Clear sticky back plastic over the top. You know, anything like that, it's just perfect. And it's a bit of fun, this one.
It is a bit of fun.
I couldn't not put bot on a row, he's called.
You thought $9.99 was a good price. Look at this price, £7.99 plus your P&P, which stays at $3.95. You may want to buy, I don't know, half a dozen of these stamps today. You'll only pay one P&P of $3.95 to get your order delivered, but you could have so many different stamps with different names on, different members of the family's names, that sort of thing. Maybe all of you in the family craft. I know for a lot of families, it is, you know, 3 or 4 people in the family that all do their own crafting. Why not each and every one of you have your own personalised stamp, which will give you professional finished stamped images every single time. $7.99 if you fancy your robot personalised stamp. And remember, it's a free phone number if you call the operator. If you're brand new and you've never shopped with us before, that's probably the best way of doing it. 0800 001 4433 will get you through to our call centre just upstairs, and they'll process your first order. Then you'll be a customer with us. Simple as that. Right, now let's go back to the vine. Let's go back to the vine and the smaller one. Now, Kim, we were saying before that this size is probably perfect for backs of cards and that sort of thing, yeah?
It is indeed. And you can see on there, we've actually got what I would class as 2 quite long names. You've got Caroline and then Newman. So it is quite a big name, really. So you can see on there, I've split it into 2, and you've got a lot of letters in there. So, like I was saying before, it's really hard to say you can only have X amount of letters. I will do my best to fit it in.
Right.
Yep. So you've got a Caroline there. Let me see if I've got a slightly... Another one, like on the I'll get my words back in. So like on this one, for example, you can see I've put Elaine in there. So the size of text gets bigger because there's less letters.
Right.
Yeah? Does that make sense?
So if the less letters, the bigger the text, the more
That's
letters,
the
smaller
one.
the text will be. But, you know, Kim's the professional. She'll be there getting it inside for you. So the wreath, remember, or the vine as it's called, that's this one here. You can see the difference between the large and the small. Which one would look good for your projects? Which one looks better? Large one, $9.99, small one, $7.99. But again, we're not putting words in your mouth. You're choosing what you want the stamp to say, whether it's a special occasion like a marriage or anything like that, or whether you just want to have something personalised. To get your own name in a stamp, it's a big deal, I think. Yeah. And you make it happen.
Again, I'm so used to everything I draw. I keep saying it, I'm really lucky. I say I draw, and then Mr. E goes away and makes it for me. And I forget how actually special that is because I do it every day. Mm-hmm. But then when someone comes along and goes, can you do me a special stamp? It's like, yeah, I can.
Yeah. You have the technology.
We do.
And we've got the deals.
But it's more the old, we've got a very old cranky machine called Bertha.
Right.
Big Bertha. And she does the work.
Now, we've got the heart. Are we doing the large or the small? It's the small one. Okay, so the small heart. There's the small heart. Again, perfect to go on the back of a card, perfect to go on a tag, maybe on a product if you would like. Where's that one? Where's the heart? There's the heart. There we go. And that's the actual size of it. There's the small one. Just to show you the difference between the large and the small. There we go, look. So there's quite a big difference. $9.99 large, $7.99 for the small. Perfect for handmade by stamps. I mean, you're getting a big reaction to this, I would have thought.
Yeah, we've done personalised stamps for quite a long time now. But when I started to show sneaky peeks of these new ones, they were kind of like, ooh, I like that.
Yeah, definitely.
And I've got to admit, I was sat there drawing them thinking, oh, I do. I actually quite like these.
Maybe someone in the family's just popped the question. You don't know when the wedding's going to be or whatever. Just get a stamp with both the names on, or civil partnerships or anything like that, and have both names in the middle of that heart stamp. Something very, very special that they'll keep and they'll cherish, and they'll use in all sorts of things. You can use it going forward for anniversaries after the actual wedding.
Absolutely. So there's one I've just done with initials on, and okay, it's got married in there. I'll let you hold it up because I've got shaky hands.
Okay.
And I've put married across the top, but you don't actually have to have married in there, do you? It's just those lovely initials. You can see the size of them and the date.
Yeah.
It's just...
Maybe you prefer just initials, whatever you want. Whatever you ask, whatever you order, then Kim will get it sorted for you. It could have a date at the bottom if you want to.
Yeah, especially in those bigger ones, you've got so much space in there that I just thought, you know what? We can do something special with this.
Okay, well, that one is the small for £7.99. Again, choose what you want. And remember, the way it works is you place your order. So in this case, which we're looking at now, we've got the hexagon. So if we look at the hexagon, I can't see what the hexagon is.
That one,
that one here. So this is $7.99 as well, AQ2607. The way it works is you place your order right now. You can do it with the operator. You can do it on our website at hobbymaker.co.uk. And then Kim will send you an email either tomorrow or the day after, very quickly, asking you what you want on there. But if you want to preempt that and send it into her now, you can do that, no trouble at all, or just wait for Kim's email. It's entirely up to you. Kim at craftyrudedesigns.co.uk. You can send, if you're purchasing it now online or on the website or on the phones, why not just send Kim an email right now saying, I've just bought this, there's my order number, could I please have this on my stamp? And if physically possible, Kim will do it the best way possible to make it look the best it possibly could. Okay, Kim at craftyrudedesigns, all one word, .co.uk. So that beautiful hexagon, $7.99.
I would say 9 times out of 10, I can fit what you've asked for in your stamp.
Right.
Occasionally, it's like, I can't fit an essay in a teeny tiny little stamp because no one's going to be able to read that. So occasionally it does happen where I have to go, hang on a minute, can we just like scoot it back a little bit?
Yeah.
And there's always a way. We can always find an answer.
Great, okay. Now the next one, this is quite kind of retro. I like this. It's called
I
the
do like
squares.
this one.
Now, we only have one size, not two sizes in this one. This size, £7.99, YA2645. Really nice size, very, very easy to read, very legible. Again, it could have handmade on it. It could have absolutely any verse, any word you want. Kim will do, no trouble at all.
So you can see on the plain packaging, this one with your name on it, you can see how, imagine that was your name, so something like Ben, I don't know, Oh, we've got Ben Gibbs, haven't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. So Ben Gibbs would fit really nice as one long line.
Yeah.
However, Stephen Williams, if I'd have left that as one line, you've got no chance of reading that. You'd need your binoculars, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you would.
Yeah. So Stephen Williams had to be split up into two. And that is the call. Every time I see something or you send me that information in, it's that call I make at that moment and go, hang on a minute, do I need to split it? Is it all going to go in one line? Yep.
Personalisation, and you're getting change from £8. It is just unbelievable value for money, and it's something you'll have for life. You know, stamps don't wear out, stamps don't, you know, need replacing, they just keep on going. So you're going to invest a small amount of money today, or a relatively small amount of money today, in something that you're going to get so much use out of. If it is, you know, that finishing touch to the back of your card that you've perhaps so far just kind of avoided, maybe you don't put handmade by or handwritten or anything like that, this just gives you that professional touch. £7.99, YA2645, and they've got one more to show you after this one, and this is the standard. So this doesn't have a frame around it. This is just basically whatever you want, your name or whatever word you want or words you want printed. These were made to order.
Yeah, literally, it was like, I keep putting all these frames around everything, and sometimes you just want something really simple. So handmade by and your name or whatever it is underneath. So it's a really just simple, plain design.
It could be an RSVP, it could be a save the date, it could be an announcement, it could be anything at all, but whatever you want, again, within reason, roughly this sort of size. The size does change depending on what you want printed.
It will be dependent on your name as well, so sometimes we will squish it slightly, but yeah, it's 2 lines of text. One that says either handmade by, this belongs to, please return to, all those things that we were talking about before, with a name. And I just think it looks really smart, doesn't it?
Well, this one is already proving popular. EX2690 is the product code. And again, this is your name. It's basically 2 lines of text. You choose what you want on that stamp for just £7.99. If you want a multi-order, maybe for lots of crafty friends, maybe you're thinking about birthdays later in the year, you'd like to maybe personalise for friends in craft groups, that sort of thing. You can multi-order if you want to. You'll only pay 1 P&P no matter how many things you order, of just £3.95. But something a bit different, something that's very, very special, unique to you. Is it your name? Is it your business name? Is it your website address? Is it your phone number? Is it your nickname? Whatever it might be, it can be put into a stamp for you, personalised stamping, at a crazy, crazy value for money price. Okay, should we see a few demos, Kim?
Absolutely. Which one should we try first?
Ooh, should we do the last one we looked at?
Oh, just a plain one?
Yeah, just a plain
Dead
one.
easy to do. So this one I made for my little girl because things in a pencil case keep going a bit, well, they keep going missing.
Right.
So she wanted to please return to. So you can see how that it's basically a stamp. So you take it off your carrier sheet, you add your ink, and just make sure you really ink it up. And then you've just got, I'm going to stamp loads on here, I think. I'll pop it on there, give it a good press. And remember, you could be using like your Versa Craft ink, and you could be stamping that onto fabric, all those type of things.
Now you've seen all the options that we've got available, you're making your choices, because basically you know what you want to say, we don't. That's why the email is important. But choose whether you want a frame, whether you want the wreath, vine, whether you want the hearts, whether you want the squares, whether you want the robot, or whether you just want a plain stamp like this. What about the fonts and things like that? You choose the fonts, presumably.
Yeah, the fonts are standard. So you will notice on, if we take the robot, I've got to stamp the robot. I've stamped one for my little girl, I've stamped one for my little boy now.
Yeah.
So we'll stamp Eddie's. Pop that there. So you'll notice on the robot and on the squares one, I've changed the font. So I nearly put my ink on the wrong place then. So on here, you have got a much more, well, I can't remember the exact words of it, but it's basically a distressed font. There we go. Make sure I bring that up. So you can see you've got a very different font to this one here, and I think that works with the design.
It does.
So I've already started to make, I know I've been awful, I've already started to make some choices for you. I've said you want more of an industrial text with that robot, and it's the same one with, I started off so well, started putting things back. Oh, I nearly put that on the wrong thing. So it's the same with this lovely square. I do like this one. Because normally, and I'll admit it, up until now, most of our personalised stamps have been very floral.
Okay.
And I sat there and I thought, to be fair, this was the last one I designed. And I thought, oh, they're all flowers. Well, apart from the robot. And I thought, no, I want something a little bit more different. I'll pop that one on there. Yep, so you can see we've got completely different text again on
Yes.
this one
Yeah.
to this. And if you don't like capital letters, we can change that, but I think that works quite well with that design.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I've been playing with fonts a long time these days. That sounds really big-headed, doesn't it? I don't mean it like that. But I've been playing with fonts for a long time, and it's just, you start to look at things and go, oh, this will work, this won't. So you can see on this you could even go into with your pens. So let's just see. I've got my pen box next to me, I can't not use it.
Also, okay, we're using like a black ink here, a VersaFine Versaclair.
Yeah, oh,
but,
yeah.
you know, think about your embossing powders as well, having an embossed name or an embossed message. That would look fantastic too, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. So imagine this one. Let me grab. We'll go to this one, shall we? Now, I will admit it, this one is a bit of a big stamp, and it only just fits on this stamping block, but it does. There we go, see? Snug. A snug fit on my stamping block. It's about 6.5 centimetres wide,
Okay.
from memory, because it fits on our mini polyplate heart as well. So on this one, imagine, like you say, if you embossed it, or I've put things down on there already.
These are great. They really, really are.
Just give it a real good press. You'll notice I'm only pressing where the design is. Pick that up.
They're so
we
crisp
go.
as well. The quality of the stamp's so good.
Yeah, I will admit on one of them, where's it gone? I think it's this one here. I noticed when we came to do it, I haven't quite tidied it up right, and you've got a line where it shouldn't be. But you won't get that on yours, I promise.
Okay. Well, just to let you know, the most popular at the moment is the small vine, I've just been told, and also the last one we looked at as well, without the frame. That's very, very popular too. But the small vine is only £7.99. And just to remind you of what the small vine looks like,
Ooh, sorry.
there it is. And let me just show you the actual size of the stamp. There it is. Your very own personalised stamp, your name or whatever verse or whatever words you want immortalised in polymer to stamp out like that, perfect every time. I can just imagine, you know, all of the cards that you make, that you sell, having that on the back of it. That's just the kind of finishing professional touch, isn't it?
Exactly. And with this one, imagine on your wedding invites, you've stamped this in. Oh, imagine this stamped onto vellum. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
stamped, embossed in white on vellum.
Yeah.
I'm just calling this in really, really badly and really quickly. But
Also, you
just
could
to give you
stamp
an idea.
onto, if you've got the right ink anyway, you could stamp onto acetate as well.
Absolutely. Now, let's just... You can see how quickly it just comes alive, doesn't it?
Yeah.
With the world's worst colour of doing this. I've got to admit, I'm not great.
It could be that you want your business name.
Absolutely.
Business name with a phone number underneath it, very nice.
Should we have a little pink berry? I think a little pink berry would work. Ooh, it's not as pale as I thought it was going to be. Never mind. But you get the idea, don't you? Just pop it in like that. And you said about the vine as well. Let me grab the vine. Should we do the big one or the little vine, did you say?
Little one's in the lead.
Little one in the lead. I'll show you why the little one's in the lead, because it's just beautiful.
Now, Anne in Dorset has messaged in, and you can message via our website, which is what Anne's done. She said, would it be possible to stamp the small heart next to the big one to see the difference?
Oh, absolutely. Let me just do this one, and then
All right.
we'll move on to that. So I'm going to do my little vine.
Any
normally,
questions, just message him.
Yeah, normally I would whack this with my heat gun. Yeah, absolutely, whack it with your heat gun
Yeah.
before you start putting your pens and stuff on it. But you can tell I'm impatient.
Does the process of making these take a long time?
Yes and no, there's a lot of waiting, because we hand pour our polymer.
Right.
So Mr. Roo has to stand there and make sure he gets all the bubbles out, because one bubble can wreck the whole stamp.
Right.
So, yeah, he stands there a long time, making sure it's all right. He then uses him and Big Bertha. They do this dance where they have to move them. It's a horrible, sticky process. I don't do it.
So you design the stamps?
I design them, and then it goes over
He
to
goes and
Mr.
makes
Roo to do them. But yeah, you've got to have the polymer really hot, and I don't do hot.
Right.
Oh, I don't do hot. And it's sticky, and yeah. So, no, Mr. Roo does that side of it, and then I do the fun bit, which is the designing. And then I get to pack them, because they all come on a big sheet, and I stand there and I take them all off individually. It's like, oh, and when you see one that you thought that might not work, or it might, you know, you're not too sure about, and when you actually see it, it's like, oh, love that. Right, so you wanted that little heart, didn't you, next?
Yeah, that's right. So Anne wanted to see the large heart. Well, there's the large heart for you.
Yep.
Obviously, the larger the stamp, the more you've got opportunity to put stuff in, and words in, obviously. There's more area to play with. But to show you the difference between the heart, large and small, here we go.
So there's a little one. And I know it sounds really mean, doesn't it, calling it the little one? It's not actually that small. To be fair, this on the back of your card is a good...
It's a good size.
Good size. Tell you what we might do. I've got a couple of cards behind me. So pop that there. I'm being economical with my paper, aren't I? Just realised. There we go.
There we go.
See?
There you go, Anne. So large, small, £9.99, £7.99. Both amazing prices, amazing value for money. Maybe go for one of each, possibly.
Well,
When you're doing larger projects, you've got the larger stamp for that, for bags and things like that, maybe, or big tags. When you're doing smaller projects, I mean, that would be, if you went for both large and small, that would be £17.98 for 2 stamps and 1 P&P.
yeah, 1 P&P.
That's pretty amazing.
It is. So I've got, this is a set we've got coming up in the next show. 5x7 card. So if I was, actually I'm going to put the robot one on the back of it. I was going to put that little heart on it, just to show you. But you can then, so you get an idea of it on the back of your card. Oops. My little boy will be really pleased that he's getting credit for making a card. Normally, you would open up your card, stamp on the back page, yep.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be stamping on top of, like I am, many different layers. But you can see this on the back for 5x7. It's not getting lost.
Nope.
But it's not overpowering either. Oops. I'm overpressing this because, I have as well. I've got all bits on the front. I didn't really think it through. There we go. It's close. You can see I've got different layers I'm stamping over.
Right.
Yeah. So you can see the size of that on the back. Yeah, see, that's why it didn't stamp, because I've got layers. Yeah, don't stamp onto layers. But you can see good size on the back of that sheet. Same with your heart. Imagine that.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah. So again, it's not too much. It's just enough though.
I mean, it could be, not cards at all. It might be that you make things out of wood. Maybe you make kind of 3-dimensional objects and that sort of thing. Again, you can stamp onto those as well, provided you've got the right ink, and all the different inks you need for those will be on the website. Embossing powders will be on the website as well. But just having the opportunity of having your name, your business name, whatever words you want, immortalised in a polymer stamp for a few quid, because that's all it is really, isn't it, at the end of the day?
Yeah.
It's pretty impressive. And the stamping quality is superb as well. And you've been doing this sort of thing, or making stamps like this for a long time, yeah?
Yeah, a long time.
Now, the vine is still in the lead. Large or small? Small one, okay. But let me just show, because Anne was asking about the difference between large and small with the hearts. Let me just show you again the difference between large and small with the vine just here. Again, there's only £2 in it, really. It just depends on what you're going to be using it for, what are you going to be stamping on. Would the large one go down better and stand out more? Or would it be the small one? Maybe on the back of things, the small one would be perfect. But then, of course, if you're doing RSVPs and save the dates and things like that, you may want to actually have that as the main focal point in the middle of a card, a bigger card, then that would be the good one. Before we take a short break, another question coming in, and this is from Eunice. Hello, Eunice. She said, I've just joined the programme and I've missed how to give your details for the stamp. Can you please repeat what I need to do? Thank you, from Eunice Quinn. Eunice, not a problem. Well, there's 2 ways of doing it. The easiest way is when you've made your order and you've talked to our operator or gone on our website, just send an email to Kim@CraftyRoo Designs with your order number. And then she'll match your order number up with your request and just tell her what you would like. Or having said that, if you don't want to do that right now, Kim will, if you don't email her, she'll actually email you when she gets details of your order from us tomorrow, and then just reply to that email. But of course, the earlier you reply to the email or send her what you want, the earlier you'll get your stamp, basically.
And remember to check out your junk, because I do like to hang out in junk.
Right, yeah, that does happen sometimes.
Yeah.
If it's
I don't know why, they see it and go,
yeah,
throw me in junk.
If you don't normally go there to check, have a little look, because sometimes when it's a new email that's come through, sometimes the computer thinks it's rubbish, puts it in the junk file. But yeah, keep your eye on that.
I'm not rubbish.
No, not rubbish at all. Okay, we'll take a short break. Back with Kim and more personalisation from Crafty Roo in a couple of ticks.
Here at Hobbymaker, we love seeing what you've been making, and it's our job to keep you inspired. So how does a £100 credit to your Hobbymaker account sound? Every month, we're going to be giving away a £100 credit to one lucky Hobbymaker's account. And all you have to do to enter is simply send a photo of your crafty makes to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We will be picking one winner each month at random, and we'll announce the lucky winner on air in the 5 p.m. show on the last Saturday of every month. So what are you waiting for? Get crafting, get motivated and get inspired with HobbyMaker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
And again.
Now Kim is back with us here
I
at
was doing
HobbyMaker.
dance.
Were you? That's all right.
I was watching the wrong screen.
It's HobbyMaker, you can do what you like. You can dance if you like, not a problem. Yeah, we're here with 2 shows with Kim today. We've got a different show coming up at 4 o'clock.
We have.
But this show is all about personalisation, personalising stamps. Now, you're used to going out and buying other people's stamps, possibly company stamps. They've been put together by designers. They've kind of dictated to you what's going to be on the stamp, what's going to be on your card. Now, Kim is giving you the chance of having your own polymer stamps manufactured for very, very, very crazy prices. Ridiculously affordable, actually. And what we've got are these new frames. We've got one that hasn't got a frame on it at all, which is doing very well. But I want to show you the heart first of all, because the heart could be for an engagement, civil partnership, anniversary, anything like that. It could be initials or it could be the names. Now you choose whether you want to have the large or whether you want to have the small. Now they are $7.99 for the small, and they are $9.99 for the large. And there's quite a big difference in the size, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. So again, I said before, the heart actually fits our mini heart polyplate. So if you've already got that from us, it will fit behind there. I wanted something that was big and bold and would just stand out. So on your packaging, things like that, mainly for businesses. And then somebody turned around and went, do you think you could do a save the date? And I was like, I'll have a bit of a play. And that's actually where that idea came from. It's like, actually, it fits perfectly in that stamp.
Perfect.
Save the date. Even imagine for like birthday parties, things like that.
Mm-hmm. And what sort of size is the big heart?
The big one is 6.5.
6.5 centimetres.
Now I can't remember if that's height or width, but it's there's a 6.5 in there.
Right, okay. $9.99 for your own personalised stamp. What's it going to be? Do you really kind of pull your hair out because you've got a very unusually spelt name, or maybe it's a foreign name that you can never find on mugs or personalisation or whatever? It doesn't matter. You spell it. If you spell it wrong, of course, we actually manufactured wrong. So if you do make a mistake with the spelling, do double check if it's maybe someone else's name, not sure how it's actually spelled. These make fantastic gift ideas for crafting friends if you're part of a crafting group.
Absolutely. And last time we brought them to air, we brought some different shapes, designs last time. And we did have people multi-buying them. And they were for friends that were in craft groups and things like that. And I quite often get, through our website, people ordering them. But it's like, can it go to this place? It's for my friend. Yeah.
Whatever you want in your stamp, Kim will sit there at the computer and make sure that it fits, and she'll make it look as good as it possibly can be. So $9.99 for the large one, $7.99 for the small one. Now the vine was the first one to kick in. That was the first one we showed you properly, or one of the first ones that we showed you. Again, if you have a little look at the large and the small, side by side, you pay your money, takes your choice.
Yeah.
Which one's the most popular, do you find? Is it the small or large?
I don't know. We only launched them yesterday.
Oh, right. That new.
They are new.
Right. Well, $7.99 for the small, $9.99 for the large. Obviously, it says handmade by Ellen Thompson. Yours will say whatever you want it to say. It doesn't have to say handmade at all. It could be a website at the top. It could be a phone number underneath. Whatever you want to put in your wreath, it's absolutely fine with Kim, and she will make it look the best it possibly can for that price. OF2693, that's if you want the big one. If you want the smaller one, that's available for just £7.99 as well. If you want to multi-order lots and lots of different ones, you can do that, of course, as well. And remember, everyone pays the final low price and only one P&P of $3.95. Now, the other one, which is quite kind of generic and kind of a good all-rounder, is the hexagon, isn't it?
Yeah, I really like that one. I think embossed, I keep going back to Vellum because I do think that's going to look quite snazzy on Vellum.
Yeah, definitely.
But it's a great space as well. So think about if you're wanting something with a lot of words on there, that hexagon, I can actually fit a lot in there because it's
a large surface area, isn't
that's
it?
the one. I was trying to be diplomatic. Well, I was trying to be polite.
I know what you mean.
Yeah. I was going to say it's the fat
look
one.
at the large one there. Okay, details on the screen for the small one, but the large one, there's a lot of space in there to put quite a bit in.
There is. So on that one, it's a lot easier to put stuff in. Whereas the heart, if you notice, when we've done the heart, we've had to kind of kick everything over a little bit because obviously a heart goes like that, doesn't it? So you have to kick the text over. So I'm going to be really naughty. Where's the heart gone?
Yeah.
It's right down at the front. I'll let you grab it. You've got longer arms. There you go. So you can notice on that one, where we've got your name, I've had to really kick that over. So they're not in line, if that makes sense. Whereas on something like this one, even that one's not in line, but there we go. See, that one I've kept in line. On the little one, see, I've just contradicted myself there, because I've kept Elaine in line, but not your name, because it's got more.
But each and every order will be different,
Yeah,
because
it
everybody's
will.
name's different. If you're putting your surname, you know, how many letters are in it. Obviously, the rule of thumb is the more letters that you want in your stamp, the smaller the letters will be. The fewer letters, the bigger they can be. So bear that in mind.
And
now, 20% of the smaller vine, this one, has gone. I can just see this on, maybe you make your own preserves. Maybe you make your own pickles and jams and things like that for country fairs. We're coming into the summer season. It's going to be a scorcher later this week, everyone's saying. It could be that you make your own biscuits, fudge. It could be your company name, whatever you want to have in here. And if you go through like professional, I'm not saying you're not professional, you are professional, but if you go through like, you know, a wholesale companies and that's all, the bigger companies that do this sort of thing for personalisation for business, you could pay a fortune for it.
you could. And you know, I've done it myself, you know, we go and get stickers made and things like that, and it costs a fortune. This is a nice way, and I think as well, when you're selling something that's handmade, to have that, like, you've stamped it as well. So it is continuing that theme, whereas when you come along and you plonk a sticker on it, it takes that, that personalised.
I mean, this, maybe you make jewellery. You know, before we come on air, Jewellery Maker is on for 5 hours in the morning. And the audience for that is massive, much bigger than I ever realised, to be honest with you. So if you make earrings and necklaces and bracelets, rather than struggling to find what to put them in, why not just have a beautiful handmade by tag or your name or whatever it might be, and you could actually use the reverse side for the price.
Yeah, exactly. My friend was making little hair clips a few years back, and we did some cards and we did her a stamp, and she just stamped in the centre of the card and then 2 slits on it and put her hair clips on it. But they looked really professional at the end of the day. And, you know, the kids had great fun because they were sat there stamping them away. We got a conveyor belt going, you know, we were making the little clips and the kids were stamping the things. And it was great fun, and it was sold at the school fair, and we had fun and it looked professional. You wouldn't have thought that, you know, 4 of us had sat there for an afternoon having fun making hair clips.
I mean, it could be that you're an artist and you do paintings and sketches and things like that. Then again, that on the back of your work or down the bottom corner of your work would look lovely. Yeah. I mean, if you were doing that, for example, I'd probably go for something like this. I'd probably go for the one that doesn't have a frame on it, with just your name. Now, this is really, really busy at the moment for this one. So this could be, again, your name. It could be your website address. It could be absolutely anything that you want there. But of course, Kim and Mr. Roo will make it to order for you. But you have got potentially 2 lines there on the stamp, but there's no frame on that. And, you know, I just think it gives whatever you're working on a real professional finish.
Yeah, because you know it's always going to be the same every single time you come to stamp it. And it is, like you were saying before, my handwriting is awful.
Yeah, mine is. It's got worse as I've got older.
Can't see anything. It's awful. So something like this, even just signing it, you know, on the back, done. I've seen that.
I know we're getting people tuning in all the time, and you might be thinking, oh, personalised stamp, that sounds a really good idea. I want to get one for my friend, I want to get one for a few friends. Remember, there's only one P&P to pay no matter how many orders you make during a 24-hour period. So up until midnight tonight, if you buy 5 of these, you'll only pay 1 postage of $3.95. Plus, each one can be different. You don't have to have the same one twice if you want 2 stamps. You can have different names, different verses, different whatever on each stamp. It's entirely up to you. Now, the plain one, half the stock is gone if you all check out. And remember, the way this works, it couldn't be simpler. All you've got to do is order it as you'd order anything. And if you're a brand new customer, you can do that free phone on our phone number, 0800 001 4433. That will get you through to our call centre upstairs. They will process your order, and they'll give you your order number and your account number. And then you're in with Hobbymaker. If you want to do it on the website, just as easy, just go to hobbymaker.co.uk. All we need is your email address, obviously, to set up an account and then make up a password. You can order it that way. And then basically what I would do is as soon as I've made my my order, I then send an email to Kim straight away. Okay, she's here with us at the moment. She won't get back to you straight away. It'll be tomorrow. But kim@craftyrudedesigns.co.uk. Put your order number that you've just purchased in the email and tell her what you would like, and then she'll get on it straight away. The earlier you send her the email, the quicker you will get your stamp. All right? So kim@craftyrudedesigns.co.uk. If you don't do that today, Kim will send you an email tomorrow.
Yep, tomorrow or the day after, depending when orders come
Depending
down.
on the quantity of orders and all that.
Yeah.
Can we do a bit more stamping?
Absolutely. Which one should we do this time?
Which haven't we done yet? Oh, can we do this one again? I love this.
Plain and simple one.
Yeah, plain and simple. But you
It
know what?
sounds-
So not everybody wants frames.
No.
So if you just want to have your name or whatever words you want to say in a classy stamp up to 2 lines, then this is going crazy. There's only one size, so there's no choice there. £7.99 for your personalised stamp. And
I
imagine
was going to grab that one.
your name or your nickname immortalised in polymer.
So the one we did before was Please Return To, and this one is just handmade by
Right.
Rosie. So literally you just ink them up as you would a stamp. Just remember not to use your baby wipes on them, because baby wipes have a degreasing agent in them, because that's what they're there for.
Could that be your address if you wanted it to be?
Absolutely, we have done a few address lines, which is actually where I got the idea from. Because I had a lady saying, because in America you always put little stickers on with your address. In the UK you don't tend to do that, do you?
No, true.
When you send in post. But yeah, I had a lady the other week order one from me. I thought, oh, that's a cracking idea.
Why not have one for your website, if you've got a website, get one for your address, one for your name, one for your phone number. At these sort of prices, you can afford to do that. And what you don't need, you don't have to use all of them on the same project each time, but I love that.
But it does, and for me, when you get it, it comes and it's packaged, so if you're giving it as a present. Because I used to make these for friends, and it's like, I just give them a stamp, and they were kind of like, all right, what do I do with that? And when I started, obviously, we then decided, actually, it's something we can do. We created the packaging as well, and it looks, it's packaged properly, you've got your lovely stamp, and it's been personalised to you. It looks like you're giving a really good gift.
Yeah, it really does. And you think about all your crafty friends that have got birthdays between now and, say, Christmas, for example. Get a stash of these with their name, handmade by, or whatever you want to put on them. And then you've got the gift there ready to go. It only costs you $7.99, but it's such a thoughtful gift that they're going to use and appreciate and use for years and years and years to come. Order them today. Remember, all of these are brand new to the range from Crafty Rude. Just choose whether you want the hexagon, whether you want the vine, whether you want the love heart, whether you want to have just the one without the border on. We've got the little robot as well, which is dead cute, and we've got the squares as well. Which one should we do next?
It's hard to choose, isn't it?
Let's do the robot again, shall we?
The robot
And
again.
squares.
He is cute. I messed up stamping him before, so he does deserve to be stamped properly this time, doesn't he?
And this could be going, if you've got the right ink pad, it could be going on the kids' sportswear.
Absolutely. On the notebooks.
Yep.
Because my little boy, his name's actually Edwin.
Right.
And at school they always put Edwin on his books, and he hates that because that's not his name.
Right.
Yeah. So popping this on his book.
I mean, kids these days, they've got their phones or whatever, or tablets and that sort of thing. Maybe it gets a bit confusing because they all look very, very similar, and kids end up taking the wrong one home or whatever. Personalise it. Have their name on whatever it is that they cherish and they love.
Yep, so you just need something like a stays on.
Yep.
And it'll soon stamp onto there. As you can see, we've just got our little Eddie on there. It's really cute, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Dead cute.
He is.
And then the other one that we love as well is that kind of retro squares.
The squares, yay. There we go. So you can see, I'm ripping these on and off the carry sheets. They are the normal quality that we would make any of our stamps to, because they're made in exactly the same way.
Right.
It's just we make one of them versus making a lot of them.
And there's no restriction. It's not just names or not just letters and no numbers. You can have a mixture of letters and numbers, nicknames, business names, websites, addresses, RSVPs, anything at all that you want to immortalise in polymer within reason. Kim and Mr. Roo can do.
Yeah. We're getting, we've done it a while now.
Do you get some quite quirky, funny ones sometimes?
Oh, yeah.
I bet you do, yeah. I'm not going to
going
go into
there.
too much detail.
you can see, they are, and they're for me, these are just a lovely, lovely size to work with. Yeah, back of your cards, even just popping them on your notebooks. If you teacher gifts coming up at the end of the year, you could, like the please return to, it could be for your teacher, because, they have their own little libraries in their classrooms, don't they, and things like that. It's just...
I'm just thinking, if you've looked into the possibility of getting like little tags printed, how much were you being quoted for that? And do you buy them by the 10, or do you buy them by the 100, or do you buy them by the 1,000? Once you've got a stamp like this, you can make your own tags. Whether it's something that you've made out of wood, out of metal, out of dough, cookies, that sort of thing, whatever it might be, it just gives the product that professional edge and that professional finish.
Yeah, if you've made like a bag of cookies or something, just a tag on it like this. To be fair though, like you said before, I'd probably go for that one if I was doing a bag of cookies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, yeah, would help if you could see which one it was. There you go. That little vine one. Imagine that, you've got a bag of like tasty little cookies, just put a little bit of string around it, a little circle tag, and stamp that
I mean, that could say handmade with love, and then you sign it.
Yeah, hand-baked, hand-sewn,
Yep.
anything like that.
Yeah, whatever you want to put in the middle of your stamp. Now, if you have got a logo, the thing is, we were talking about that earlier on, we're getting quite a few questions about logos and things. If it's in black and white,
If it's in black and
chance,
white, yeah, it's got to be black and white, no grayscale on there. It's also about the depth of the line. So when I go to scale it down, it'll be whether that line stays fat enough,
Right.
yeah, to go inside one of the frames.
Okay. Cool.
But yeah, most things are possible. We have done some weird and wonderful things in the past.
I bet you have.
So yeah, most things are possible.
Okay. Well, remember, the ordering process is dead simple, because it's just like you're ordering anything from us at Hobbymaker. Free phone number, UK call centre, and of course website hobbymaker.co.uk. Now, the one in the lead, I'm not surprised really, is the vines.
It is, and it's so simple. So before, all we did was just added a little bit of green to it, and it looks completely different, doesn't it? Just with that little bit of green on there.
So £9.99 for the large, £7.99 for the smaller one. They're all the same price, where there's the choice. And the other ones, of course, where there isn't a choice, are just £7.99. So if you want the one that doesn't have the actual frame around it, this is the kind of freeform one. This could have anything, 2 lines basically. You choose what you want in the top line, you choose what you want in the bottom line, but it will come as an unframed stamp like that. And that's just £7.99. Who else gives you that option? Now, the smaller hexagon and the smaller heart also proving very popular. I think probably the smaller ones are destined for the back of cards, aren't they?
I think so. I think they're just that perfect size. Or if you were doing like labels to like go round, what they called, wraps, cupcake wraps and things like that. Yeah, the name will come back to me. Like round a bar of chocolate, that type of thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
So that,
it'll come back to me.
Unbelievably, it's only £7.99. It won't have Jessica Hall on it. What do you want it to have? Whatever you want. Is there a restriction to 3 lines on this one, or not really?
It'll be best fit.
Best fit?
Yeah, best fit.
Remember, the more letters you've got, the smaller the actual font will be. The less letters you've got, the bigger the font will be.
What I try to do is keep your information text very... So you'll notice on this one, you've got a very neat and tidy for your information. So your handmade by, please return to, or save the date. It's a very neat font, whereas your name is the more elaborate font.
Yeah.
So you've got that lovely, script text, and on the other one you've got that more grungy text. So the information for me is the key. So handmade by, you're telling them what's happened on that first line, which is why you've got that more structured text. And then that second one is much more fluid, more...
So to get a Christian name and a surname in that would be a bit tricky? But...
It will be smaller, so
Yep.
but we have, that's the heart, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think on the actual little heart stamp, on the front up there, where's the little heart one gone? It has got 2 lines of text in it, but you'll see how small it is. So if you just pass me, if you pass me that one, you'll notice on this one, I have actually split it up. It's all right. I don't need it for the next show, do we? I'll start destroying the display now. So on this one, you can see how teeny tiny it goes. Oops. I think I moved that as I popped it down. There we go. But you can see how teeny tiny I've had to make it. Even your handmade by is a little bit smaller. But you're not going to get much on that one. So it would be preferable probably a single name in that one, but I'll do my best to get to him.
Well, Kim will do all the jiggery-pokery and make sure it looks as good as it possibly can do. And I can't get over the price. I think if this was $27.99 for a handmade personalised stamp, I wouldn't think that would be excessive. So to get them for $7.99, lots of you are going for different ones, maybe with different names or possibly the same name. It's entirely up to you. No matter how many orders you place in any 24-hour period from midnight to midnight, you only pay one postage of $3.95. See you at 4 o'clock then.
Yeah.
What we've got coming up at 4?
We've got some fun. Should we have a quick look? Look at that.
A little bit of a tease as to what you can expect from Kim and Crafty at 4 this afternoon. A little bit of a kind of a comic theme to it going on, so that's going to be fun. That's in an hour. Next, though, we're going to have a bit of a masterclass, a machine masterclass with the lovely Debbie Robinson. We've got Geminis, we've got the Junior, and we've also got the fantastic Caddy floss as well at amazing prices. See you at 4?
See you at 4.
See you at 4.
I almost forgot. We've got a brand new show starting on Hobby Maker, Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. until 8 a.m, featuring loads of new things. The Early Bird Special, a special offer only available during the Wake Up to Hobby Maker show. Who the Hobby Maker Are You? A slightly extended interview with our guest designers, Help Me Hobby Maker, encouraging you to email in with all of your crafting queries, and a sneak peek. The final 20 minutes of the show, letting you know what's coming up later on in the day. So don't forget to join us. Set your alarms 6 a.m. until 8 a.m. on Hobby Maker. I think I'll get 5 more Zeds in.
This is Gemini, one of the fastest, quietest electronic die cutting and embossing machines on the market. Its industry-leading high-pressure system delivers fantastic results from intricate dies and folders, all at the touch of a button. Its oversized opening and platforms provide for edge-to-edge cutting of US letter and A4 size with thin metal dies, allowing you to cut materials such as thin cardstock, vinyl, craft metal and fabric. No cranking needed, as it will move the plates through automatically and quickly, which means you may spend less time on preparation and more time on inspiration. The Gemini has optical switches, making it hands-free and fully automated, with a built-in auto-reverse function for protection. It's easy to use, so you're always in control. Its sleek, low-profile design makes it a superb addition to any craft workspace. It has built-in handholds, meaning you can easily take it anywhere. The Gemini is a universal die-cutting and embossing machine that works with the majority of all leading brands of thin metal dies and embossing folders. All of the platforms that you need come included in the box, as well as a thick rubber embossing mat for intricate detail work on your dual-purpose cut and embossed dies. The addition of the metal cutting plate allows you to cut intricate dies in a single pass through the machine and enables you to cut multiple layers of fabric. For a perfect cut every time, you need Gemini, the electronic die cutting and embossing machine made by crafters for crafters.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker. Here at Hobby Maker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobby Maker.
Let's do it. Gin. I love Australia, but Turkey. Cow can in Turkey. I need to go back. It's my heartbeat. A cat. I love my cats. Sleep all day, get looked after, get fed, go to sleep again, get snuggles, go to sleep again, eat again. Cat. Never seen The Godfather. Night in, because I'm old. Pyjamas, big glass of gin, cats, husband, night in. torn, Natalie and Bruglia.
Give us that one.
No, can't do it. I'm torn, I'm already. No, can't even do that again. I can't even do that. That's horrendous.
Here at Hobbymaker, we love seeing what you've been making, and it's our job to keep you inspired. So how does a £100 credit to your Hobbymaker account sound? Every month, we're going to be giving away a £100 credit to one lucky Hobbymaker's account. And all you have to do to enter is simply send a photo of your crafty makes to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We will be picking one winner each month at random, and we'll announce the lucky winner on air in the 5 PM show on the last Saturday of every month. So what are you waiting for? Get crafting, get motivated, and get inspired with Hobbymaker.
Hi everybody, good afternoon. It is Hobbymaker on a Monday afternoon. Hope you're okay, you're enjoying the shows. And what we've got for you is a bit of a treat in store for the next 60 minutes because the lovely Debbie Robinson is here. She's already done the first show with us and she's got another one to come at 5 o'clock. But one of the probably flagship products of Crafter's Companion has to be the Gemini machines. We have got for you today a whole hour dedicated to not just Gemini Junior, but also the large Gemini Candy Floss, the limited edition one in pink. That is available in the show as well. So we're going to spend like half an hour with one and half an hour with the other. It is going to be available on the website if you do want to actually get hold of the Candy Floss before we actually get to it. Both offers come with extra goodie bags that you never expect to get. Normally, when you buy a machine, like for this one, for example, here, the Gemini Junior, you would get a few of the mixed media dies, multimedia dies, you'd get an embossing folder, you get some other dies here as well, and your cutting plates, full instructions. That's what you'd normally expect to get for the price. But because obviously Crafter's Companion and all of us at Hobbymaker have got a great relationship, we're all good friends, we wanted, when we launched 100 days or so ago now, to have a deal that was just going to blow everything out of the water. We are giving you not only everything on the top shelf here, but we're also giving you everything on the second shelf, which has got a value of over £50, and you're not paying a penny for it. And it's all things that you're going to use and you're going to need. You're going to get embossing folders, you're going to get the die cleaning brush, you're going to get your Centura Pearl, you're going to get a fantastic multimedia or mixed media die that will allow you to make your own jigsaws in heart shapes, and you also get the cutting board as well to make your jigsaws as well. All of this would be over £50. You even get a fantastic wallet and a bag to put your plates in as well. You're not paying a penny for everything that's on the second step, you're just paying for what's on the top. Now we've got it on split pay as well. It's $139.99, and for so many of you, the Gemini Junior is the machine of choice. If you want a machine that's more portable, you know, probably I reckon 70 to 80, maybe even more % of your dies will fit through this machine on average. That's what people have said to me. $139.99. 4 split payments of $34.99. That's all you pay today, plus your $3.95 P&P, but you're going to get not only the top row, you're going to get the second row as well, a goodie bag full of fantastic Crafter's Companion goodies. QD2049 is the product code if you want to order that today. Put it in your basket and check out. Debbie, I mean, Gemini machines, just brilliant.
Absolutely. So as a company, you know, we're all known for paper crafting, for die cutting, for all those kind of things, you know, lots of different things that we do. We're not known as a machine making company. No. However, I'm going back 6 years ago now, where we developed, and I say we, the royal we, our lovely Leanne, Sarah, and her dad, and everybody got involved in manufacturing a machine. We wanted to bring something that had better pressure than other machines that are out there on the market, and that's exactly what we did with it. The only thing that we've done over the years from the original size ones is we've changed sizes.
Yes.
So this was the second in the line, which is the Gemini Junior, and it is an absolutely brilliant machine. We may have shrunk it in size, but we haven't compromised on anything. So the pressure in this machine is absolutely phenomenal. It's a great die cutting machine. It's not just die cutting though, Dave. It is a dual functioning machine. Yep. Hence the name Gemini on there. It's electronic, so there's no winding, there's no of that hand cranking, you know, trying to get things into your machines. Everything's really, really easy to use. There's phenomenal pressure in here, but the size of this is smaller. So the footprint of this is a little bit smaller than the original. The original has got a 9-inch opening. This has got a 6-inch opening, but it's got the platforms of 6 by 9 inches. Now you think of all the dies that you own, and think of all the companies that make dies and manufacture dies, including ourselves. We're talking about 90 90-odd%, probably, I know Sarah thinks about 95% of dies will go through this machine.
Right.
Absolutely they will. And it is that fact that it isn't just a die cutting machine. You may have seen Becky over on Sewing Street who uses her Gemini all the time. She's crafting for cutting her fabrics, because it does multiple layers of fabrics. I'll go through the boards that we have to show you all the different things that it cuts out. I'm going to put it through its paces. I want you to ask any questions, so you get interactive today. Let us know what you want to see. I've got a load of demos planned to show you the power of the machine, even though it's the smallest of our, and I say the smallest, it's the next size down from the original. Doesn't compromise on a single thing. No. The pressure on this is just as amazing as the original one. It's just the footprint, and the footprint may be that this is what you can, you may work in a very small area. When I first started crafting, I was sat on my kitchen table. I'm not in the luxury that I've got now, where I've got my own room, where I've got my own craft room. I started on a kitchen table and didn't have much space. This would have been perfect to have on there because it sits lovely neatly. It's still lightweight and portable. It has all the features, so it's got those sturdy legs at the bottom. It has all the features of the Gemini when you plug it in, simply at the back, and the little flicker switch on there. It still has the features of the manual sensors and the optical sensor in there, plus a heat sensor. You'll have seen Craig come a couple of weeks ago with the foil press. So the foil press will go through there because it's manufactured with a heat sensor in there too. And it is absolutely amazing. Electronic touch of a button, Dave, a switch on and off, and it illuminates when you push that on. So it's got our lovely trade colour there, our lovely brand colour, sorry, purple. It's got the play and pause button, which means you can stop at any time. If you're only using a fraction of your plate, you can stop that, and then you can use the reverse function on there if you want to do. But the play and pause button is a really useful one because sometimes, I sometimes get interrupted with crafting,
right,
and rather than wait for it to go through, I can actually just press that and stop it, and then resume that play if you want to.
You know, we do this thing every month, Show Us Your Makes. We invite you to send in images of things you've just made, whether it's cards, whether it's things you've sewn or crocheted or whatever. Do you know what I've noticed? When people have sent in pictures, so many craft rooms have got Gemini machines in them.
Yeah.
It's something that really jumped out at me. So many thousands of people around the world rely on their Gemini machine on a daily basis. I've done hundreds, if not now thousands of shows where Gemini machines have been used. I've never seen one go wrong.
Nope, never. Honestly, I genuinely mean it, David. It sounds really cliche when I say this when I bought my original Gemini, but it did change the way that I crafted. And I'm not saying like a game changer. It was a game changer because for me, not only was it electric, it was electronic. Sorry, it was the fact of the pressure. I've had machines in the past, and I'm not going to start it because it's not. That's not what I'm about. I wanted to share you with my experience of the Gemini because I genuinely mean this. It literally. Every die that I owned, from struggling with certain machines, now just goes through there. And in the whole 6 years that I've owned my Gemini, I've got all of the ranges now, just because obviously I work for crafters now, sure. But it's never, ever let me down. It's a fabulous machine. It's got a great deal today. Can I just tell you, Dave, that deal blew me away.
I know.
Blew me away.
I mean,
everything in there.
It depends how you think about it. You can think about it as, oh, I've got a £50 goodie bag that I'm not paying a single penny for. Or you can look at it and say, okay, well, if I buy the goodie bag, just over 50 quid, I'm getting the machine for £89.
And that is, do you know, you wouldn't be able to walk into our store right now and get it at that price. You wouldn't be able to go onto our website and get it at that price. And we can't offer you a split pay option either. We can't do that as a company. We can't do that, which is why we work so well with our lovely guys here at Hobbymaker, and where we can offer you that, where you can literally get hold of a die cutting machine, an electronic die cutting machine. You don't have to start off like I did with the manuals. No. You can go straight in and have a machine that will, I promise you, will not let you down. Can I just tell you as well, not only has it got all those goodies and the standard kit with it and that goodie bag, we offer you a year's warranty. We offer you, you just ring up at any time. If you have any problems, any troubleshooting, you just ring up our head office. The girls there are fantastic. But I can promise you, hand on heart, if anything goes wrong with that machine, we will do our very best to fix it for you. If we can't fix it, we'll send you a new one out.
I mean, it's a workhorse, but it's a good-looking workhorse as well.
Absolutely.
Some die-cutting machines can be pretty industrial-looking and quite ugly, not very pretty, but this is a gorgeous-looking machine to have in your home. Yvonne in Lanarkshire, congratulations, Yvonne. One's on its way to you. You're our first person to check out in this show. Yeah, you have to think about spending £140. We appreciate that. That's why split pay is there. But remember, if you buy it now, if you buy it in like 2 months' time, we probably won't have this offer. £139.99 is what you normally would pay for everything everything on the top here. So yes, you do get a few goodies to get you started. The mixed media dies, which cut through fabric as well as cardstock and mount board, that sort of thing. You've got your embossing folder, you've got this, and you've got your plates, obviously, for all your embossing and die cutting needs. That would be $139.99 any day of the week. Today, and we still have a certain amount of stock. I don't know how much stock we've got left of this. If you buy it right now, you're going to get all of these extra goodies down the bottom here. Centura Pearl cardstock, your die cleaning brush and mat. You've got your embossing folder, 3-dimensional. You've got your dies to make those fantastic little like, what do you call them? They're like rosettes, aren't they? And
yes.
You've also got the jigsaw die to make your heart-shaped jigsaws. I love the jigsaw dies. And you also get the mount board as well. Now, if you want other jigsaw dies, we've got those in the show too, in different shapes and different sizes. So you can maybe take pictures, print them off at the supermarket, and then make them into jigsaws, pop them in an envelope, and people make their own jigsaw
I love
cards.
it, honestly. It's one of those jigsaw. I mean, I love making jigsaw. Most of my family will tell you when they get a birthday card, it's a jigsaw-themed card that I do, because I love them. I think they're absolutely fabulous. The fact that you've got one of those, which is a multimedia die, and not only that, we've actually put in there the mount board for you, so you simply mount your picture on to there and then run that through. And I'm going to talk about multimedia dies. I'm going to talk about intricate dies. I'm going to do the embossing with embossing folders. But you're getting all of that in there. It's a really well thought out goodie bag. This it really truly is. And I just think what you're getting anyway is absolutely phenomenal. And you can go onto our website now, and that's the deal you'll get on the top shelf there. You won't get this deal underneath.
This is
and
exclusive to us.
at the same price that you would pay on any of our stores and onto our website right now. I'm telling you, it's amazing.
No word of a lie, you can easily find manual machines for this sort of price
Yes,
as
you can.
well.
Yeah.
They require a lot of effort. They build up your right arm muscle very, very quickly. This does all the hard work for you. $139.99, first split payment of just $34.99 today, plus your capped postage of $3.95. If you want other things in the show, you want a Shop Crafter's Companion, the caddy, for example, that you can attach to the side of it, that's on the website as well. But let's show you the power, the cutting power first of the Gemini.
And everyone thinks I'm mad when I do this, but I always go in with one of my favourite dies that I bought many years ago, but it's because it's got intricacy to it, and everyone thinks, why did you jump in with this for your first demo? It was because I wanted to show you that power of the machine. It's one of my old dies. You've seen some fabulous dies that we've had on earlier on with the sunflower collection. You could be using those as well, but I've gone in with a very intricate die. The reason I use this one from our Creator Card range is because it's got a nice embossing feature to it too as well, and I want to talk about the embossing side of things. Okay. Not just plastic folders, embossing your dies. A lot of manufacturers out there, including ourselves, have dies that have got beautiful die cuts to them, but they also got an embossing feature in there, which is what this die has got. Now, when you look at this die, you can see when I talk about cutting points, if you see all these individual cutting points running along that die, there are hundreds on there. That's just going across. But this is a full 5x5 piece of die there. Now, I've taken some coated cardstock, and I love to show this just because coated cardstock can be tricky to cut as well. But I'm just going to pop that onto my Gemini plates. Now, the size of the plates, these are 9x6 inches.
I love the size. They're manageable, aren't
they? They are manageable, yeah. And you'll get quite a lot on there as well, Dave. You really will. All you need to think about is if it will fit through that mouth, which is that 6-inch opening. So I'm just going to pop a little bit of tape down onto there, Dave. Now, you get an instruction booklet talking about intricate dies, and it may tell you that you need to put your metal shim in. I want to tell you right now that book is fabulous. It's a guide, and I want you to think about it as a guide to get to know your machine. What I want to say to you is when you get it home and you've got all of these things to get playing with, I want you to have a practice and a play and get to know your lovely machine. Because yes, it gives you how to use it, how to use the sandwiches, and we're not talking bread and butter, we're talking the sandwiches of the plates. And again, you're not having to go out and buy additional plates, which I've had to do in the past. But every single one of them will go through that booklet with you. But it's a guide. I want you to get to know the machine, and I want you to work with the machine that works best for you. And I found my way is I do everything opposite in that book because I like to see what I'm cutting into. Okay. So I'm going to show you the way that I use it. So I've placed down my coated cardstock onto my cutting plate. I've popped the die onto there. I'm going to place the plastic shim over the top. You do have a magnet shim. Now, if you were going to do it the other way that the book says, you can place this on. It's a very useful grid, this, because it's got your inches and centimetres on this side. And on this side, you've got all these, like your 5x7 pieces, 5x5. So if I wanted to place my die into a 5x5 cardstock, I could put the die onto there. It would hold it into place. And I'll show you. Let me just take that off for a second. It holds it into place because it's a... Look at that. It's not coming off. It holds it it into place. So it's an absolutely fabulous, you know, addition shim there. But again, I'm just going to show you my own personal way. It's just the way I work. So I'm going to pop that down and that onto there. And then I'm going to go in with the other cutting plate. Now, I always tell people about getting to know your machine. And I'll try and hold it this way so you can see it. I mean, normally you wouldn't do this at home. But you can hear, I've let go straight away, because you can hear the optical sensors picked it up. Yep. Sorry, the manual sensors picked it up, and the optical sensor in there will tell you if you get your plate combination wrong, it will probably spit it out or stop. It won't take it. It's a very clever machine. Now I'm going to turn that over so that you can see the cutting, and I'm just going to try and leave it in the die because it's, like I said, this one, and you can see that has cut out one pass of that machine really beautifully. And I'm just going to clean my plate because my cardstock stuck onto there. But what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to lift up my plastic shim, take out the magnetic shim, and I did say straight away, lots of dies, including our own, have a lovely emboss feature. And this, again, is explained in the booklet. But what I've just done is literally, I'm just going to now emboss it. So I've literally flip-reversed it, Dave, so it's facing upwards now. And I know people will say, but Debbie, won't that cut into your rubber embossing mat? No, it won't. No. Because the difference between these shims, there's millimetre differences between them. It's all about the shims. I always say try with the lightest, because don't forget, the book will probably have told you to put a metal shim in there. Get to know your machine. It tells you to start with, I always say, start with the lightest of the shims, the smallest of the platforms. Work your machine to work for you and the die that you're using, because all dies are different as well.
It will become your new best friend.
It will become, honestly. It became mine very, very quickly, let me tell you, because I had years of hand cranking, which can be quite challenging, shall we say. And especially if you've got dexterity problems. Now, I'm just going to give it a tap. You're getting in your goodie bag a die cleaning brush, and you're going to use your die cleaning brush like a good girl, not like Debbie's doing. But I'm just taking mine out because I want to speed things up and show you the intricacy that it's cut and also that embossed feature. Now, I choose this beautiful die because it has got, and I haven't taken all my little pieces out, but you will do that with your die cleaning brush. Look at that beautiful die cut. Look at all that gorgeous embossed detail in the centre of that flower. Beautiful. And that is in that one pass of the machine with the cut and then one pass just embossing. It is absolutely fabulous. What I just want to say is when you want to die cut and emboss, please don't do it at the same time. Do it separately, because don't put your magnetic shim and your purple shim in at the same time. That's why I've just shown you that way. And I just wanted to show you that intricate die first off, then embossing it, and show you and show off, and I am showing off, because the power of that machine is phenomenal. Read the reviews, go and look at those 5-star reviews. We sell Gemini machines literally one every 10, 11 minutes around the world. Literally global. This is not a UK machine. A global machine that's around there. But it's and I can tell you why it proves to be so popular is because of this. This proves everything I need it to prove and show off the fantastic, phenomenal pressure that a Gemini is going to give you, whether you're going for the larger candy floss one or whether you're going for the Gemini Junior. This will be down to your footprint. What is it that you want? And again, I just want to show off that. And I'm going to then, in a moment, show you how to do embossing with plastic embossing folders.
Okay, now if you are always on tenterhooks a little bit when you run a die through a machine at the moment, whatever machine you may have got, whether it's manual, whether it's electronic, whatever you do, invest in the Gemini Junior or indeed the Candy Floss. You will not have any more doubt, worry or fear. Is it going to cut? Isn't it going to cut? Is your project going to be ruined? It just doesn't happen. It's quality at a brilliant price. And this deal today is exceptional. It really, really is. To get that goodie bag worth over £50 and you're not paying for it. That's a fantastic opportunity. And on split pay as well. Where else can you get split pay? Interest free here. It's for split pays if you want to go for that. Now, also, we've got the plates. Now, you are going to get a full set of plates, obviously, with it. But of course, the plates you will need to change from time to time. It is one of those consumable things. Now, if you want to order the metal cutting plate, maybe you've used yours to death now and you just want a brand new one, then this is coming on the screen now for you. This is item number PX2093 and the price of this is £6.99, £6.99 for a brand new metal cutting plate, okay? If you know that that's what you're running out of, or that's what you need to change, then that's available. And remember, our P&P is always capped at $3.95 for the whole day. So if you're buying this and you bought something in the 1 o'clock show or whatever, or something from Kim in the last show, you're not paying $3.95 again, you've paid it. So this will be delivered for that price of £6.99. So that's your metal if you want one of those. Very good value for money, actually. And then from the metal, we go to, we'll stay on that a little bit longer. Okay, so tell us again, Debbie, why you would want another one of these.
I will be showing you, Dave. I'm going to be showing you, but because the metal shim I use for multiple layers of fabric, it literally it's like I call it a scissor analogy. When you put metal on metal, so metal dries onto metal, will actually give you a really crisp, clean cut. Now, I did say that in the booklet it tells you on your intricate dies to use it. What I want you to practice, and I want you to learn, and I can see little bits on the top there. I want you to think about the pressure and think about your die. Look at your die and see whether or not. I am going to show you how to do that, but these are consumables. All of the plates are consumables. We're waiting for our cutting plates to come back in, but this is the opportunity to get hold of all the rest of them. You've got the magnetic, you've got the metal, and you've got the plastic as a consumable that you may need to replace. Longevity in plates, we talk about turning and rotating. It does work. Please believe me, it does work. I'm one of those that is terrible and never remembers. Craig has got a system. He has an ABCD on his plate. And he's got a system. You'll find what works for you. But they are consumables. But I can tell you something, Dave, right now, and I genuinely mean this, in the 6 years that I've owned my Gemini, I would rather replace plates than have to keep replacing a machine.
Oh, yeah.
Because machines are so expensive these days. They're not cheap machines. So for me, and I know that that machine never lets me down. So I will gladly, when it needs it, and believe you me, if you saw my plates at home, I might have to do a Facebook Live one day to show you. My plates at home are well battered. They're well loved because I do a lot of demos. I do a lot of card making.
yeah.
But honestly, look after them. They'll look after you. You will need to replace at some point. So today's a perfect opportunity to get hold of those.
Yeah, and save on the postage too. Now, the magnetic shim, if you need a new one of these, and remember, they are all printed with measurements and sizes, all that sort of thing as well, whether you want to do an A6, a 4x4 or whatever. So both sides are really practical, but you've got that magnetism, so it holds onto your dies when it goes through the machine. If you need a new one of these, this is also a really good price of £6.99, £6.99, LX2032 if you want another one of those. Then we've also got the plastic shim. So again, you will need to change those occasionally from time to time. Same price, just £6.99, LT2080. That's that one, and they're all on the website now for you. And the last one that's in front of me here as well is your embossing mat. So if you need one of those, a brand new one of those, maybe you cut into it by accident or something like that. So here we go. That one's coming up on the screen now for you. It's again 6 by 9 inches, perfect size for the junior, and that again is £6.99, and that's JK2068 if you need a new embossing mat. So all of those available separately. Buy a new set of 4 of them. You only pay the P&P once of £3.95. We've also got the storage caddy in the show as well, which will work on the candy floss and also on the junior too. So that's on the website.
It works with our Gemini Junior and also the larger Gemini. Obviously, the candy floss is a very limited edition one, but it's a perfect place to store all your things like your scissors, your poker tools, glues, tape pens, and it attaches. And it's also got a little roll on there where you can pop your low-tack tape onto, a dispenser on there. It's a very useful one, and it can work on the left side or the right side of your machine, depending where you put your machine. And the legs there that Dave's showing you, that's where you fit the legs of the machine. If I just lift my machine up so I can show you, where you fit them onto that side, and it stays secured in there. It's an absolute fabulous little tool as well. So again, if you're wanting somewhere for storage, for keeping things handy together, and I've got one on mine because at home I don't want to keep lifting my craft bag onto my table. I've got everything, another set in there, so I've got things ready to use. Okay. So Dave, can we move on to some others?
Yes.
Because I want to get in as much as I can in this hour. Because we've talked about the Gemini. It's a dual functioning machine. When we said dual functioning machine, we've seen the intricate die with the embossing. But there's another form of embossing in crafting, which always tickled me when I first saw it, because I'm like, how can it change a piece of cardstock into something amazing? We're talking embossing with embossing folders, and I've got what I call a standard embossing folder and a 3D one, and this particular 3D one is what comes in your goodie bag.
In your goodie bag?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm going to talk about the two. Again, in that booklet, it will show you the 2 different ways that you use it, because your plate system if you did see Friday's show, you'll know there is a reason why we have a platform and why we have an instruction booklet and the platform of how to use these. So I've taken a piece of cardstock. I've gone with a nice sheeny metallic one there just to show off the pattern. We talk about technology with our machine of the edge to edge. So for the edge to edge, it absolutely means that, Dave. It doesn't matter where you put your things on your machine. I've had machines in the past where I've had to put things up in top corner. I've had to shim up the middle. You don't have to do that with this because the pressure is immense and it's across the whole of that platform. So I'm sure the two plates that you need for a standard embossing folder, not just us that do them, lots of other companies do them as well. You've seen with Creative Expressions and Kidori, they all have them, is 2 clear cutting plates, and that's your platform for a standard embossing folder, and you are literally sandwiching it, hence the name sandwich, where you're popping that in. So I'm just going to run that through and show you that edge to edge perfection when it not only comes to die cutting, as you've seen that intricate die what I first started with, but also with your embossing as well, Dave. And again, look at there.
Isn't that
look how beautiful. I'll try and flicker it so it doesn't dazzle you.
There's no weak spots or
no
anything like that?
No weak, yep, absolutely spot on. Perfect edge to edge. Now 3D embossing is slightly different and the platform for that is a different platform. 3D embossing folders, and if I just show you so I can show you what I mean, when I close them both together and put them side by side, you can actually see the difference. So the top one is thinner than the thicker one because this one here has got more depth and dimension, more sculpture, more levels of embossing. So because of that, we need to think about the shim. When we talk about the shims, we're talking about your plates. You need to think about that and how you change this around. Don't worry if you lose your instruction booklet. We've got thousands of hours of tuition online again regarding how to do these things, and I've done many masterclasses with it. But I've taken a piece of high shine mirror card this time, and I've used that 5x7 embossing folder that you're getting with your goodie bag, which is amazing. I'm going to make sure I've got it in the right way, so I'm looking for the raised part because I want the raised part to push up into the recessed part. So I'm going to just pop that in there, and we're going to change this platform up. So I'm going to move one of the cutting plates. I only need one cutting plate. Pop your platform with your cardstock in there, and then you're going to place your magnetic shim and your plastic shim. Now, if you find that that's too much pressure for your 3D, and you'll know with your machine about getting to know your machine, you could omit this one and just use those two.
Okay.
So it's entirely up to you. Well, I would go with the recommendation plate first, but you'll know if that's the right amount of pressure for your machine.
It's like when you drive a car, isn't it?
Yeah, it's getting to know.
You get used to cars.
Yeah, and each car's different.
Yeah.
Each car's different. Same with machines, they're all different. However, what I can promise you is the immense pressure is phenomenal. And take a look at that gorgeous embossed detail. And you're getting this in your goodie bag. It is the most beautiful, beautiful 3D embossing folder. And again, edge-to-edge technology doesn't fail at all.
Well, that goodie bag, it's not full of things that haven't sold. You've got the one of the best-selling 3D embossing folders there. Also, you've got the fantastic jigsaw die in there too. You've got your really attractive bag to store your plates in as well. The die cleaning brush and mat, another bestseller. So they're all things that you're going to use regularly, I'm sure. Worth over £50. You're not paying a penny for that. Everything on the second counter is basically a gift from Crafter's Companion to thank you for buying the Junior. Top shelf is what you should be getting for £139.99. Today you get both shelves. While we've still got this offer on, grab it. QD2049 is the product code for it today.
It's amazing, isn't it? And I honestly, genuinely mean this. Look around other machines, look around at the reviews, and you'll see not just, I could talk about it till the cows come on because I literally use mine daily. And I know Craig's obsessed with his Gemini Junior. It's the one that sits on his desk the whole time and just shows you just how many dies go through. You imagine how many shows Craig does and what he does and the amount of work he does and his Facebook Lives that he does. He uses his machine the whole time, and Gemini Junior is his favourite one. I genuinely mean it. None of my machines have ever let me down. It's just a personal choice. So you could go for that candy floss one, that limited edition candy floss. You could absolutely go for that. But the Gemini Junior, with that fantastic deal, with that fantastic goodie bag, it just is an amazing deal that we can't even offer you. We can't do it at head office. We can't do that for you. But I'm going to move on because I'm going to show you as well. I've talked about it being a dual machine, a dual die cutting and embossing machine. But I also mentioned Becky, our lovely Becky. She regularly appears on Sewing Street and she uses her Gemini. And whether it be the Gemini original or the Junior, it does cut out as well fabrics. And when I say fabrics, I'm talking leathers, faux leathers, multiple layers of fabric, denims. It cuts lots of other things, and I've got some boards down here that I'll show you of the different kind of materials. But I think the proof is in the pudding. It's actually showing you.
Yeah.
And again, there is a little section in the instruction booklet that Dave showed you about how to use it. Like I said, I like to play with mine and work out whether I need to add things in. I'm going to go in with and I'm using a multimedia die, and you're getting some in your starter kit, Dave.
Yeah, you are.
You've got some multimedias, but you've also got, which we're going to show you in a moment, that lovely multimedia die with a jigsaw, with a mount board, and we'll show you that as well. But I've taken some real leather. Now, we've got lots of things on the show today. There's some faux leather on the show. There's some cork on the show. There's lots of things that you can have a look around on. We've got lots of jigsaw dies and things like that. There's a lot of things. Go and have a check out. But I'm using some real leather. I'm actually nearly running out of my upholstery leather now. I managed to get this one of our lovely Laura, who used to work with us. She got me loads because she was friends with the person up there. But it is real leather. You can smell it, sniff it. It's absolutely fabulous. Honestly, I love leather. I'm going to have to find another supplier to get some scraps from, because I'm literally on the last dregs of my...
You would think, though, that leather would be a real...
because it's a real, real thick material. So on the booklet, it would say use the metal shim. I'm going to use it without. If I need to use the metal shim, I can always pop it in after, but I would rather do it with the less pressure. And it's about that longevity and looking after your plates and your things like that. So I'm going to go without first. If I need to add it in, it's another run-through machine. It's not the end of the world. It really isn't. So I'm going to pop that down facing onto there, and I'm going to run through, and if I remember rightly, that's a yeah, so let's try it without, Debbie. Let's try it without. Don't get daft there. It's a multimedia die.
Okay.
So I'm not putting in my magnetic shim. I'm just using my plastic shim onto the top, and then my other cutting plate on, and we'll run that through. And like I said, I would rather try it this way first, and if it doesn't cut, I'm not going to worry about it. I can hear some action going off though in there.
Yeah, I can hear.
Yeah, so, and I always remember the first time I used a die cutting machine, and I'm talking an hand cranking one, and I heard some crackling. I thought, oh my God, I've broke the machine. I went running back to the shop where I got it from. I was like, I think I broke it. She laughed at me, but I didn't know that.
No.
I did, because I'd never used them before. I'd never done Papercrafting.
It does sound quite dramatic when
it just sounds, yeah. But honestly, if you hear that, that's a good sign. It is a good sign. Now, can I show you this? This is absolutely phenomenal. It's like a hot knife through butter. Let's get in close. Can you see? There is no fraying, nothing at all, and I didn't need to use my metal shim. This is real, genuine leather.
So
real
now
thick
we've
leather.
gone from card making to fashion.
Yeah, fashion,
applique,
if you love mixed media, where you can add things, and you can also do as well. And our lovely Sarah always does this, but you can also emboss.
Yeah.
Can you think that you could emboss leather? We had a lovely lady that used to come into the Chesterfield store, and she made key rings, leather back books and key rings and things like that. And when I showed her, because she sat with me, and I showed her how you could emboss leather afterwards, and she was absolutely blown away. Bought one in store with us, and said when she come back in, she literally. Honestly, Dave, she was blown away with what it could do.
Would bounce back, wouldn't you?
You'd think it would. You'd think it would, but it doesn't.
It doesn't.
So I'm using the same combination because that's the 3D folder, and in my head I just had to remember that, yes, that was a 3D folder. So changing up that combination again, it's not your two plastic shims, it's your magnetic shim and your other cutting plate, plastic shim. And when you look at this now, can you see that lovely detail? And I don't know if we can get in, I think we've lost... Thank you, Jimmy, because our lovely Steve, I think he's just gone somewhere. In fact, look at him, God love him. He's come running back in because he heard me say he's going to go in. So you can get that. I'm so sorry, Steve. Were you having a quick swig? We're having a little blessing. They work so hard here. I don't think any of you guys realise just how hard they work, and literally just grab a break when they can, a quick run round there, quick swig of a cup of tea there. But that's amazing. Just look, that's the power.
Gonna stay like
and
that.
that's going to stay like that. I don't have to coat it with anything. It stays like that. So we've covered there a very intricate die and done some embossing with it. We've done embossing folders and we've done real leather. I'm going to move on to, in a second, Dave, multiple layers of fabric.
Okay, and also things like craft metal as well. So this really does go from a card making machine to a multifunctional machine. It really is amazing. $139.99, remember, is what you'd normally pay for the top row. So what we're looking at now, there are the multimedia dies, there's your embossing folder, they're standard everyday dies, and all your plates. That's what you'd normally pay $139.99 for. Today, you're going to get everything on the second row included, including your mount board to make your own jigsaws. You've got the three-dimensional multimedia jigsaw die, so all pictures now that you take and print off can now be turned into jigsaws, which is amazing. The die cutting brush and mats, you've got Centura Pearl there, that lovely 3D embossing folder that Debbie was using a few minutes ago, and also your rosette maker die, that's included, even the bag to put your plates in. That's got a value, all of that on the second shelf, of over £50. So think of it, if you're buying that, you're getting the machine for $89.99.
It's amazing.
Or you're paying $139.99 for the machine, you're getting that for nothing. Whichever way you look at it, it's a deal that's just too good to miss out on. And remember, the first split payment is there for those of you that want to have interest-free. We offer you that as a company. It's QD2049 if that's the deal that you'd like. And if it's your first ever purchase, welcome to Hobbymaker. We welcome you every single day between 1 and 6, and weekdays between 6 and 8 in the morning as well with Wake Up to Hobbymaker. So we're back doing that as of from today. Whatever you do, grab the deal while we've got it, QD2049, and it's on its way to you.
And I can't get my head around the fact that for £90 or just under £90, you can get an electronic die cutting and embossing machine.
You take the goodie bag off.
Take that goodie bag price off there. That's amazing. Honestly, it really is a great opportunity. If you know someone out there who wants to move on, maybe they want to upgrade their machine, maybe they want to move on from a manual machine, let them know. Let them know that there's a deal going off. Tell them to tune in right now to Hobbymaker. It'll be available for you, literally, this deal, as long as we've got it in stock, is what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
As long as we've got it in stock.
And there will come a time eventually.
And there will come a time, yes, they
when the
will.
offer's
Absolutely.
over.
Absolutely, they will. But yeah, do yourselves a favour. If you want to as well, take that leap yourself. For, what is it, did you say £34 for one split pair?
$34.99, yeah.
Take the leap yourself. And I promise you, there's the money back guarantee as well, and things like that. You know, if
30 days.
you don't like it, 30 days, bring it back. Absolutely, but I can tell you now, you won't. I promise you, you will not, because you will know when I say that little old cliche of how it changes the way you craft, it really does. Crafting became a little bit laborious. I once did a retreat and I'd got 25 people and did a lot of die cutting with my manual machine. I ended up going to doctors because I literally did myself an injury. If I'd have had this, that would have saved so much time and effort. And literally, genuinely, it's been a pleasure to craft with, because crafting shouldn't be hard. It should be a chore. You shouldn't be having to hold things down and ram them through or
Also,
shim them up.
It
should be a joy.
You haven't got any fiddly knobs and buttons either. So if you've got manual dexterity issues, these plates are really, really easy and lightweight to hold as well. But the machine takes it from you. You haven't got to push a button apart from turning it on. That's all you've got to do.
Exactly. Now, we're going to talk about the, I've mentioned Becky a few times, so we're going to talk about materials. Now, you can cut through a piece of material one at a time if you want. But if you want to do multiples, if you are doing your applique, I can never say that right, applique or applique?
Applique, yeah.
If you want to do things like that, or, you know, you can do that with your multimedia dies. And can I tell you, these multimedia dies come with this machine. So you're going to get these anyway, but I've taken some fabric, and I think there's 8 pieces there, Dave. I'm not sure. It could be 6 or 8. I'm not sure, but I'll put those down and we'll give it a go, because it'll either do it or it won't. But you're going to put in your metal shim. This is when you would use your metal shim. I want you to think again about that analogy of, I'm asking it to cut through 6, 7, 8 pieces of fabric in one pass.
You want a clean cut.
I need a clean cut. So I have got a multimedia die, so I'm popping down my cutting plate, metal plate, all that fabric. I don't know if you've noticed when I've been cutting the leather out, I haven't gone up to that top corner or anything like that. I'm going straight in the middle of the machine.
Yeah, straight
it's that, it's the amazing pressure that runs along the whole of the machine. Now,
I mean, I've seen some machines in my time that have got like sweet spots and
Yes.
weak spots as well. There's no such thing with the Gemini.
No, not at all. Now, this is when I'm talking about looking back at your instruction booklet and getting to know your machine. What I will say to you is, if you're doing multiple layers of fabric, you will not be using your magnetic shim at all. What you need to do is pop on your plastic shim onto the top and then your other cutting plate onto the top. Can you see why I like to do it this way, Dave? I can see everything.
Yep.
That's why I prefer this method. But I'm going to run that through. Now, the sensor's in there. If that's too much material, it'll stop. I can hear it working. You can hear the change in the machine. You can hear the change in the motor. Absolutely. You can stop it at any point as well, and I will talk about that in a moment. Actually, I stopped it Well, I shouldn't have stopped it there, Dave. You can stop it at any point. You can reverse it so you can bring it back. If there's some die that you've got that may need that double coat, you can reverse it back. That's what that reverse option is there for. If you're only using a fragment of your plates, that's what the reverse button is there for. So I want you to think about this as a really clever piece of machinery that does exactly what you want it to do, Dave. And honestly, it's just, oh, Dave, what were I worried about? Look at this. Take a look at this. Can we go overhead for a second?
Everyone accurate, everyone absolutely 100% the same as the next. So for applique and for quilting and things like that, where accuracy is absolutely key. Look at that.
And look at this. And shall we do the count? Because look at that again. That hot knife through butter analogy that our Sarah uses. No fraying whatsoever. And the plate, that's that crispness. That's what you get when you use your metal shim into there. And let's have a count how many we've done with these, Dave, because my fingernails are incredibly long. I can't wait to go and get a new set on, I'm telling you. They've just overgrown and I really need to get them. Plus I was playing with inks yesterday up at head office and I'm caked in ink still. Try as I might, I've still got to, in those nooks and crannies that you can never get rid of. But let me just open that up. So let me get my poker tool in there. So up to now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's have a look. 5,
If you normally cut shapes out like this with a rotary cutter, the room for error is quite large. Not with a die like this.
No, and look at that. We've got 8 pieces of fabric cut out to perfection. So if you are, or you know somebody again who wants to like speed things up a little bit, make crafting easy, make sewing easy, make your die cutting easy. That's exactly what this machine can offer you, and it's absolutely phenomenal. So we've got the real leather, we've got the fabric. I think I might try one more if I may, Dave, if you'd allow me just to do one more with some fabric, because we do lots of fabric under our threaders range, and we've got some glitter fabric which is just beautiful. But sometimes, and this comes down to the pressure of the machine, and I'm going to try this. I've not tried this for a while, so I'm going to try this one. I've got glitter fabric that's got glitter encapsulated into a bendable fabric, so you can see what I'm doing there, literally, pulling it in all sorts of shapes and sizes. But I've got a die that I use, which is one of, it's a Papercraft die. It's for paper. It's not a multimedia die. I've been using multimedias on the others. So this is a Papercraft die.
Multimedia dies are deeper, aren't they?
Yes. Yeah. So this is when, again, about getting to know your machine. So we'll put me cutting plate down. I'm going to actually bring me metal shim because, again, I'm asking it to cut through fabric. So we're going to do that, Dave. And again, I'm placing it into the centre of that plate. I'm going to put me plastic shim onto the top. But because it's a paper die and not a multimedia die, I can bring back in this.
Okay.
This is the only time you can use it. You don't use it with a multimedia die. But when it's a Papercraft die, you could try it with. You could try that. Again, it's getting to know your machine, and we'll run that through. And again, you wouldn't be doing this at home. Let me just. This is a good little tester. Do you know, because I stopped it. If you machine, you know, if it stops and it won't accept it, the manual plates don't. Put your finger down onto that middle button, and it kickstarts the motor. Right. Nice little troubleshooting one there. Did that on a purpose for you guys, especially for you. You see, that's what I'm here for, like a public service announcement, Dave. I just do these things on a purpose. She says. But honestly, you know, you get to know your machine and you get to know its capabilities and what it can do. And I'm not just talking our dies, I'm talking all of the other manufacturing dies that are out there from all the companies across that it will cut through. Because I know a lot of our machines that come, say Gemini, and you think it's only going to work through a Gemini. No.
It worked for all other makes.
Yeah, all other makes. Dies. Absolutely. Now, remember what I said about the fabric, and remember what I said about a Papercraft die. Take a little look, and I'm going to prove, again, proof is in the pudding. I always think the best way to show you is to show you how incredible this machine is. There's no point me just going, oh, we'll make some pretty cards with some great deals that we've got on the show. No. I want to show off this machine. I want to show you the reason why I bought it before I worked for the company. Obviously, the Gemini Junior came along afterwards. I couldn't wait to get my hands on it, let me tell you, because I knew what my big one did for me. But can we go in close to there? Look at this. This is glitter fabric cut with a Papercraft die. That is amazing, and that shows you the power of the Gemini. And I've also given you a little 101 with plates, sandwiches, combinations there.
I know a lot of crafters, and many crafters have got more than one die-cutting machine. So maybe this is going to be your second one. Maybe you've got one big one in your main room, and maybe you want to have something that's a little bit more portable, that sort of thing. then this is the one that's going to give you total portability for $139.99. Remember, it's got a 6-inch mouth as well. You've also got all the plates, and remember, you're getting for a limited time only that £50 goodie bag. That £50 goodie bag, you're not paying a penny for it, because the $139.99 is normally what you pay for just the top layer. You're going to get both the first and the second, of course, as well, all of them together at $139.99. So you're basically in the goodie bag for 50 quid and you're not paying for it. It's amazing. All of that comes together. QD2049 is the product code. Many of you are deciding that this is the machine for you. Now, we've also got not only that machine and, of course, the candy floss in the show. How do you like the idea of making your own jigsaw cards, or just jigsaws in general? Because this is great. Now, this is a combination of having the die that will cut it. It's a multimedia die, so basically what that means is, again, it's slightly thicker, so it will get through the actual grey board as well, the mount board. So you're going to get basically 20 sheets of the mount board and the die that gives you the fantastic jigsaw pieces. So you put your picture or whatever it is you want to turn into a jigsaw, stick that onto the mount board, and then that die will cut out all those pieces for you. You can make your own jigsaws. Rather than sending cards in full, why not make them into little tiny jigsaw pieces, get the person who's receiving it to put the jigsaw together. It's a great, great concept. And you're getting both these together for £37.98. Oh, no, that's the price that it should be, but we're going to take it down, not by a few quid. I've just been told where we're going with this. I didn't see this coming. We're taking it to half price. Wow. Look at this, £18.99 to make your own jigsaws. And you can, long after this is run out, the mount board, you can carry on making jigsaws out of any type of cardstock you choose to. But the mount board is perfect to give you rigidity and strength. Just stick whatever picture you want to onto the mount board, turn it into a jigsaw. £18.99, great opportunity. You can buy this today and sell what you make, of course, as well. You can take commissions. If someone's got a favourite picture, maybe it's a wedding picture, maybe it's a christening picture, maybe it's your favourite pet or whatever, you can offer, I'll turn it into a jigsaw for you if you like. What a great idea. What would you charge for that as a service? Fantastic. 24 die pieces you've got in there. Now that's the smaller one of the two. The larger one, this one is, what size was that first one? First one was 5 by 7. This one is 10 by 8. So a 10-inch by 8-inch jigsaw that you can make now. Again, you get the mount board included as well. Now this one is coming in at $67.98, but we're going to do even better with the larger one. Bear in mind, you will need your larger machine for this one. You can use the Junior for the smaller one, but this one you will need your A4 machine. Where's it going? $29.99. This is fab. I haven't seen these big ones before. I've only seen the smaller jigsaw dies.
Obviously, you'll need your larger machine
Yes.
for this one, but yes, I love jigsaw dies. When I first heard the concept, it blew me away. And we started with a smaller one, and then we've brought in bigger ones, then we've brought in shaped ones, which is what you're going to get in your goodie bag if you're going for the Junior. But these are fantastic. They're such good fun, and they're multimedia dies.
Yep. So
you can pop onto your mount board a picture. Go, and I would say definitely spend a couple of extra pennies to print out on photo paper. Get yourself some photo paper. Print out your pictures of your loved ones or whatever. Maybe your fur babies, maybe your grandkids, whatever it is. Pop it onto there. You'll need some stick and stay, which is the spray glue, or you can mount it with tacky glue.
Yep.
But you'll need to let it dry if you're using tacky glue because of the it stays a bit wetter longer.
Okay.
But yes, absolutely. Pop that on and then run it through, and you've got yourself a lovely jigsaw that you can either have a play with in form of card making, or you can actually gift it. You can gift a jigsaw to someone, and that size is absolutely, it's a belter and a great deal.
To have the mount board included too, 20 sheets of it with this die, you'll have so much fun with this. And that is just $29.99 today, and it's LY2046, the product code for that one. Free phone number, remember, if you're a brand new customer, you've never shopped with us, phone the operator. It's a free phone number. The call centre's in this country. It's in our building here. They will process your order for you and give you an account number. If you want to do it on the website, you can do that, of course, as well. hobbymaker.co.uk. We just ask for your email address and then make up a password, and you're in. And you can enjoy Hobbymaker every single day of the week. Now the storage quickly, we mentioned this earlier on, this storage caddy, this is brilliant. Now this will work with the big A4 candy floss as well as the Gemini Junior. Basically, the caddy has got, as you can see here, 3 spaces just here. They are designed to actually fit the feet of the machine. So this is going to butt up against the machine, either left-hand side or right-hand side. You've got the area there for your low-tack tape, your tape dispenser with a little serrated edge to cut it for you, but loads and loads of storage area. This will work with the Gemini Junior and the large Gemini, $29.99, and it looks the business as well.
It does. Do you want me to show you how it fits on,
could
Dave?
you?
You want to bring it here? I'll show you. Let me show you how to fit this on. For me personally, storage space is it's been a big thing in my life over the last year. But whether you want to have it on the right-hand side of your caddy or the left-hand side caddy, it's entirely up to you. Whether you're going for the Gemini Junior, it will fit on there, or if you've gone for the pink candy floss one, or if you've gone for original white one, it's going to fit onto those as well. But simply, you raise your machine where you can see the 3 legs, and you're just going to pop those in, and I'm just going to try and do this by eye. Excuse me a minute, Dave, because I'm going to have to go down because these counters are so high. But you sit it into there, and then it's attached on, and then you've got all your places, all your little segments for things like your brushes, maybe your scissors, maybe your glues, your tape pens. You've got that lovely piece there where you can pop your tape on, so that's really handy.
Yep.
And to be able to just snip it off and bring in your low-tech tape when you're using your machine. So you can see it sits on either side of the machine really quite easily. So I suppose it depends on which side you want it on.
It's such
you
a clever
just
design,
pop it on either side. That's how easy it is to put it on, but it's a great storage solution, especially if you want to keep things to hand that are, you know, for die cutting, all those things that you need for when you're putting your cards together. That is a fabulous little tool to have. And I say tool, it's even got, which we haven't mentioned, space
Oh, for your plates.
for your plates. So the plates sit into the little recessed one at the back,
Keep forgetting.
attached to your machine, and it's all there ready for you to get going. It is honestly fabulous. I love mine, so I'll give it you back.
Whether you've got the Junior or whether you've got the A4 Gemini, these will work beautifully well. And if you've got the machine and you paid your money for the machine, it makes sense to get even more out of it with having the ultimate storage. $29.99, LT $20.95, and this will be on its way to you. Fantastic. Okay, now, in with the main bundle today with the Gemini Junior, you're going to get a jigsaw die. Not like the ones we've shown you on the counter, but you're going to get one that's in the shape of a heart. And this will show you the concept of the jigsaw dies, won't it?
Yeah, absolutely. They're beautiful. Can't believe I can't believe this is in a goodie bag, let me just tell you. And it's a lovely shape one. I love these, and I love the love heart for obvious reasons. It's a lovely love heart. You can put your pictures of your grandkids on there.
Yep.
It could be for anniversaries, weddings, whatever it is, whatever occasion it is that you want to send someone to. But we've popped in the mount board in there for you as well, which I think is really useful. So for a mount board, a multimedia die, you've seen me use some multimedia dies in terms of fabrics, but this multimedia die when it comes to like your card, your mount board, is still the combination of your clear plate at the bottom with your metal shim on the top, the card with the die facing down. And when I say die facing down, it's the cutting edge facing down into there. You can hold it, and I think I'll just hold mine on because I know the power of that machine. Remember what I said about a multimedia die? No magnet.
Okay.
Not at all. So just your plastic shim and then your other cutting plate onto the top and run that through. And I'll see if I can get that in. I've turned my machine onto now. Silly old me. Pop that in. Let the machine. And let me just talk. There you go. Can you see? Stop.
You can stop it. You can reverse it.
Start. You can reverse it. So I don't know where I put it on. I don't know where I put it. I don't know where I put me down now. This could go horribly wrong. But I'm going to show you the reverse feature. Just so if it comes to it, I'll just run it through again, Dave. But how clever is that to have a reverse function? And we were the first to do that, can I just say? We were the trailblazers, is that the right word that you use? Did I go all the way through?
Are definitely trailblazers.
Guess what?
Through again.
Yes, because I stopped it too early, like a silly sausage that I am. But I'm just going to run that through. Like I said, pop it through, keep your plates flush, run that through, let the machine do all the hard work. You can be doing other things with your hands.
And remember, this is mount board. This is thick, solid board that this is going to cut.
Solid mount board. Yeah. And I'm going to show you as well other things that it can do. If we get... Oh, mind you, look at time, Dave. Where does the time go?
It disappears here.
It just literally disappears before our very eyes. But... honestly, seriously, you need to get hold of a Gemini Junior where you've got this fabulous goodie bag. I'm just popping those through just to release them because one last piece. Let's get that out. You've got a fabulous working jigsaw. My granddaughter Sapphire, she absolutely loves jigsaw. She's so clever. Just turned 4, and my goodness, she runs ring round and I'm with jigsaw puzzles.
If you're just looking for a new way of making a card that's a little bit different, turn
Yep.
it into a jigsaw.
Absolutely, and what a great
clever.
gift to give to someone as well. Perhaps pop a picture of your loved one, run it again through twice, stick it into a box, and you've got a little perfect gift for someone there as well. But that is coming totally free today with your Gemini Junior.
And that is included in the bundle, in that extra goodie bag that you're not paying anything for. That's in there with the mount board as well. Now, we've got about 5 minutes left on the show. Now, we've got for you the A4 Candy Floss. Now, this is a limited edition machine in its colour. When this sells out, it will never be coming back again. Now, we had a goodie bag with the Junior. We've got a goodie bag with this as well. Value of this goodie bag is over £50. Over £50. Now, £179.99, but you're going to get that £50 goodie bag included on top of what you would normally expect to get with the Gemini Candy Floss. $35.99 is your first flexi payment or split payment of 4, okay? So is it 4 or 5? Is this on
5, a big one.
It's on 5 splits, yeah.
Yep,
It's on
5
5
splits.
split pays.
Yep.
So yeah, the first payment today, $35.99 over 5 split payments. But this is one of the most sought after machines because there was only 1,000 of them produced and they will never be produced again in this colorway. So if you want to have a limited edition that not many other people in the scheme of things have got, even Crafters Companion themselves don't have this machine to sell in their stores. It's just for us to celebrate our birth back, a few days ago now. So if you want this is the A4 one. If the smaller Junior is not for you because you just want to have that extra versatility of the big A4 plates and so on, then this is the deal that we've got for you with the Candy Floss. And what a machine this is.
Honestly, it's a beautiful machine. It's exactly the same. What you've just seen me cut on the Gemini Junior, the larger one will. It's just the plate size is the 9x12, so it's half the size. And let me just tell you, if you've gone for the Gemini Junior, your plates will fit through sideways into your larger Gemini as well. It's a gorgeous limited edition colour. That Candy Floss is just exquisite. You're getting that goodie bag. I think this is down to a personal choice. Do you want to go? I always say if you can afford to get that little bit extra, then go for the bigger one. If you can afford both, go for both because they both do their own jobs as well. And again, depends where you craft. Maybe you've got 2 desks that you craft at. But it's just what your purse strings can. We're not trying to force you into anything. It's what suits you.
What's right for you.
It's what's right for you. And at the time when I got it, was the only one choice, which was the largest one. I know our Craig often says that if that was the only one, that's the one he would have had, the Gemini Junior. But it is phenomenal. The pressure is unrivaled. It's got like all these different things that you can cut. I've gone through a few. You've seen me do intricate dies and embossing. You've seen me do the multiple layers of fabric. You've seen me do the leather. All of these are the different kind of materials that you can cut through from your glitter fabric, your Hessian, to your drinks cans, to your leather, to your faux leather, chalkboard, all sorts of things, craft card, miler. So if you love making your own stencils, you could cut that out. You've got your multiple layers of felt and mount board, as you've seen, mirror card, glitter card, coated cards, like copper sheets, foil acetate, and so on and so on and so on. Because this machine is a absolutely phenomenal power horse. It really is. Whether it's the Junior, whether it's the Candy Floss that you're going for, it will never let you down. It will make crafting really, really achievable and enjoyable again.
The only
and
difference...
it cuts through absolutely, I'm going to say, all the dies out there, apart from, and I will say apart from, do you remember you can still get them, they're called deep dish ones, the ones with the casing on. It won't do for obvious reasons.
The cartridge ones, yeah.
The cartridge ones.
Yeah.
But any other die that's out there on the market, it's going to absolutely die cut for you perfectly every single time.
The only difference between the Gemini Junior and the larger Gemini is quite simply the size of it.
Yes.
There's no difference in the performance whatsoever. There's no difference in the pressure whatsoever. They're both as good as each other. But what would suit you more? The A4 plates, the larger surface area. If that's the case, then go for the Candy Floss that's on the screen now. If you want the portability and the compact nature of the Junior, which we reckon between 80 to 90% of the dies you probably own will go through that machine
And
anyway.
more, Dave, and more, definitely. Okay. We're talking like 90% of your dies that you own your Crafty stash already are definitely going to fit through there. 9x6, nearly fit through there.
Now remember, you are going to get the standard that you would expect. You're going to get the plates, you're going to get some great dies to get you started as well, and an embossing folder or two. But in addition to that, you've got another £50 goodie bag that's different to the one that the Junior comes with, but that will come with this machine as well. I'll be honest with you, this is the stock that we actually begged, borrowed and stole from Sewing Street. No, from Jewellery Maker, beg your pardon, Jewellery Maker. Now, all the extra goodies that you're going to get in your bag are suitable, of course, for Cardcraft as well, but this is the stock that was originally for our sister channel, Jewellery Maker. We've been able to get some of that for you because at Hobby Maker, we did sell out of this. Our stock completely gone. But when this is gone, when the stock's gone, it will never be remade, it will never be reproduced. Even you and your stores haven't got it.
No, you'll not find it on website, you'll not find it in stores, you can't get it. It's limited edition for Hobby Maker only. And while you can get in that gorgeous colour, absolutely, absolutely, if you can, get to that. But don't forget, this Gemini Junior is just a brilliant machine. You've seen me put it through its paces, and you've also got that fantastic goodie bag.
We're back at 5, aren't we?
We are indeed, yes.
Last show of the day at 5 o'clock with Debbie and myself. Lots more Crafters Companion goodies to tempt you with. Next, though, Crafty Kim is here, and we've got personalisation and some brand new stamps that we've not seen yet today coming up. Don't go away.
I almost forgot. We've got a brand new show starting on Hobby Maker, Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. until 8 a.m, featuring loads of new things. The Early Bird Special, a special offer only available during the Wake Up to Hobby Maker show. Who the Hobby Maker are you? A slightly extended interview with our guest designers, Help Me Hobby Maker, encouraging you to email in with all of your crafting queries, and a sneak peek, the final 20 minutes of the show, letting you know what's coming up later on in the day. So don't forget to join us. Set your alarms 6 a.m. until 8 a.m. on Hobby Maker. I think I'll get 5 more Zs in.
This is Gemini, one of the fastest, quietest electronic die cutting and embossing machines on the market. Its industry-leading high-pressure system delivers fantastic results from intricate dies and folders, all at the touch of a button. Its oversized opening and platforms provide for edge-to-edge cutting of US letter and A4 size with thin metal dies, allowing you to cut materials such as thin cardstock, vinyl, craft metal and fabric. No cranking needed, as it will move the plates through automatically and quickly, which means you may spend less time on preparation and more time on inspiration. The Gemini has optical switches, making it hands-free and fully automated, with a built-in auto-reverse function for protection. It's easy to use, so you're always in control. Its sleek, low-profile design makes it a superb addition to any craft workspace. It has built-in handholds, meaning you can easily take it anywhere. The Gemini is a universal die-cutting and embossing machine that works with the majority of all leading brands of thin metal dies and embossing folders. All of the platforms that you need come included in the box, as well as a thick rubber embossing mat for intricate detail work on your dual-purpose cut and embossed dies. The addition of the metal cutting plate allows you to cut intricate dies in a single pass through the machine and enables you to cut multiple layers of fabric. For a perfect cut every time, you need Gemini, the electronic die cutting and embossing machine made by crafters for crafters.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker. Here at Hobby Maker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobby Maker.
Hello, welcome back. It's just after 4 o'clock on Monday afternoon here at Hobby Maker. I'm Dave with you through till 6. The lovely Kim is back for part 2. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Crafty Roo is what Kim and her husband bring to us here at Hobby Maker, and we had a fantastic first hour of personalised stamps, having your own names and that sort of thing actually made into stamps for you. We'll touch on that again a bit later on, but this part of the show really is all about the monthly make.
Yep.
Which, tell us about that. What is the monthly make?
So every month I come up with a new stamp set, which we send out to our subscribers, and then the month later we come and release it on telly. So this is actually what we released to our subscribers, not this month, last month. And this one's just a really fun one. So what you get is you get at least £14.99's worth of stamps in there. You get your inspiration booklet, and there is a whole host of things on our Facebook page, YouTube channels, all about using those stamps. So every Monday, we make Mondays about our monthly make. And so if you come across our Facebook page on a Monday, it is all about monthly make. So if you want to go and have a look about Row and Bot, it'll be anything in April.
Okay. Now, Row and Bot, they're brilliant. Really, really cool. And you're also getting your poly plate as well. Tell us about poly plates. Where do they kind of come into the scheme of things?
Poly plates, they're a lot like a jelly plate, but they are made from photopolymer.
Right.
So you don't have to condition them, things like that. They are basically a huge chunk of photopolymer in weird and wonderful shapes that you treat like a stamp, but they give such brilliant effects with your inks, your brushos and all those type of things. They're just great. For me, it's that thing where you know when you're stuck with your mojo and you just don't know what to do. Grab a poly plate, grab 3 of your most favourite inks, splat it onto the plate, spritz it, and it's just done, and you'll be crafting again.
Well, this is your inspiration booklet, but then over here you've got all of these stamps. There's Row and Bot, and again, how you use them and what you can do with them. There's loads and loads of ideas in this little leaflet as well. So maybe you aren't a subscriber to Crafty Roo, but you like the idea of having these monthly projects that get released. Now you can get hold of it, and it's only £14.99 for the stamps, the poly plate, and also the inspiration booklet as well. And if you're still not sure what a poly plate does, look at that background there. That was done with a poly plate.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's a new way we've got of layering our distress oxides. So normally on a poly plate, we would be using our distress inks, our oxides, our brushos. You can use your paints on them. You can use your fabric paints on them. The only thing I don't suggest you use on them is your alcohol inks. And the reason for that is it just takes so much product to get a decent print that you're wasting product. There is different ways of getting that effect. So that's the only time I would go, hang on a minute, there's a better way to do that.
Okay.
But anything else you can use on your poly plate. If you'd use it on a stamp, use it on a poly plate.
Okay, now I've got some finished cards here just to show you. These are the robots.
Yeah, they are indeed.
Look at these. This is again using that poly plate. There we go.
So on our YouTube channel, you'll find how I created that background using our poly plate.
I'll just move over here so I can show you. Here we are.
You've got our little Row, which is the robot, and then you've got Bot, which is that funny little, well, is he a robot? Is he a machine? You just don't know.
I love him. He's so cute.
But they are great fun. And you've got some really cool little sentiments in there. So robots rule, humans drool, and you've got oh nuts.
Oh nuts.
Oh nuts.
Love it, love it, love it.
They are great fun to work with. It isn't our usual style, well, my usual style, but every now and again we'll do a bit of a quirky set, and these are just great fun. They were fun.
Well, it's the monthly make. We've got it here today for you if you want it, with the stamps, of course, with the poly plate, and also the inspiration sheet. Can we do a little demo with them? Is that all right? And we'll come back to the others.
Oh, that's fine. You want to go straight in with the robot?
Yeah, is that okay?
That's fine. I'll just check.
Fabulous.
Let me just grab my
Who
other
doesn't
bits.
love robots, whether they're a young kid or whether they're an old kid, like me.
That's fine. Well, we will. Let me just grab. Are you going to craft along too?
I'll try.
So I knew I had some here. That's fine. Right. So poly plates. They are just a huge stamp. So we said that before, didn't we? Just a huge stamp. So there's nothing frightening about them or anything. Yep, that one you can grab.
Is that mine?
Yeah, you can have the old one.
Okay, thanks.
I'll open a brand new one. So you can see I'm quite rough with mine. So just peel it off your carrier sheet, just nice and gently like that. And then when you come to put it onto your polymer, you should have a nice big one there.
Yeah, thank you.
Make sure you pop it on, but if you went like this, you're going to end up with all bubbles underneath it. So what you actually want to do is pop it like that and just roll. And what that does is it stops air bubbles basically behind it.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yep.
So we're just going to do that. And then we're going to share these inks. We've got 3 inks. We're going to go palest to darkest. I know it doesn't look like that's the palest, but believe me, it is. Distress inks don't always turn out the colour they say on the lid, so just be a little bit conscious of that. So all I'm doing, I'm popping mine over a white piece of card so you can see what I'm doing.
Yeah, me too.
I'm going to go all over with my blue, just like that.
It doesn't matter how much coverage you get on the stamp.
Nah, just as long as this base one, you really want to make sure you've got it all covered. But if you've got patches in there, don't worry, because it'll soon hide it in a second.
I'll do the same as you, yeah?
Yep, so all over. And then I'm going to take my medium colour. Now, we are using distress inks, so we're fine doing this. However, distress oxides would be layering them one at a time. Well, we'll be taking kitchen roll and doing it slightly different. This time, I'm going to come in, and can you see, I'm just
doing the edges.
just doing the edges, just like this. So we're making, is it a wormhole or a, I don't know what they are in space, black hole, something like that?
Black hole, maybe, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm just going around the edge. So you can see I'm just layering up my colour more and more. So there you go, there's that one.
Cool.
And then I'm going to take my purple, and I'm going to do exactly the same, but even less around my edge. Just like that.
It's great just going straight on with the actual ink pad, isn't it?
Oh, it's great fun. Like I say, for me, polyplates are a mojo buster. I'm going to apologise now, Dave. I forgot to fill your water spritzer up.
Oh.
Mine's nice and full there. I meant to do it. It was one of them jobs. Oh, I need to remember to do that. So you can see I've got all my colour on there, and all I'm going to do is take my water spritzer. So just water. I find it easier, and I know this is awkward, and I know I'm being a pain for the camera, but to hold it to one side and spritz like that. Yeah?
Okay.
Right, I've just realised it was over a plug. Maybe not do that. There we go.
Yes.
Right, so what we're wanting is we're just wanting little bubbles. If it's a big puddle,
Like that.
like that one, when you turn over, it's going to just run slightly. So what I would personally do, let me just grab you Dave's to show you. So can you see here, Dave's got a bit of a puddle going on. If I move that out of the way, you'll see better, yeah? And all that happens is when you turn it over, you've not done anything wrong.
Okay.
Yeah?
See?
Yeah? You've not done anything wrong. All that will happen is when you turn it over, you'll end up getting spots on your paper.
Right.
And you don't really want that, do you? So just dab just a little teeny tiny bit. You know, I'm not taking much out at all.
So just take some of the excess off.
Exactly. And what that does is it just gives you back control. When you flip that over now, it's not going to drip.
Okay,
Yeah?
great.
So I'm just going to give mine one more because mine's not quite as spritzed as I like it. I'm going to turn it over and splat. It really is that simple.
When you put the pressure down, you see all those
Yeah.
colours kind of
So you can
merge.
see why this is my mojo buster, because how can you not be inspired when you've just done something cracking like that? And then just like that, and we're going to lift him up. And there we go. How cool is that for a background? And then all
like
we're going
it.
to do is just going to wipe
show
off
you mine
that
as
ink.
well.
There we go.
There you go.
So you can see just where your puddle was,
Yep.
you've just got a little bit on there.
That's cool.
You know, whack it
Happy
with a
with
heat gun or just leave it to dry a little bit. That's fine. So we're just going to leave it up there. I've lost my bin. And now, should we put a robot on with that?
Let's do it.
So let me grab this
What's
one.
row and which one's bot?
Row is the robot, and bot's our little, I don't even know what you'd call him.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, he's a little machine type thing. I dream, I don't know what to call him. That's why he's called bot. So we're going to grab our stamp.
You draw all these?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. It's all my own. That's why people turn around and go, oh, really? Did you do that? Yeah. It all comes out of my weird imagination. So we're going to pop that on there. It's going to be a bit of a fiddle. There we go. Onto our stamping block. And I'm just going to grab us another piece of card.
So do remember, Kim is only with us once a month. So any Crafty goodies you need, you can, of course, check on the website when she's not here, but take advantage of the fact that she's here. Got any questions or anything like that? Feel free.
There we go. So I've just popped it on. You need to do it a bit of a funny angle. I prefer, a lot of people say you need really big stamping blocks. I prefer having little ones because what that means is I'm not going to get ink where I don't want it. And also, I've got more control. So you see, we've got these special oval shaped ones because I suffer with my hands.
Right.
Yeah.
I think a lot of us do, to be honest.
So for me, these are really easy. You should have a black next to you.
Okay.
And you're just going to...
So this is the VersaFine. So this is a permanent ink, is it?
Yep.
Yeah.
So VersaFine Clear, absolutely brilliant. The only downside of it is it takes forever to dry.
Right.
So we have to use our heat gun a little bit more with it. So I'm going to stamp row. And should
Cute.
we have a bit of bot as well? Because I think bot's quite cute.
Okay. Oh.
Oh no, that's fine. Onto you've got another piece there. We're going to cut him out.
Oh, I see. Right.
I know it looks really. I'm going to cut out. I know I don't normally cut out, but he is really easy to cut out. If I can cut him out, anybody can cut him out. And then I'm going to grab bot as well because he is a little cutie. You can't not have bot.
Is he like a relative, do you think, of Ro?
I don't know. I think he was the leftover bits, and Ro's been, running around.
Oh, leftover bits, bless him.
Yeah, and Ro's just been running around, picking him up and sorting out. Right, so now we've got an option. We can either do some colouring in, or we can use our pens. Which one do you fancy doing? I'm just going to grab my heat gun. I'm not doing anything dodgy.
Pens would be good.
Pens, that's fine. There we go.
It looks like Ro's taking Bot out for a walk.
That's it. On one of my mum's samples, she's got Ro holding Bot in either hand. It's quite funny. Oh.
Oh, no power.
No power. Hang on.
Thank you.
Yay, power.
So we're doing this
The
purely
big plug
because...
was on, but the little plug wasn't. So, just give it a really quick one, just like that.
Yeah.
And all that does is, because VersaFine is such a juicy, juicy ink, all it does is it just lets, I'm just going to pop them back down on, like that. It stops anything bleeding when we hit it with colour. So we've got some greys there, I think. Yep, they're greys. Grab another one. We're not going to do the best this colouring, because you've got the wonderful, you've got people who colour in fantastically, and then you've got me that's just not so...
I do enjoy colouring. I'm not very good at it, but...
Well, these are actually, I've smudged mine already. I'm not doing great, am I? So on mine, I'm just going to, we should have probably just heat embossed them a little bit longer, but...
Doing a different colour grey. There we go.
So if you go in the middle, it's got a bullet tip rather than a...
Oh, okay.
Yeah. See, not the best colouring in. You would take way more time than me at home, and you would have...
But the images are lovely and bold and quite open, so... they're very easy to cut out. They're very easy to colour in if you want to as well.
Exactly. Look, if I've designed it, it's going to be easy. It's not. We don't go for complex. Don't get me wrong. I love the look. So that looks like it's taken us ages to do.
It does actually, yeah.
However,
I don't know where to start to try and get that look without it being a stamp.
Yeah. However, it's dead easy to do, isn't it? And fun, and just my little 7-year-old, well, nearly 8-year-old, I can't say that anymore, he shows people how to do that. So if he can do that, anyone can do it. And he quite, frequently comes onto our Facebook Lives and things like that and shows me how to do it.
It's a lovely thing about crafting, and it's a real family business that you've got. Do you think your kids will follow in your footsteps?
My son maybe, but it doesn't involve cranes or trains, does it? So, I might be pushing my luck a bit. My daughter, no way, she's into dinosaurs and that's it.
Oh, okay. She'll end up working at the Natural History Museum, will she?
Yeah. She does. She loves that type of thing. So I'm just going to... But you can see, you could take ages colouring these in, couldn't you?
We've got to move on in a sec, but you get the idea. I mean, they're really cute.
Yep.
You can imagine the sort of conversations they'd be having with each other. Aren't they great? Row and Bot, this is the monthly make, remember, that was available to Crafty subscribers last month. Now we've been able to get them here as well. So you've got your the fantastic polyplate. I mean, the polyplate would be worth about $14.99, I would have thought.
It's 12. It'll be £12 when it gets released by itself.
So. Okay. So you're going to get the robot stamps as well, and you're going to get, of course, the inspiration sheet too. But the polyplate, that is going to give you some fantastic backgrounds. Just use your distress inks or any other inks that you like for $14.99. Really great price. AS2609. I'm sure every family has got a robot lover in it somewhere. So if you fancy those, just pick up the phone, give us a call, or order on our website, which is hobbymaker.co.uk.
Right.
Okay, now we've also got some more, these are kind of comic capers based, and we've got Blast Off, which is the one I've...
It's got a little rocket.
Is that the one at the bottom?
Yeah, absolutely, one at the bottom.
There we are.
I couldn't remember which way I put them out.
That one. That's blast
That's
off. There we
blast
go.
off because it's got its rocket.
There you go. So that one is called Blast Off. Now, all of these are individual stamps. So you've got your satellite, you've got your rocket, you've got the words there as well, out of this, cosmic, wishes, you are. So again, you can have fun with colouring in the flames coming out the back of the rocket, of course, as well.
Exactly. So sometimes you might want your rocket just stood still, other times you want it with flames coming out of its back.
Show you here. Here we go. This is great. This can be, you know, you've got an absolute artistic license to go for it. Cut them out, or maybe stamp them onto mirror card if you've got the right inks, that sort of thing. Colour them in with your pens if you want to. Who doesn't love outer space? Who doesn't love things out of this world?
But again, they are really simple, almost childlike images, aren't they? That as soon as you look at them, you kind of go, well, it's not the best drawn rocket in the world, but it's a rocket.
It is.
Yeah.
And this is using,
So
is that like glossy highlights or glossy accents?
Yeah, glossy accents in the background there.
Yeah.
So that's our little satellite. But how cool does it look with googly eyes on it?
Yeah, absolutely. So this particular set is just £12.99. We have actually got about half a dozen sets in this show, all with that sort of theme to it.
Absolutely. So your blast off one I think works really well with your out of this world set. So you get like your globe in there. But look, you know, this is one of the frames. So this is out of the adventure set. Mm-hmm. But it doesn't. It's a cloud, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. It all just mixes and matches together.
So let's just have a little look at the set you're going to get again then, because that's the one that's got the rocket in it, as well as the satellite. There we go, look, you've got the stars and all those. I like, is it your handwriting that does the words as well?
Oh, no.
No, okay.
I'm not that good. My handwriting's awful. You won't be reading it.
Very cool, and you get a lot of stamps there for your money, and they're good sizes too.
And you can build up your saying as well. So, may your birthday be out of this world, out of this, I can't even see it now from here. Best wishes.
Yeah. Have a blast.
Have a blast, exactly. So you've got all those things. But what I've done is I've kept the same fonts throughout all the sets. All our Comic Capers sets have the same fonts. So you can mix and match and pick which bits you want from.
May your birthday be cosmic.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's cool.
That's the one.
Only £12.99, £12.99 FP2604. Now, Over the Moon is which one?
It's the one with the world.
There we go,
That
next
one.
to it. There we go. So this has got...
So you've got the world, and then you've got a solid bit of it. So you stamp the solid bit in green and then plonk your world on top of it.
Okay.
And takes out some of the colouring, because you know what I'm like when we're colouring. And then you've got your different planets in there. You've got things like have a stellar day. You mean the world to me.
So this is using this stamp set and the one that we just showed you before. So that would you get both of them for less than £26. And just one cap postage, remember, that's the rule every day. Just £3.95, no matter how many orders you place from midnight to midnight of the next day. So you can order 20 things between now and midnight from us if you want to. You'll only pay £3.95. The computer puts all your orders together and realises it's you and only charges you one postage every night at midnight. And then these will be on their way from Kim in the next couple of days. You should get them, so it won't take long at all.
But again, they are really simple. I can't get over. I can't stress how simple these images are. But you just stamp them, basic colouring. Even I can colour these in, and you get something that's quite a bit different, I think. I don't think you see things like this normally, do you?
No, you don't. No, certainly very, very different. And that's what we're after. We don't want to see everything the same all the time. So this is the Over the Moon. So that's got the planets and it's got the words, of course, as well. £12.99 gets you that, and it's XZ2695 if you fancy those. Someone that's into astronomy, or someone that just loves to stargaze or whatever, or just loves astronauts and that sort of thing. Or comics, yeah. Now the next one is Celebrate.
So that is this big one here.
This one here.
Yeah.
There we go. So Celebrate has basically got friends celebrate. So it's basically a frame that you've got here, isn't it?
It's a frame. So think about when you're reading a comic book and you've got like those big pows and things like that. You know, those like knockout where they say the sentiments. So you can see I've used it in the background on this one. So they all work and interlink together. So it's a nice little frame, that one.
Absolutely. So it's a really, really useful one. But when you want that drama...
It just gives you that like pop behind things. And then you've got, great in there, you've got your little speech bubble as well. So a lot of these, you can see in the background on that one, you've got like boom and pow. They're two separate stamps. So you stamp your speech bubble and then you pop your little bit in the middle.
I do love a good speech bubble, I must admit.
And you've got things like, it links in with the other ones as well. So you've got like LOL on there. You've got old and nope and things like that. So they all link together.
Maybe you're a fan of like Batman, old-fashioned Batman with the pals and the zaps and all that sort of thing. Fantastic. So there we go. That one is just £12.99 as well. And then we've got Adventure, which
Adventure is that top one there with the cloud.
This one, okay.
So this one to me is very, it reminds me of like a diner, you know, with the dots and the stars, so like a very American themed diner type thing. You're all looking at me like, no, she's not on this planet today. Yeah? But those dots, they all interlink, so you can get, let me see if I've got.
Well, there's the cloud. That's one I showed you a few minutes ago. There's the cloud on top of that one that we just showed you a few secs ago.
Yeah. So it's a really good one because you can link it up and you can create a massive background with that one. Again, it's a cloud. Does it work with your space? I couldn't even remember the name then, space rocket thing. And then you've got some great little things in there. Easy does it.
Yep.
Be careful. Yeah. So you can see they're just a fun stamp set. So you've got people thinking of going off to university and things.
Absolutely.
You know,
yeah.
It's a good one. I'm trying to find. I've got a sample right in my head that I just cannot see for the love nor money right now.
Well, they're a lot bigger than the actual images on the front as well. So you're going to get a lot of stamp for your money. You really, really are.
Yeah, you're talking you need a poly mount to stamp them, or you need a stamping platform. You need something that's a big chunky.
Okay, that's $12.99. And then the next one is boom. I think this is my favourite, I think.
Well, I think it's just that. I still can't find that sample. It's around here somewhere. It's going to bug me now. It's just such a powerful one. So you'll see in a lot of the samples, it's just there in the background. And how easy is that to cut out?
A kind of superhero, isn't it? It really, really is.
Yeah. And again, this time you've got the little think bubble. So you've got your wow, your nope, your old in this one. But they all fit in your speech bubble from the other one.
Terrific. Well, this is $12.99 as well. So anyone that loves their comics, superheroes, anything like that, then these stamp sets are going to be right up your street. And also great for scrapbooking as well, aren't they?
Absolutely. So those big texts, so like you celebrate, your adventure, all those things that you can actually go in and colour into. So they're just a focus. So think of your photo and just pop your little...
Now, one more stamp that we have not shown you yet that is available. That's this one just here.
It feels like the little one in the bunch, doesn't it? Yeah. But it's not, it's the lovely one. It's got the happy birthday. So is it a thought bubble? Is it just, you know, that superstar actually fits along, and you've got things like birthday, adventure, they all fit in that cloud as well. So they are all designed to work together.
Brilliant. Okay, well, that's really affordable as well. Only £6.99. So to have that word superstar too, we've all got one in our family. I'm sure we have happy birthday. Really cool. And that's just under £7. OS 2563 is your item number for that. Now, all of these together, if you wanted to go for all of them, because like Kim just said, they all have been designed to work together brilliantly, you're only going to pay £3.95 P&P to get your whole order delivered. And if you ordered something maybe from Kim earlier on, maybe the personalised stamps that we were showing, then you've already paid your postage, so all of this will be delivered for the price you can see on your screen. OS 2653 if you fancy that. All the others are at the website hobbymaker.co.uk. Right. What should we do next?
I don't know. I've finished my little row, but I cut mine out. So should we make something else?
Yeah.
Shall we have a bit of a play?
Right.
You'll have to move your samples out of the way.
Yep.
So I'm going to play with this big Celebrate one, because I love this one. It's got loads of great little words on it. It's got like boom, zap, LOL, and then you've got your Celebrate and things like that. So what we're going to do, well, first up, let's get prepared first. You should have some not poly. No.
Post-it notes.
That's the one. I'm not used to saying polymer. That it just comes naturally. So I'm going to split it. You know, like in a comic book, you get like little sections, don't you, where the image is? So I've created a little section that I'm going to work in. And I think I'm going to start off with, should we start with our Celebrate? So we're just going to take one of these words.
Yeah.
Just have a stamp set in front of you there. I'm going to take my Celebrate, and you're only going to see little snippets of it because I'm just going to create a little background. There we go. Have you got? There we go.
Got it.
And what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make this nice and straight. So I'm going to do my Celebrate, because you wouldn't get things wonky, would you? You know, as like a background with this one.
No, true. Actually, that's a nice idea to actually use the word as a background.
Didn't ink that up, did I? Never mind. No one will know.
I'm trying to put ink on with the lid.
There we go. So just make sure you ink it all up and give it a good press all over. I was trying to cheat and not have to ink up the whole thing, but There we go. And then we just want, can you see how I'm just going down mine?
Yeah.
If you wanted to cheat, you could make bigger gaps in it. There we go.
So go down at a different position, basically.
Yep, so you're just offsetting it.
Yeah, got it.
And obviously, you know, stamp it, not like me where I missed a chunk. See, that's the thing though, you make a mistake and you think, oh, everyone's going to notice it. Most times, people don't.
No, they don't.
So I'm just going to ink this up again. And obviously, you would keep, let's see if I've got enough ink on that one. I've done it again there.
So you're actually making your own designer backgrounds?
Yep, just like that. And then I'm going to cheat, I think. Let's see if I've got enough ink nearly. Just like that. I cheated. I didn't have enough ink on that one, but nearly. So I've got that. But how cool is that?
Yeah, I'm liking
You're
this.
making your own little background up.
You're getting the message across with the word celebrate.
You are, indeed. So what you could do with that is put your pens in there and colour it in. Yeah. So I'm going to twist this round. You see I've got my nice little gap there. I'm going to make myself another one. So this time I think I'm going to have it come in the opposite way. Just like that.
Try not to stamp onto the mat.
Oh, don't worry about the mat.
Okay.
Mats are there to be stamped on. So we're going to pop that on there. This time, I know what I'm going to use this time. I think this is my favourite stamp on this stamp set. It's a little lightning bolt.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm going to have my little lightning bolt. So you're going to want your post-it notes, and can you see I've just popped them slightly different.
Right. Different angle.
Different angle. And then what we're going to do this time is, this is easy if you're right on top of it, so I need to like a step ladder to get to it. Can you see, I don't know if you'll be able to see quite with the camera there, I've got my words here, where my celebrate is, yeah? And then I'm leaving a gap. So I'm not putting me post-it notes so it's on top, like up to it here.
Right.
Yeah, I want a gap. Because when you're reading a comic, you get those like white lines around it, don't you?
You do.
And I'm just by eyeing it, because that's the fun bit about this. She says, and then that's nowhere near. There we go. It's just post-it notes, nothing special. I'm going to take my little, do you want that one? And I'll grab this one.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. And we're just going to stamp it wherever you want to in this section.
Okay.
There you go. Can I borrow that stamp block? Thank you very much. So just stamp it all over.
Just randomly.
Just random. We've done our like neat and tidy stamping. Now we're going to do our anything goes stamping. Just like that.
And sometimes that's the best, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just go random.
So if you notice when I'm doing it, I'm moving my card. Oh, I'm not inking up very well at all today, am I? So
you're moving the card,
moving
not
my
the
card.
actual stamp.
I'm not trying to move my stamp because then you end up dancing with it, don't you?
Right.
And that just makes it more difficult. You're making a job harder for yourself there. Just
I
like
usually do that.
So
Make
I'm
hard
going-
work for myself.
Well, you'd be amazed the amount, you end up, you know, like making funny shapes and you think, nah, there's got to be an easier way of doing that. Wow, look at that. Right,
All right.
so now when you do a big reveal, look at this. Yeah?
Wow, yeah.
So then we just want to do it now for our final little bit. So I'm going to pop that one down there. Again, I'm leaving my nice little white border. Now, we were going to put a giant frame over this, but I don't think I want to. Oops.
By the way, if you're interested in the personalised stamps that you can actually have made with your message or name on, they're coming up again. We did them in the 2 o'clock show. Very popular they were as well. But if you missed that show, another chance to see those fairly soon. So
Just like that. Right. Sorry, I interrupted you then.
that's all right.
Right, so now we need to fill this with something else. So we could, I've got a Zap and Pow maybe.
Oh, well, yeah, it can't be a
Yeah.
good zap and pow.
Absolutely. So I'm going to cheat this time. We're going to put a bit of Zap, a bit of lol, because, you know, it's always funny when someone gets, you know, well, it's not funny, but you know what I mean. In my little stories that I make up as I go. Right, so can you see on that one, I've now got Zap, pow and lol on that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're doing all three at the same time.
I am.
Yep.
Here you go. Oh, did I nick your stamps there?
I think you did.
I'm sorry.
It's all right. I might do something different. I might do a boom.
Go for it. Look at the state of my hands.
Yeah, me too.
Messy monkey this afternoon. So I'm just going to ink this up again. Just like that. And again, we're just going to come in with our pow and our zap, and every time, just ink it up.
What's that?
You know, sometimes you got to think about it. Even superheroes think about things. Some do.
And then pow, we'll have the pow as well.
We do like the power, don't
Yeah.
we? But they're just great fun. They're very different. I don't think I've seen stamp sets like this.
No, I haven't. But we all love, I'm sure we've all got memories of loving our cartoon characters and our superheroes in the comics that you used to get maybe from the supermarket or the newsagent on a Saturday morning.
Well, we actually went into town near us the other day with my little boy, and he got so excited because he saw something he watches on telly, but it was a comic book.
Right.
And I went, yeah, I got excited when I saw it on the telly.
Yeah.
And he was like, oh, but it was a comic? I said, yes, it was a comic. And then we had to explain what a comic was, and it was
Right.
like, oh, wow.
Do they still do comics, don't they?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Can't remember the last time I bought one, but...
Right, so yours will be a little bit neater and tidier than mine. But can you see now, if I do a big reveal, look at that. How cool is that? Now, we need to make it into. It is cool. Should
That's
we put
my
yours in
effort,
there as
would you
well?
reckon?
It's cool.
That's my one.
But how, the moment you look at it, you go, yeah, it's
Yeah.
different, isn't it? It's quirky,
Absolutely.
it's fun.
Each background would be totally unique.
They would indeed. Right, so we're going to take a black gel pen right now. And what we're going to do at the moment, you can't really see that we've got our gaps, have we?
No.
So what we're going to do is we're going to do a very wonky line down the edge. You know where we've had our post-it notes? We could have gone down the edge of our post-it notes if I'd have thought about it. But that's like forward thinking, I don't do that.
But you're making the line deliberately wonky, so
Oh,
it doesn't look like
absolutely.
it should be straight.
No. No comic book ever had a straight line, did it? Well, my comic books didn't. You were meant to agree, go, no, 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 it's all hand-drawn, right? And then we're just going to come back in and just start. Obviously, I have got inky pinkies, so I'm getting inky pinkies everywhere, but
Yeah, me too.
you'd have dried it off a little bit. You'd have taken your time. We're whipping through this. To be fair, a card like this would normally take you a good, half hour, 30 minutes, half hour to an hour. You see, I'm just taking my pencil and just starting to add a little bit depth. If you look at this line, there's nothing there, but this one where I've just added that little teeny
It
tiny
makes it
bit.
more 3D, like a bit of shadow, shade.
Exactly. Just popping that in like that.
Are your kids following you with art and stuff like that? Are they
My,
good at-
my little boy does, because he does the Facebooks, but I think it's more because he likes to chat to people.
Right.
My little girl, like I say, she's more into science and things like that. To be fair, my little boy actually just loves looking at the machines and trying to work the machines. So at the moment,
I want the machines to make the stamps.
yeah,
Right.
that's more his world than mine.
Industrial.
Yeah, absolutely. So you can see where we're going with this now. We're starting to get quite a nice little background going. Again, you would normally heat this up at home, but we're whipping through this, aren't we? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put a piece of kitchen roll down because I am getting very inky pinkies everywhere. Don't know whether you fancy a piece as well.
Yeah, I think it's probably a good idea.
There you go. And all I'm doing is I'm putting that underneath so that I don't get the black ink on my hand. Normally, like I say, grab a heat gun and just bring this in. You've got a yellow pen there. I've
Cool.
gone for a bit of an orange one. Just like that. If you go to the middle one, a nice little bullet tip. And just try not to hit the black lines because otherwise it'll bleed because we've not heat set it.
Oh, is that what you need to do?
Yep, so if we whizzed it with a heat gun for a couple of minutes, it would set.
Right. These are alcohol pens, by the way, aren't they?
I think they are.
Yeah.
I just know I like working with them.
And there's no
But
rules
they-
on colour. You can make them as dynamic, as psychedelic as you like, bright pinks, yellows, whatever.
Absolutely. You know, I think there's one down there, isn't there? A girl's version. Is it this one here? And that's got... Oh no, I thought I'd done a pink one on there. I haven't. I've done a pink frame. But you can see it's all just great fun. And you don't have to stamp in black all the time. I stamp in black because, you know, it's my go-to colour. But, you know, you could stamp any colour you want.
Well, usually, if my memory serves me right, with comics, it usually is black outline, but then lots of colour filling it in.
Exactly. You can have so much fun with these. So you can see where I'm going with this, can't you?
Yep.
Lots and lots in background. And if you wanted to then as well, add your colour in on your Celebrate. Because if you get a bullet tip pen on those...
Well, I'll tell you what,
like
if you want any of these stamps, remember they are on the website individually. We've got also, of course, the monthly make, which was the robot, that's there, and that's $14.99 if you want that. And that, remember, gives you the poly plate, and also it gives you the robot stamps, row and bot, and it also gives you the fantastic inspirational sheets as well. So when you consider the poly plate's about £12, £13 value anyway, to get all of that for $14.99 is pretty amazing. AS2609 is your item number. That's the product code. Now what we'll do, if it's all right with you, we'll come back with those personalised stamps in a second.
Absolutely.
Is that all right? So,
I was just getting away
okay, we'll take a short break and we'll come back with the stamps that you can actually have made for you, your name or whatever you want the stamps to say. Kim and our other half will make them for you, and we'll show you all about that next.
I almost forgot. We've got a brand new show starting on Hobbymaker, Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. until 8 a.m, featuring loads of new things. The Early Bird Special, a special offer only available during the Wake Up to Hobbymaker show. Who the Hobbymaker Are You? A slightly extended interview with our guest designers, Help Me Hobbymaker, encouraging you to email in with all of your crafting queries, and a sneak peek, the final 20 minutes of the show, letting you know what's coming up later on in the day. So don't forget to join us. Set your alarms 6 a.m. until 8 a.m. on Hobbymaker. I think I'll get 5 more Zs in.
If you want to search our website for your favourite brands, simply go to hobbymaker.co.uk, click on brands, and you'll find all your favourite items all in one place. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
Now, earlier this afternoon at 2 o'clock, Kim and I did a show which we're all really excited about because I've never seen anything quite like this. We see stamps that are manufactured, stamps that are made, and then stamps that are sold. But to actually have Kim come along and say, actually, I can make you a stamp to say whatever you want it to say, whether it's a nickname, whether it's your company name, whether it's handmade by, and then your name or whatever. These are really, really fantastic. And you do it by hand. You design each one. Talk us through the process.
So I do them on the computer, so I sit there, I pop them in, and then we create what's called a negative. So we create two. One creates the image you see, and then one creates a background. So you know the back of your stamp's bigger, that's your second negative. And then we hand pour all our polymer, so this is where it goes over to Mr. Roo's world. Yeah, I ignore that bit until I get a nice shiny stamp out of it. He hand pours them all, he makes sure they've got no bubbles. It gets all messy because you've got all this like gloopy stuff. And then we fire them through the machines. And then at the end of it, I get a beautiful sheet of stamps that I can cut up and give to you guys.
Okay, that's the way it works. Now, if you want to have your own stamp made, what we need you to do is choose which one you'd like. This one, for example, is on the screen at the moment. Now, it says, please return to Rosie Martin, but it can say whatever you want. You're going to basically have 2 lines, top and bottom, and there's no limitation on letters?
There isn't. I actually had a query about this from our first show. I think I've replied to you already. They were asking could they have their name and then their telephone number. So I said, absolutely, we can just swap those 2 lines around.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dead simple.
And what will happen is Kim will, with her skill and knowledge and everything, make sure the stamp looks the best it possibly can. So the more letters that you have in your stamp, the smaller the words are going to be. The fewer letters you have, as a rule of thumb, the bigger your letters are going to be. But this is, just look at the quality of this. It's amazing. To have your name or whatever you want to say on there, it could be a nickname, it could be your address, it could be your website, it could be anything at all.
So I know the one I was being asked about before was a company name and then their email address, I think it was underneath.
Right.
As well.
So you could have the company name in bold and then the email address underneath it or something along those lines. A stamp made for $7.99 that's bespoke and personal to you. That's amazing. It's an incredible price. Because I would think like 20, 25 quid minimum. You know, if you go onto websites and you go onto certain companies that sell personalised goods that you can find, you know, you spend a premium. They charge an absolute fortune for things that have got, you know, your name on, your initials on, your date of birth on, or whatever it might be. But this is a chance for you to have a personalised polymer stamp made, saying whatever you wanted to say, within reason, obviously, for £7.99. Now, this is one of the best sellers from the 2 o'clock show.
Well, I think sometimes you look at the frames and you think, well, you couldn't have a really grungy card and then put a flower on the back of it, could you?
No.
Whereas that one, you could have a child's card, a grungy card, a floral card, and it's going to fit. Whereas the others, maybe not.
Absolutely. Now, another bestseller from the 2 o'clock show is this. This is the small vine. Now, this size, actually, when you look at the packaging, it makes you think, oh, it's quite small, but actually the actual stamp is bigger than you think. But it's a really good, practical size.
There you go. That's the one we stamped this morning.
That's the small one. That's the small one. So that could be handmade by on the back of a card. It could be a little tag that you want to maybe you make soaps, or you make candles, or you make bath bombs, or anything along those lines, and you want to make tags out of them. That's a great one. You could then hole punch a hole and put some baker's twine on it.
Absolutely. You can just imagine it, can't you?
Now, this was the most popular one actually of the whole show. A quarter of a big stock of this went in the first show at 2 o'clock today. So you've got that lovely wreath going around it. You can colour that wreath in if you want to, put little berries on it if you want to.
And you don't actually have to colour it in if you just put a little bit of green behind it. You know, like with like distressing inks and just like kind of rubbed around it. That looks amazing too.
And if you've already bought something today, £7.99 delivered, that price. Otherwise, it's £3.95 for your P&P. Now, another one that proved very popular, lots of you going for more than one of these, actually, because if you, you don't have to have the same name or the same wording on each stamp. You can have them all completely different if you want to. This next one was popular as well, the little love heart. Now, the love heart probably is you're not going to have quite as much room in the love heart.
No, I think out of all of them, that's probably the least amount of room.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you wanted maybe just to have your Christian name or someone's Christian name in there, that would be good. If you do have Christian name and surname, you're not going to have that much room, are you?
No, definitely not. You are looking at like just a name in there, not your full name.
Okay, now this is what you've got to do. When you've made your purchase, well, two things actually. First thing, Kim is going to message you tomorrow or the day after if you've purchased something today. So you don't have to email her now. But what I'd be tempted to do, if you're making your purchase right now, either on the website or on the phones, just drop Kim an email now. That's so many of you did after the first show. Kim@craftyrudesigns.co.uk. So that's all one word, Crafty Rude Designs. And just tell her what you want in your stamp. And what we've got to do is attach the order number that you'll get when you make your purchase from us, either on the website or on the phones, and then she'll marry your request up with your order, and then job done. Why not do it now? Because as soon as you send the email, you'll then set about starting the
Absolutely.
process.
So we will get it designed and we'll get it packaged for you and sent it back to you.
Okay, fantastic. Now, another popular one was the hexagon.
Oh, the hexagon is wonderful, especially the bigger one. Now, I did have a lot of questions about this one. So...
Well, this is the small one to start off with, $7.99. It's all right.
Yep. So the small one, I like the small one as well, to be fair. Lovely, great for on the back of your cards. That one you can see, you will get your first and second name on there quite easily. And I think, I'm just having a quick look. Oh no, I just did.
Because obviously the heart goes to a point which does restrict the amount of room that you can use.
There you go. There's the little one with I've got Jessica Hall on that one.
Right.
There you go. I'll put the white piece behind it.
That's not a particularly short name, but you've got quite a bit of space. So if you've got a really short name, those letters are going to be probably quite large. If you've got quite a long name, then of course they'll get slightly smaller. But it's all going to be about proportion. It will look right.
Yeah, absolutely. And what I try to do as well is, you see the handmade by, I always make sure that is smaller than the name, because at the end of the day, it's the name that's important on the back. Yes, you've got the instruction or the action, so the handmade by, but to me that needs to be, that's kind of like secondary to the name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, this could be on the back of a card. It could be attached to a product. It doesn't have to say handmade by at all. It can just have.
And I have had that question as well. Does it have to say handmade? Absolutely not. You just let me know what you want on there. So I think we've had some handcrafted, handmade, just made by, made with love, all those type of things. Whatever you want, basically, we will put on there.
And it could be
within
whimsical,
reason.
it could be funny. But I mean, for something that's costing so little, $7.99, for it to kind of take your level of crafting up to that next professional level, because when you see a professionally printed image like this on the back of a card, it really does look.
Yeah. Or on, like I keep going back to the gift bags. So when you're packing your things up at a craft fair, just pop it in a bag with your logo on the front. It's amazing. One of the very first stamps I ever had made, this is before I even got my machines, when I started designing stamps, was my logo. So my Crafty Redesigns logo. And the moment I started putting that onto my paper bags at my craft fairs, it was like, for me that was a big moment, and I still have that stamp. And I've got a massive one as well that I used to stamp onto my t-shirts.
Yeah, and of course, you can stamp this onto anything. It depends on the quality of the ink you're using, whether it is the kind of textile ink, or whether it's the card ink that you're going to be using. Now, we had some robots a few minutes ago, and if you love row and bot, you'll probably like this one, because again, this can have your son or daughter's name in it. It can have your name in it. It could be for a gentleman. Anyone that loves robots, and it doesn't have to say your name if you don't want it to. It could say anything you want. And this is one size for the robot. There's no large or small option. Some of them have got large and small options. This one, as you can see, is a really good size. And we were saying about putting this maybe into sports gear.
Yeah, into sports gear, into notebooks, anything like that. So there it is, stamped out.
So that's the size of it. There we go. There we are, look. And that could be any name. And it's like an old-fashioned type font, isn't it?
It is.
Typewriter font.
I try and make sure I link the fonts up with the frames. So on the floral ones, you have a very freehand script, whereas on this one, we've got a distressed, like you say, typewriter almost.
And then the last small one that we haven't done yet is the squares, which is that one there. And this one's kind of retro as far as I'm concerned, don't you think?
It is. I think this one's so, well, yeah, it is just a wonderful one. I was very conscious we suddenly had lots and lots of floral personalised stamps, and we had nothing that I thought, you know what, actually I just want something different. So that's why I started the square one.
I like it. So again, whether it's going to be tags attached to something that you've made, whether it's going to be on the back of cards, whether it's going to be inside clothing or whatever, and again, you can use it, you can emboss your powders and all that sort of thing. That would be fantastic. So yeah, but the fact that Kim is going to sit down there and design something personal to you, no matter what those words say. It could be your nickname, it could be your other half's nickname, it could be something really funny and quirky. You've seen it all, I dare say.
Yeah.
Quite a bit. But it doesn't matter. Whatever you want to be said, she will say it for you. But do remember, the more letters you have, the smaller the letters are going to be. The less the number of letters, of course, the bigger the letters are going to be as well.
So like on this one, we've got just the initials, and I think that will look lovely on that heart. Like we were saying before about an engagement or wedding, that type of thing, just having those initials on there, perfect.
Well, you were getting lots of questions in between the shows, so if you've got any questions that you need answered, please do just drop us a text message or drop us a line through the website where you can get in touch with the studio, or just send us an email, studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. But this is the large heart, and again, this says married, R and M, and then the date beneath it.
Yeah.
It doesn't need to say that. It can say whatever you like. It could be the people's names rather than just initials.
Yeah, exactly. And I was getting, can I have my name and a number on there? Absolutely. We just take the top line out.
Okay.
We can move the text around. I'd rather you have a stamp that you're going to use than one you think, I'm not that happy with.
And this is a large stamp, and you can see the difference between the small version and the large version. Quite a big difference in it.
There is.
Not necessarily on the back of cards, this one probably.
No, I think that is actually more of a focal piece, isn't it? So great for, we keep going back to the wedding ones, but I was thinking like birthdays and birth announcements, that type of thing. And just, again, it's a good one for putting on, I keep going back to it, putting on bags when you're doing craft fairs and things.
Now, the hexagon in the large size, again, this is going to give you a large surface area. I've got them all out of order here. Here we go. This
It's
is the
all
large
right.
one.
I don't think they were in any order to begin
Okay.
with.
So you can see that the illustration on the front doesn't show you really the size of what you're going to be getting. But you've got a lot of space in there to put whatever you choose. And is it restricted to 3 lines, yeah?
Yeah, if I can fit it in, if I can fit more in, I will, but
Okay.
yeah.
So
Normally, I won't really want my text to go much smaller on that because
And-
you lose the...
all you have to do is order it at £9.99, and it's DL2681 for the hexagon. But then you get the fun of just getting in touch with Kim, emailing her. The email address, again, if you want to do it right now to say what you want on your stamp, kim@craftyrudedesigns.co.uk. And if you're asking for something that's technically impossible or physically impossible, Kim will let you know that. But certainly 99.9% of what you get asked to do, you are able to do.
Yeah, it might just get tweaked slightly, but we can normally find a way of doing it. I can't... Obviously, I'm never going to be able to fit an essay into a teeny tiny stamp. However, there is normally, well, if we dropped this or we made this slightly different or I changed the font slightly, then we can normally get things to fit.
Cool. And again, where are you going to be using this? What are you going to be using it on? Is it going to be on invitations, RSVPs, save the dates, civil partnership announcements, that sort of thing? Loads and loads and loads of possibilities. And I can't believe you can get a handmade personalised stamp for less than a £10 note. OF2693.
I have had a lot of the questions were about the hexagon for businesses.
Right.
So can we have handmade by the business name and then like a number on there? Yeah, we'll do our best on that one.
Okay, cool. So there we go. If you fancy the hexagon, £9.99. Now, the large vine is this one just here. Again, a lovely large surface area to have a little bit of a play with. So maybe you're going to go for the small vine and the large one, or maybe you're going for multiples. You want the same thing on each stamp, or you want something completely differently in each stamp. Maybe you produce lots of different things and you need different verses or different words, then that's absolutely fine. You know, if you wanted the large and the small version of it, you'd be looking at just under £18 for 2. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah. And what you might want to do is have your first name on the smaller one and then your full... We at home, we call it our big name, because it's your big name, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then your big name on the big one.
Yeah, why not? It's up to you. At the end of the day, you know what you want. Now, the ones that Kim stamped earlier on, here we are. Here's the board that we did in the first show. But they stamp beautifully. The quality is superb. But remember, there's a few that are just one size. So if you love this one that doesn't have a frame on it, that can say whatever you want it to say within reason. It could say, please return to. It could say property of. It could say whatever you wanted it to say, with a name or a company name or a website address.
Yeah, that was the one I was getting asked for before. Can we have the name on the top and then I think it was email address underneath?
Yeah.
Absolutely, we can do that. But I would swap your fonts around because you want your name in that more script font. And then...
Well, this one I think is one of the most popular. That is only £7.99, and of course the square retro one, that's also £7.99, and so is the robot. The larger ones though are only £9.99, and they're much bigger than the small ones. But of course, it's what you're going to use it for. If you're going to be putting this on the back of cards and the back of products, then probably the smaller one is all you need. If you want something to be more of a focal point and more of a statement on an invitation or something like that, then maybe the large one will be what you're after. Treat yourself. Maybe have a set of stamps, all personal to you, business, internet, email, all of the things that make you tick, basically. You could have a stamp to represent it.
Absolutely.
I love the idea behind this. Anything personalised normally attracts a premium price, and you're prepared to pay it. I've done lots of things in the past that I bought from maybe catalogues or bought from online, and I thought, okay, but it's got someone's name on it. I agree. Okay, I'll pay another 20, 25 quid for the privilege. This is delivered for £9.99 if you've already bought something today. Otherwise, it's plus £3.95 postage. And what you put on there and how you spell your name, you know, these stores you can go in, you can see mugs and things that have got your names on and bars of chocolate that have got your name on. Do you find it never spells your name correctly? Or I'm a Dave, but actually I'm a David, but I prefer Dave. So if I see David on things, no, that's not me. I'm a Dave.
I'm the same with Kim, because officially it should be K, you know, most times you see it K-I-M, whereas I'm K-Y-M. And also, don't get me going on my big name, which is Kimberly, which is L-E-Y, not L-Y. It's a whole minefield name, isn't it?
A whole minefield. But do bear in mind, do check your spelling. I know you probably would do anyway, but if you spell someone's name incorrectly, obviously it's going to be made incorrectly, and that's not Kim's fault.
Yeah, I do my best to get my spellings right.
Yeah.
You know, every now and again I might have a little boo-boo. But, you know, I do do my best to copy.
I mean,
and
these are
paste it.
great gift ideas for crafting friends that you've got. I mean, who wouldn't love to have a handmade buy with their name on the back of a card that they've spent, you know, maybe an hour or two making? It's just the icing on the cake, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And it could also be an address stamp. If you find that, like return to sender on the back of envelopes, you could actually have sent by and your name and address on the back, so you don't have to keep on writing it each time, just have it on a stamp. Great idea. Kim, thank you.
You're very welcome.
It's been great to see you today. You're back in a month, are you?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I can't remember when, but yeah.
Whatever you do, get your personalised stamps ordered now. And remember, all you've got to do is send Kim an email. We showed you the address earlier on, and she'll get it produced as quickly as possible. Last show of the day coming up. We've got Debbie. She's here. Crafter's Companion, lots more. We'll look back at some of the highlights, actually, of Crafter's Companion today. See you soon.
See you soon.
See you in about 3 minutes.
I almost forgot. We've got a brand new show starting on Hobbymaker, Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. until 8 a.m, featuring loads of new things. The Early Bird Special, a special offer only available during the Wake Up to Hobbymaker show. Who the Hobbymaker Are You? A slightly extended interview with our guest designers, Help Me Hobbymaker, encouraging you to email in with all of your crafting queries, and a sneak peek, the final 20 minutes of the show, letting you know what's coming up later on in the day. So don't forget to join us. Set your alarms 6 a.m. until 8 a.m. on Hobbymaker. I think I'll get 5 more Zeds in.
This is Gemini, one of the fastest, quietest electronic die cutting and embossing machines on the market. Its industry-leading high-pressure system delivers fantastic results from intricate dies and folders, all at the touch of a button. Its oversized opening and platforms provide for edge-to-edge cutting of US letter and A4 size with thin metal dies, allowing you to cut materials such as thin cardstock, vinyl, craft metal and fabric. No cranking needed, as it will move the plates through automatically and quickly, which means you may spend less time on preparation and more time on inspiration. The Gemini has optical switches, making it hands-free and fully automated, with a built-in auto-reverse function for protection. It's easy to use, so you're always in control. Its sleek, low-profile design makes it a superb addition to any craft workspace. It has built-in handholds, meaning you can easily take it anywhere. The Gemini is a universal die.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobbymaker. Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's 5 o'clock, last show, live show anyway, of the day. Great to have your company on this Monday afternoon. Hope you're enjoying the shows. And if you just got in, maybe, done your chores for the day, finished work or whatever, sit down, have a cup of tea, and we'll remind you of some of the great Crafters Companion shows that we've had today and some of the great products. Lovely Debbie's been with me all day.
Yes, and I've just literally finished my dinner, nice little chat with Mr. Love. I'm ready and raring to go on this last hour because I love these. Honestly, I love these days. They go very fast here.
Yeah, they do actually.
But it's great that we can bring you all sorts of different things. And normally on this last hour, not only can we bring you something else that was popular a few weeks ago, but some other the goodies that we've had on today as well.
Absolutely. Now, the Gemini Junior that we brought you earlier on, this is a fantastic deal, and we've still got it, but we don't know how long this deal is going to be around for, because at the moment you're getting a goodie bag with it worth in excess of £50 free. So really, you should be paying £189.99 for this if you're buying everything, but you're only paying £139.99. The other way of looking at it is the Gemini Junior itself, with the top shelf, is always £139.99, or usually is £139.99. So if you're paying for what's on the second shelf, worth 50 quid, knock that off the price, it's like you're only paying £90 or £89.99 for the Gemini Junior. And so many dies you've got in your collection will work through this machine. Crafters Companion reckon between 90 to 95% possibly of dies that you own will work through
possibly
here.
more. It depends on what you've got. Anything that will fit onto a 9x6 platform, which is half the size of an A4 plate, it will go through that machine.
Yeah.
And it's thin metal dies, multimedia dies, cuts lots of different things, not just for paper crafting, for your, as we showed earlier, multiple layers of fabric, real leather. You can go back and watch that show because I took you through a stage by stage, a little bit of a 101 on the Gemini and what it can do. It's the immense pressure on that machine that really makes that machine stand out from others that are on the market. And it is an absolutely fabulous electronic die cutting and embossing machine.
Now, why go for the Gemini Junior? Well, A, it's more compact. It's delivering exactly the same pressure and the same strength as the full-size Gemini, but for most people, they prefer the compactness of it. Also, of course, if you struggle with the bigger A4 plates, if you've got manual dexterity problems, these are a lot more compact, the plates that are just here. You're going to get a full set of plates, including your magnetic shim, your metal shim, and everything else included. But you get everything normally on the top shelf. So all of these are mixed media dies. So these are deeper dies than conventional normal dies, and they'll go through multiple layers of fabric. They'll go through leather, they'll go through crafting, aluminium and tin. Incredible. You get an embossing folder, you get these beautiful decorative dies as well, and you get all of the plates. Now that would normally could be £139.99. If you buy it today, look at all the other goodies you're going to be getting. And I can show you everything on the second step here is included, but you're not paying for. We've got the brilliant stamp die. Now that heart stamp, obviously will go through the machine, but it turns...
Jigsaw die.
Jigsaw, sorry, what did I say?
Stamp.
It's all right. Jigsaw die. So you've got your heart jigsaw die, so that's going to turn your mount board into jigsaw pieces, so you could put and stick photographs onto the mount board and make maybe your favourite pet or your favourite person in your family or your other half into a jigsaw. How about that? That's included in there. You get, I think it's 10 sheets of the mount board, which is there as well. Looks like white A4 cardstock, but it is actually mount board. That die will cut through brilliantly. You get the case for your plates as well. That's included. You get down here your brush for your dies to clean your dies out. You get, again, three-dimensional embossing folder, and you get your Centura Pearl cardstock as well. All of that you're not paying for. It's included with the machine, but only until stocks run out. And when it does run out, that's it, offer over. QD 2049. If you've been on the fence thinking about this, remember, you don't have to give us the whole £139.99. All you have to give us is the first split payment of £34.99. Now, a quarter of the stock of this has now gone. That's all we have left. So if you want it, grab it, pop it in your basket and check out, and we'll get it to you as quickly as we can. So that is the Gemini Junior, an absolute brilliant, brilliant buy. And I know many of you have actually got more than one die cutting and embossing machine, understandably so, because maybe you want one in a different room. You don't want to be carrying them from room to room all the time. Maybe you go around to friends' houses. You know, this has got a weight to it. I'd be very surprised if it didn't have a weight to it, because it's built wonderfully, but it's compact and it's very, very movable.
Yeah, and it was designed by crafters for crafters. Sarah you know, we've had machines, or you know, other machines that we've used in the past as a company, but not anything we've manufactured ourselves. And this literally was from the, and our Leanne will tell you, she calls it a legacy. And she says that if there's anything that she can, you know, be so proud of, it's the fact of the matter is that she tested a lot of machines before we got to where we were. And it's everything in there that you want as a crafter to make crafting easy, to make it achievable, to make it fuss-free, and to give you the pressure to cut time and time and time again, and emboss, and do all those other things, not just in paper crafting, but in mixed media, or sewing, or multimedia, whatever it is, that machine. And it may be that this is the right footprint for you and the right size for you in that 9x6, but I can promise you one thing, as you saw me do if you didn't see me, go back and watch that 3 p.m. show, but as you saw me doing that 3 p.m. show, the power and the ability that this machine can give you and offer you as a crafter to make it absolutely a joy to craft and not be a chore, because the worst thing that you want is to be holding on to machines and cranking things. You don't need that. No. Immense pressure all the way across there, uneven, unrivaled, even, that's the right word, unrivaled pressure across the whole of it, edge-to-edge technology, those manual sensors, optical sensors, heat sensors, the plate combination, the fact that it's a touch of the button operated, you let the manual sensors pick that up when you feed it through. It's safe, so if you've got little fingers, you can put your hands in. It's not, my fingers are going right in there, but it's not setting those sensors off. The sensors only recognise those plates. So absolutely phenomenal machine, foolproof, absolutely brilliant, and at a great price with that fantastic
And it's a pleasure to have it in your craft room because it looks great too. Not all die cutting and embossing machines look this good, believe me. $139.99 with that bonus goodie bag worth £50 included at no extra charge to you. And it's on 5 split payments. Not very many things are on 5 split payments, but this is $34.99 today to treat yourself to a new one. Or maybe it's your first machine ever. You've only just started crafting, or you've only just found us. Remember, we have a policy here at Hobbymaker that your shipping and handling, your postage, is always maximum of $3.95 for the day. So if you've bought things earlier on, you paid your $3.95 already, our system knows at midnight tonight, all your orders are collated, put together, you'll only get charged the 1 P&P of £3.95 to get all of your deliveries home to you. And Crafter's Companion will ship this out, complete with the goodie bag as well, in the next few days, and you'll be crafting with it in next to no time. Now, not only are we talking the Gemini Junior in this show, we're also talking about some other great offers that we've got in the show. Now, these are the Gatefold dies. Now, this is a fantastic collection, 48 pieces, the complete bundle. So these will make the most beautiful decorative gatefold cards, obviously, and you get a total of 6 sets with 48 dies in total. Gatefolds are so popular, Debbie, aren't they?
They really are, but what you've got with this, Dave, is a decorative element to it. And being at Crafter's Companion, let me tell you, Leanne and the team, I don't know how they think about these things. We could have done 2 panels that were the same, but oh no, we like to give you value for money. We like to give you versatility. And this comes from our creator card range at Crafter's Companion, which is one of the top, lines that we do alongside the edgeables. It's right up there with how immensely popular they are because of the fact of the versatility. And we keep moving on with technology, and how we do things at Crafters is that we keep moving on and on. And this creator card range of the Gatefold creates this beautiful fold really easily by some simple instructions, and I'll talk you through that when we do the demonstrations. But we offer you versatility in the fact that because it comes from that creator card range, even though it's designed for a gatefold, it means you can go into other things with it as well. So you can take these in because they've got the cutting in factor as well as the cutting in as a frame as well, cutting out, sorry, a frame as well. They're absolutely fabulous. They work as that gatefold, and I'm going to show you in a moment, but they really are brilliant. I came and launched these a few weeks ago, and they are so lovely.
You've got the boards over there, but I've also got the finished cards here. I just want to show you this for a second because these are some of the ways that you can be using these. They're really, really different and really beautiful. Look at that one there, for example, really gorgeous. This one is an easel card, but still using the Gatefold dies, so it's not just for Gatefold cards.
It comes under that creator card. That's when the creator card comes into its element, which is why it's under that brand. Designed to be a gatefold, but the versatility to take it in lots of other ways, which our Dave's going to show you right now.
Look at that. How cool is that? All of these are lovely. They really, really are. And they're not just you know, straight-sided dies either. This is almost like a...
They're really funky.
Zigzag,
Got a lovely
yeah.
quirk to it, yeah. Really nice, unusual shape. Something that you wouldn't necessarily find out there with other Gatefold dies. And that's what I said. Leanne and the team, they just knock it out of the park every single time. They think about something a bit different. They think about, because they are crafters, you know, they're designed by crafters for crafters for that reason. And again, just love them. And all these cards here, all these styles that we're showing you are the things that you can achieve at home when you've got a really good set of dies. And these tick that box and some. Really fabulous.
Well, they're brilliant, and if you have a look at the screen, they're $89.94. Now, that isn't the price you're going to be paying. We do this quite a bit of the time here at Hobby Maker. We show you what the price should be, but then we activate those green or those blue arrows, and we get that price coming right down. So, you saw what the price should be. Look at what we've done. $74.95. It's on split pay as well. 3 split payments of $24.98. That's all you have to give us today, plus your P&P. If you've already paid that, you don't have to give us it again. NL2045 is the item number. You've got the boards to show us.
Yeah, I'm going to walk you through the designs because the packaging, yeah, it looks lovely on the packaging, but you can't physically see what you're getting. So I'm going to try and anchor this because these boards are so big. It's practical, and I'm only little. I'm only 5 foot. I said 5'1" and a bit. I'm going to stretch it to 5'2". Again, I just want to show you the dies. These are the 2 fancy dies that you're getting, 2 separate decorative dies as well, with a set of nesting dies. We're giving you value for money here, and this is the kind of thing that you can create where it creates that lovely gatefold. And when I say gatefold, it meets in the middle precisely every single time. But the versatility there is that you can use these, and we give you a little top tip on that packaging, where you can use 2 of the designs together. So the 2 decorative pieces, or literally mix them up to create a beautiful mix and match. I wish we'd put some black there just to show you that a little bit better because it's a bit difficult on camera. However, that's the opulent botanicals. Mm-hmm. We've then got, and all of these have got different shapes as well, Dave, which is what I love. So we've got classic lace for this one. Exactly the same concept. When you think about this, you're getting the 2 dies, 2 decorative pieces with a framed outline as well, which means you can use one of the designs together to create the gatefold, or you can do it where you've got both mix and match and you create a really lovely feature. And of course, you've got your nesting dies in the centre as well. The other design in this one is the floral swirls. Again, really beautiful. I love these, Dave. They are, honestly, tick my box exactly because of the fact of that versatility with the 2 designs. But you can see they're all the same, as in terms of they meet in the middle with a different shape or a different fancy zigzag or a swirl, but absolutely incredible. And then you've got these nesting dies, and all of the nesting dies are different. They're not the same, but they will all have that ability to mix and match. One of my favourites, I'm not going to lie, is the Floral Meadow. I love this one. I love that floral design. You've got flowers on one side, you've got a lovely swirl on the other, and again, use 2 of them together, mix them up, use the same design, but you get that lovely gatefold feature with those lovely nesting dies. And I've got 2 more designs to show you, which is the lace and scrolls, again with that lovely zigzag feature. There's lovely diamond shaped nesting dies, but that ability to cut in and out as well, for me, under that Creator Card brand, is absolutely sensational. Now the Art Deco-y one, which is what I think this should have been called, is the Deco Vines. Reason being, there's some beautiful vines on one of the other sides. So again, the dies give you this lovely, the lovely shape of this one, Dave, with that lovely Art Deco feel running through the centre. Absolutely phenomenal. And then again, a set of nesting dies in there to be able to use in your card making with your decorative gatefolds, or use separately. Take outside of those and use them that way. But loads and loads of different ways. Lots of tuition. Again, go over to the website. I did a craft along last Monday with the same designs, made a light up box. Didn't do a gatefold card, made a light up box. That's the kind of thing you can do. That's the kind of thing that you can do with the fact that it's a Creator Card range.
Well, the details on the screen are for all 6 sets, which is pretty amazing value for money, to be fair. $74.95, NL2045. But if that's pushing the boat out too much and you're thinking, well, I like the idea of maybe getting 1 or 2 of them, we have got them in smaller bundles in sets of 2. So if you want to go for the first set I'm going to show you, the first set's going to be floral swirls and lace scrolls. So they're going to be in a duo pack. So if you fancy both of these, if they were the ones that really kind of jumped out to you. So there we go. You get that one, and you're going to get that one as well. And this is also going to be at a special offer price as well. So RS 2027. RS2027 is the item number. So that's going to get you, remember, both of these together, usually £29.98, so you're saving nearly £4 off the price if you want to go for both of these then. So that's those two. So yep, you've got your floral swirls and you've also got your lace and scrolls. That's those two, just £25.99, so basically £13 a set. And again, they're different. You can use them in so many different ways. They're not just a one-trick pony, okay? So that's RS2027. That's the product code for that one. Now, the next one, it's in the middle. Again, you've got the deco vines. And then the other one down the bottom here is your opulent botanicals. So deco vines and opulent botanicals. Again, the deal's going to be the same. So you're looking at just under £13 each one. Really, really lovely. And they're a little bit different too because they have got kind of quirky angles and quirky...
Yeah, and that's what I love about them. Not only have they got that lovely different shape, each individual one offers you something different. But again, I know I'm saying it a lot, but it's the versatility. From the creator card range means that, yes, we've designed them with a gatefold in mind, with that quirky decorative gatefold in mind, but because it comes under that creator card, you can do so many different things with these. I have already seen some amazing work on our Facebook group with all our lovely community of crafters crafting with them. Honestly, I want you to get these home and I want you to share with us on, because you do this monthly thing, don't you, where you share your makes?
Yeah, share your makes.
Share what you've been making with them. Did you buy these the last time that I was on, you know, with them when I launched them? Share your makes with them because I know that these offer you so much more than just that gatefold element, which for me is an absolute must-have as a crafter. I want it to do more than one thing. These guys do that.
And you can share your makes with us at any time. Just take a photograph of what you made. It could be something you've knitted. It could be something that you've made as a card or whatever. Send it in to us and you then automatically go into a monthly prize draw where you could win yourself £100 credit. So you can do that at any time. You don't have to wait for us to say do it. Submit it at any time and you could, of course, be £100 better off in your account. Now, the final bundle, this last two, this one is the classic lace and your floral meadow, classic lace and floral meadow together. Again, lovely designs. That one's a lovely kind of gentle swerve. This one's slightly more opulent, really gorgeous. And again, the designs are really beautiful. They really have been put together beautifully well. But remember, we said to you before that it's all about not just making a gatefold card, but using them in all sorts of different ways. Who would have thought you could make an easel card out of the gatefold dies? You can do that really easily. So you don't have to use them just as gatefolds. You can use them individually. You can use them both together. I mean, here's a conventional gatefold card there. Really lovely. So yeah, a set of 6, or you can get them as 3 sets of 2. On the website, you'll see the breakdown, and that product code for those two is TO2086. TO2086 for those two today. Right, how do you use them, Debbie? What can we do with them?
So I'm going to show you the traditional way that you will use them. And if I just explain, on the back of the packaging, there's actually a little, what you put in your browser. Do you know, what do they call that thing going across the top? The tab? Is it the browser? You know, at the top of the internet, what's it called? I've completely forgotten the name.
The browser.
Is it called the browser? Is it right, Steve? Thank goodness he's there. You just type this in and literally follow that and it'll take you to the instructions on how to put it together. So you can see there, type that in and you'll get where you can print it off actually as well. So you can print down that and you can see a picture step by step. And it does give you a little indication on how to use that on the back as well. Also on the front of the packaging, it actually shows you at the front the 3 different ways that I showed you on those boards. So number 1, you can use both of these decorative panels each at the same time. Can we just show, there we go, they can show each at the same time. Or you can just take one half of it, and because it's been designed to fit and flip reverse, you can actually do that with one of the designs or the other design, literally, simply by using these separately. And that for me gives you that versatility straight away. I'm actually going to use it though fully. Okay. So I'm going to use the whole lot of it. So I'm going to start with the daisy side. Now, the start of your cardstock, and this depends on you, your cardstock that you're going to cut into. Are you going to do it in multi-purpose? Are you going to do it in black, craft card, Century Pearl? What is it that you're going to cut into? It gives you the instructions on the sizing, and the sizing is actually 6 inches by 10 1/4, and you're going to score it at 3 inches and 7 1/4. Now, you're probably thinking, well, that's a bit weird, because when you fold it over, it doesn't look like a gatefold because it's got an overflap. Mm-hmm. That make The best way I can describe it, I do apologise.
Oh, I know what you mean.
You know what I mean. Yeah, it kind of folds in on itself. So it's got this extra little bit, which you're probably thinking, but a gatefold's meant to meet in the middle. Well, it's been cleverly designed and thought of by the team, and that's exactly what I'm going to show you.
Okay.
The only difference that I'm going to do here, Dave, is I'm going to show you my coloured version.
Right.
Because on mine, I actually use some of our water-reactive inks, because I love our inks. And on my panels here, once I'd done those scores at 3.5 and a 7.25, I just simply folded it over and then literally popped my colours on, and if you're wanting to know the colours, I've used Parakeet, Lemon Tonic and Fuchsia, and it creates a little bit of a purple when you mix it in the middle, and then just splash some water onto there. You've probably seen us do those techniques before, but I want to show you how fabulous these dyes are.
That's a real party, isn't it, from here?
It is,
like,
yeah, it looks like a party, doesn't it? I love colour.
Debbie
Dave, I am
party.
one of those people that loves colour.
Me too.
And honestly, I just think these are fabulous. Now, I'm going to use it on my Gemini Junior, because we've got the Gemini Junior, and I thought I'd keep my Junior out. I have got my Candy Floss one under here, but I thought, who cares? Let's use the Gemini Junior. And to be fair, that size will just fit on that plate.
Perfect.
Because it is a 6-inch mouth opening, and I did just give you those 6-inch measurements. So let's start with, let's do on this side, we'll do this one. So I love these opulent botanicals. They're absolutely glorious. They really, really are. Now, when you're placing these on, I want you to think about this when you're opening it up. So I'm going to place that onto there and spread that out. So literally place it on. Now, if I was using my larger machine, I would be able to do both of these at the same time, because I could put that on. However, it's only a 9-inch, and don't forget this is 10 and a, I think it's a 10, was it 10 1/4 I said? Yeah, I think it was 10 1/4. So I can't get that onto there without it overflapping over the edge, and I don't want that. If you're using your bigger machine, you could absolutely do that at the same side. And it literally is, and I'll just place it on there to show you, that then, when you put those on, literally now creates that lovely meat in the middle, and you can see that with the waist. But I'm just going to turn it around just for a second to show you what I mean by that. So on this outer part die, it's got an outside cutting edge that runs around that central zigzag, I'm going to call it. But on here, this is no die cutting edge. This is the bit that you put onto your fold.
Right.
So when you pop that down, you place that over your fold like so, and then take that down. You can do this in 2 stages if you want, or if you don't feel comfortable or confident doing it in one go, do it in the 2 stages. But I think we'll whisk it for a biscuit, and that's only because Debbie's got one ready to the side of me.
Debbie's making sure that she doesn't cross the dies over. That could damage the
Yes,
dies,
absolutely. So I'm going to hold those down, and I'm going to hold it down with some low-tack tape. Now, if you were using your machine in the way that it tells you into the instruction booklet, you could actually use your magnetic shim to hold it down if you wanted to, and then place your card over the top. But as always, I like to be able to see what I'm cutting and where I'm cutting. So it is a thin metal die, so we're going to pop on our plastic shim and our other cutting die. Going to make sure that that's all covered up, and then run that through. And like I said, Dave, all I'm going to do is with this is feed it through in fact, let me make sure I've got that nice and flush. Feed it through the mouth of the machine. That is a 6-inch opening. And because I'm only using part of the top part of it, I can actually stop it and bring it back on itself. And I think that's cut through. So we'll reverse that back through. And again, that's just showing you that lovely reverse function on there. Although I'm hoping this time, Dave, I actually ran it through to the end, because I didn't do it last time, did I?
No, I don't.
And I've got a feeling.
Has it worked?
It worked, yes.
Hey.
I nearly forgot myself then. I'm thinking,
But you know what?
getting carried away.
You've just shown a really good feature, because if you've got maybe your Gemini up against the wall, or you haven't got much space behind your Gemini, if you don't want to be able to take the plates out the back, then use that forward and backwards motion. Why not?
Yeah,
Reverse
absolutely.
it.
So I'm just going to lift this off, and I'm not going to throw this away, because I'm thinking those flower dies that I released last Wednesday, I think they'd look lovely on there, having a cut out, because I'm going to be not using this part. So let's just take that off for a second. I'll lift off the die, and then I'll lift off. Yeah, look at that. That's really nice and cool. I love that. Never waste anything, Dave. I never waste a thing. So that's one part of the die, and I'll just give that a little push out there. But you can see now that that's created the first part of the fold. So just make sure I've got all those pieces out. Doesn't it look gorgeous in them colours? Really does look beautiful.
Kind of carnival colours.
It really is. It's lovely carnival, bright, vibrant colours. A bit like myself, all vibrant and colourful. But I'm just going to push those pieces out. And I think that's all of them there. And you can see now that lovely feature. And if I hold it against the white, you can see just how lovely that looks.
Yeah, gorgeous.
when we're talking about using these in the creator card range, that's exactly what you could do. You could snip that out if you wanted to release it, but I wanted to show you how they were designed by Leanne and the team to show you that lovely decorative feature. So obviously, and I will use the other die. I could use the same die if I wanted to have that pattern, but I want to create this lovely daisy pattern on the other side. So it's exactly the same way, Dave, that we've just done, and I'm just reversing it over, but it's exactly the same way. You can't go wrong with these dies. They're so easy to use. But again, using the outer part, I'm going to place that on first, line that up, and then I'm going to pop the other die in now and place that on. And like I said, if you've got the larger machine, you can do this in one go. Imagine doing this in one cut.
Well, don't forget, of course, the candy floss machine, which is the big A4 machine. That's still available on our website, and that also comes with a goodie bag worth £50. We've actually got stock from our sister channel, Jewelry Maker. In actual fact, they had stock of it. We completely sold out of it on Hobby Maker, but we still have a little bit of stock available for you if you want the full size A4. That's on the website now. We did actually run it in the 3 o'clock show, so there's still some stock, and that's a limited edition colour. Only 1,000 machines in this colour made, will never come back when it sells out. It's just a one-off. So if you fancy that, that's the A4 machine we've got for you.
Absolutely, and it's a personal choice. Both are good deals. Both are great deals, actually, Dave, because they've both got goodie bags with them. And I suppose it depends on what can you afford today. They're all on split pay. Yep. One being on 5 for the larger machine. Sorry, Steve. One being on the 5 and one being on the 3. But honestly, they're just both great machines. Both do the same job. It's just the size.
It's just, what's more important to you? The compact nature of the Junior or the size of the candy floss? If the size is more important, the candy floss is there. If being compact is more important to you, that's the only difference is the size. The spec, the power is exactly the
power, the
same
spec,
both.
yeah, exactly. All the functions on there, it's exactly that. It's just the size and the colour is just the difference.
Well, there is the details for the candy floss, actually. It's on the screen now. That's FH 2029 179.99, and that comes with, of course, all the plates you need, a few dies to get you started, plus that all-important over £50 value goodie bag on top. But there's only a few of these left now, not many of them left at all. So good luck if you fancy that.
I was exactly just whatever it is, whichever one it is that you want. And like you said, especially that candy floss, that is a limited edition. Once it's gone, it's gone.
Well,
there will be no more of it.
Companion stores. We're the only people that have got it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you are indeed. I still ain't got one, mind you. It's because I think I'm anchoring after this raffle that we keep saying we're going to do with each other. And I keep thinking that I might just, but there's so many of us that I probably won't. So perhaps I should buy my own. But it is a gorgeous, a lovely colour machine, but also, let's not forget, it is a powerhouse. It really does do exactly what I've shown you. And you've seen me do this, even on the Junior. These dies work beautifully on the Junior. I've just got a pesky piece of paper that won't come out. Let me just get, there we go. There we are. But you've just seen me do these dies onto there. Now, that's how it looks when it comes out. But obviously, meets in the middle. Like you've got this lovely gatefold feature. And it really is beautiful. Lovely open and shut feature. And then all you're going to do, Dave, is we're just going to do a bit of decoration. So push that one to there because I've already got my pieces already. Oh, no, that's my finished card, Debbie. What are you doing? Be a professional. Let's just pop that onto there because I've cut myself a piece of contrasting cardstock. You can use any, but I thought about the colour tones that I'd used in the inks. So I forgot that I've not got all my glues and things out. So let's just pop that in. That's because I was catching up with Mr. Love. It's been ages since I've seen him, so we were having a little chinwag while I was eating my dinner.
Having a gossip.
Yeah, and then I realised time when I said, he says, Debbie, are you on air? I went, yeah. He went, you've got 2 minutes. I flew across that. Honestly, I flew out of that kitchen. I was like, whoopsie. Oh, I do it all the time. I get too busy, too carried away with myself. And then all I've done, Dave, with this is I've just used one of a sentiment stamp that I had in my collection, but use the die. So this die comes from your set to cut out that lovely, and you've got all those other nesting and matting and layering dies in there as well. But I just thought that would look really lovely onto the backdrop of that card on the gatefold. And of course you could put it onto the gatefold if you wanted. You could actually use these dies to cut out a solid piece of a colour and attach it to the back. So let me just turn that the right way around. Debbie, come on, girl. Let me just, in fact, let me put that down before I get glue all over my fingers. But yeah, you could use this die to create the backdrop for the panels to be able to put maybe some vellum behind the back if you were using maybe a black cardstock or a white cardstock and you wanted to add a little bit of colour, or you could do a little bit of paper piecing if you wanted to as well. So you know, there's lots of choices with this, which is why we've got it from that creator card range, because we could have just offered you a gatefold facility with it.
Totally.
You know, that's what we could have done.
It's all about the versatility with these.
It is indeed.
That's
and there you go.
gorgeous.
So you've got this lovely gatefold here in how it's been designed, with those pop of colours, and then open that up and you can see that lovely design. Really easy, really achievable. You've just seen me do that myself, and I've done that from scratch, and that's what you can do with these dies. Really easy to use. But then I want you to get your crafty brain into gear and think of all the different ways that you can use them, because believe you me, there are hundreds of ways that you can use these dies.
You'll have so much fun with them. Remember, the main deal and the best value is to go for all 6 sets, which is $74.95. You know, there should be £15 each, basically, or a penny short of £15 each. You're going to get all 6 sets for $74.95, which is amazing value. They are available in sets of 2, either this set, that set, or indeed this set on my left. You can find those on the website as well right now if you'd like to have a little look. But remember, we do have split pay on the big selection. So if you can't really choose between all 6, why not go for all 6 of them, have them all, and split the payment over those 3 split pays. Right, NL2045 is the product number. Back with more demos with Debbie in the last half an hour here on Hobby Maker this Monday afternoon.
It couldn't be easier to watch Hobby Maker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Here at Hobby Maker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobby Maker.
Welcome back on this Monday afternoon then. Hope you had a lovely weekend and you're spending a bit of Monday with us. I know it's going to be a hot one this week, but stay with us for as long as you can. We're, remember, back up and running with Wake Up to Hobby Maker every morning, weekdays, 6 till 8. So that's going to be tomorrow. I'm back again at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. So if you can, watch us maybe for breakfast. That's always an option, Monday through Friday at the moment, and every day from 1 until 6. Now, we've got Crafter's Companion here until 6 o'clock, the lovely Debbie. We're going to do some more demos and just remind you of the amazing selection of these Gatefold card dies that we've got here for you. The best deal is the big bundle, and that's what a lot of you are choosing to go for. $74.95 with 3 split pays. It's only $24.98 today. But you talked about the versatility, didn't you, Debbie?
Yes,
really, with
and
these?
that's what I'm going to show you now. I'm going to quickly show you another way that you can use them. And like I said, you can join. We've got a community of crafters called, and it's a page called I'm a Crafter's Companion. Just join. You just have to ask a couple of questions. Really easy. Please tell me it's not. You don't have to have an IQ or anything. It's honestly easy questions.
That's good.
And we accept you into that group. Just so I get that out there for you. But there are hundreds of thousands of people on there. There's just thousands and thousands of people on there that share every day their makes, and they're such a great community, spirited people who love Crafter's Companion, who are passionate about crafting, and they always share the makes. And there's plenty on here using these dies, believe you me.
Terrific.
And like I said, we've got hundreds of hours ourselves on our website where you can go over to the tutorials and have a look at them. But I'm going to show you a little way that you can use them as well, because I've already shown you the Gatefold way, but I want to take it out of and put it into the Creator Card ticky box that we have put it into, that brand that we've put it into, to show you that versatility. And I'm only going to use one of these. Now, I've got the floral swirls with this, and I'm only going going to use this particular die set, and I'm going to have it where it comes onto the end of this fold. This literally is a piece of cardstock that measures 6 by 6, and I've folded it in half at 3 inches to create a fold back card or a Z fold card. Not a double Z fold, but you could do it with double Z folds if you wanted to. Struggling again. But yes, so what we're going to do is, and always remember that this is the side that will stay connected into the cardstock. So if you want to do this decorative element and you still want to cut out a lovely fancy shape, that's exactly what you can do. So I'm just going to repeat that, but this time I've like put the fold on the inside of the card so I know that that's going to stay connected. This is the bit that's going to cut out. So let's bring my plate back in, because even though it's a 6 by 12-inch card, I can still do this, Dave. I've got the power to be able to do that with my machine.
You've got the power.
Oh, I have got the... Oh, yeah, there's a song in that, isn't there? Yeah. I'm not even going to try and sing that one. No, I'll not try and sing. I'll not inflict your ears to that one. I'll save that for car later. I'm always singing it car going back. I don't know what people think when they see me up and down. And I'm bopping away. I had Blue on the other day. I'm obsessed with Blue, the boy band. I'm going to see him with my sister in September. And I had him on while I got the music blaring out, bopping away, singing away to All Rise and One Love and everything else.
Have you had their new one yet?
Yes, I actually quite like it.
Yes.
It's good, yeah. I do love a bit of Blue, though.
You and your boy band.
I love my boy bands. Westlife, Producer Laura, yay! I'm going to see them as well later on, but yeah, I absolutely love my boy bands. My biggest love, though, is, and Laura's probably not going to know these are, because Laura's a tad younger than me, but my biggest love in music is Bucks Fizz.
Oh, really?
Yeah, did you not know?
I didn't know that.
I'm absolutely obsessed with the Eurovision winning group of 1981. Look at Steve. I think Steve knows.
They're called the Fizz now, aren't
They're called the Fizz now, yes. Yes. What was that? Just the Fizz now, yes.
They've lost the butt.
Yeah, we'll tell you a little bit about that later. It's a bit of a sore point. But yeah, man, absolutely big Bucks Fizz fan. Love them. Absolutely love them.
You don't go around ripping your skirt off now?
No, I don't rip my skirt. I leave that to them. But they're now heading towards that 70 mark. They're still doing it, let me tell you.
Yep.
And let me tell you, making new music as well. So if you're a fan of the Fizz, as I am, you'll know that yourself. Now... When you've done it on this side, and I've seen time and I want to get some more in, so literally take out all your pieces, and then I don't want you to do exactly the same on the other side, Dave. So on the other side of that fold, when you bring it back, I want you to place it in the same place, and I'm just speeding this up. Oh, look, speed it up.
Yeah.
Slow it down. Get it.
See what you did there?
You're going to do the same on the other side of the fold. And when you've poked all your little pieces out and brought this, and I'm just going to push that to one side, just because I want to show you what you can do with this. That's the lovely feature that you get. And that's, honestly, beautiful, gorgeous piece cut out. Because it stayed connected into the cardstock, it gives this lovely frame. But what do we do now? Because I've got this lovely fold back card, but there's lots of things you can do because you've got those dies. So the dies themselves you can actually use to cut out. And I did say this earlier on. All I've done with this is taken some blue cardstock, and it was from the Knitwick range. I'm not sure if I've brought Knitwick to you yet, but from our Knitwick range. And I've just done exactly the same. But instead of, and you can see the fold mark, I've just come half an inch out and snipped it off because I'm going to stick that behind the back and offer it a little drop shadow. So literally just going to offset that a little bit. So I'm going to pop on, let me move my plate out of the way for a second. I'll pop my tape, and I'm going to use my dotty tape pen for this one. I'm just going to pop my dotty tape pen around the back.
We've still got a few of the tape pens on offer. We're only buying 3, but you're going to get 4. You're paying for 3, but you get 4. They're on the website now, about just under £15 for 2 dotty ones and 2 straight-sided adhesive ones.
So literally, I'm going to pop that on. I'm just going to off-centre it just a tad. So just move it a fraction, and you can see now you've got that lovely drop shadow look. So I'm just going to stick that piece down, and that's on the fold back, but I have got a little strip of coordinating paper because I wanted it to have a little bit of a lift. So I'm going to pop some just down onto this side, and I'll use my solid tape pen for this one. And then I'll show you what you can do with the other side, because I could have repeated this on the other side, but I wanted to show you again that versatility. So if I pop that on, now you've got this lovely decorative fold with a bit of lovely contrasting paper on the back that really gives it something really lovely to look at. But what would you do on this side? Could you do you could die cut again another piece and stick it behind the back, or you can simply take the outline of the die, and that's what I've done here. I've taken the outline of the die on the same piece of cardstock, but not put the decorative piece in. Run that through the die cutting machine. Again, leave yourself 1/2 inch on the other side, and then you've got that lovely finish. Do you know if you wanted to create some really nice decorative folded card blanks, this would look lovely just by using that bit. And that's going to sit underneath to create a solid piece. So I'm going to pop some tape onto the back of this part, like so.
Honestly, the versatility of these dies, there's so many ways of using them.
Yeah, and that's why it's come from that Create a Card range label. Although they've been designed for a decorative gatefold in mind, Leanne's, because she's a crafter at heart, and she wants to give you the very best value for money, and very versatile. And that's what we do all the time at Crafters. We try and think of, we do lots of collections that match and look beautiful, but sometimes it's nice to have a set of dies that give you endless creativity, possibilities. And
I think it was Sarah that said that whenever she looks at a die, she wants to be able to do at least 3 things, if not more.
Yep.
And these do definitely that.
Absolutely. So I'm just popping that as the little backdrop. Don't forget you've got all those decorative features to create your mat and layers. So I've cut that in the larger one with the white cardstock, and then that lovely filigree design using that same blue cardstock that just lends itself together. I mean, I always look at papers, and I've said this before, I choose my paper and then my card coloured around it and then make my design of my card. And that's how I've always worked. Just make it a little bit easy for myself. So I'm going to pop that into the background, and then I'm literally just going to pop on and finish it off with a little bow, because I'm obsessed with bows and gems. But there you go, Dave. Let me just bring this up. Another different way that you can use them.
Yeah.
And it's not a decorative gatefold this time. It's a fold back card, but it's showing you that versatility. There you go.
And I love the fact, like you said, there's so much inspiration if you join in the forums and that sort of thing as to how to use them. And you get lots of hints and tips and inspiration from the packaging as well. Don't throw the packaging away, keep them, store them in the packaging. Loads of ways of using them. And again, if I just show you, if you go for the main bundle, you're going to get all of them. You don't have to choose, you don't have to decide, you're going to get each and every one of them. And these are really different gatefold type cards, because normally they can be quite traditional in their look, but these have got like a retro, quite a modern and contemporary feel to some of them as well. So they've really done a great job in the design on these, whether you're making things that are really bright and cheery and quite carnival-y, for example, whether you're doing something a little bit more traditional, a little bit more kind of kind of regal, then you've got that look here. I mean, look at this, really different for gatefolds. Really like it a lot. Very dramatic, almost like the Zorro, like the Z for Zorro, isn't it? Really
and then you've got the 2 different patterns as well, which I just think is lovely, because you can put the 2 patterns together, you can have 1 pattern together, you can mix and match. They're really fabulous. I absolutely adore them.
And you can use them as edges as well, like on this card here, for example, or make it into an easel card. Lots of ways of using them. $74.95 for 6 complete sets, NL2045. Now, got about 15 minutes left on the show. Now, we've got some other bundles that we've not talked about yet in the show, but are available. I absolutely love a waterfall card. And if you're not sure what a waterfall card is, I will show you in a second. But what you've got here are 4 different waterfall card die sets. So you've got everything that you need to make very dynamic and very beautiful animated cards. What is a waterfall card? I'll tell you. This is a waterfall card. Watch the butterfly. How cool is that? Isn't that great? Now you're going to get every one of these waterfall cup cards. Look at that. How cool is that? So you get the dies to actually make the mechanism. You get the dies to cut out the little flaps. You've got the balloon as well. You've got a little pull tab just here. Pull the balloons.
Yep, you've got your worker die that's in there, and the stamps, and the dies, and the sentiments.
Yep.
To create absolutely everything you've just seen on those cards. And each one have got their own design. Now, the worker die for the balloons will not be the same for the butterflies, will not be the same for the teacups, because they've been designed with the shape in mind for that. And these are the funniest, quirkiest, original designs. They're absolutely fabulous. They honestly are so easy to use. And again, Lots of tuition again on our website.
So there's the worker die and the accent dies there as well to make the actual butterfly characters. Then you get all the stamps in there. So that's the first one. My favourite, I love this, the balloons, because that's just every celebration that you can think of in one. So you get, again, all of your stamps just there. The worker die, you've got champagne bottles and champagne glasses. You've got bunting. So yeah, real celebration. That's your balloon one. Then we've got the cupcakes, which is make a wish. So a cupcake waterfall card, how brilliant is that? Again, masses of stamps, loads of dies. And finally, the last one to go with the cupcake is a nice cup of tea. This one's called Tea Party. So that'd be a great way of maybe doing fundraisers. If you do like, for charity, coffee mornings and that sort of thing, you can actually kind of put the details of the coffee or tea meetup on the cups. And then, the person just pulls down the tag and they all just kind of flip over. Waterfall cards, all the measuring's done for you, all the scoring's
done for you, all the cut, the measurements, the score lines, everything in place. It's a very simple card to put together, but wow, does
really
that
effective.
create an effective looking card and one that's a fun card to give to someone. It's got kinetic movement to it. I love kinetic cards. Anything that moves for me is a really, I absolutely adore them because they're such good fun. And that definitely is those brilliant dies there. I can't see the price, Dave, so I can't even comment on the price because
it's $99.96. That's what it should be. So it's $24.99 a set normally, but that is not the final price. $24.99 for all those dies and stamps in each one is superb value. But what are we going to do if you go for all 4 sets? So you've got all of these fantastic waterfall card capabilities. This is going to be impressive, I think. $44.98. That is below half price.
Wow.
$44.98. So that's literally about £11 a set, isn't it?
That's really good value for money then. Yeah, absolutely. So it pays to go for the full set then at that price. That's an amazing price.
JE2071 gets you all 4. And, because they're animated, because they're different, you can charge a lot more for a card like that. You probably charge about £3 or £4, maybe even more for a waterfall card.
Like I said, if you want to give something that's a little bit different, if you want to create something a little bit different, that's definitely going to be those. And like I said, definite mantelpiece pleasers, especially if you're selling again. I know I say it a lot, but if you're selling these cards on your stalls or on your Etsy stores, whatever it is,
also,
these are the ones that people go like, how did you do that?
Each butterfly or each balloon could actually have a different message on it. So
Yes,
you could actually have like an invitation, would you like to come to my wedding or something like that on each of the balloons, couldn't you? Spell out the message. But you get cupcakes, you get the balloons, you get the teacups, and you also, of course, get your butterflies as well. Dies and stamps, 4 sets, down to below half price, just $44.98, which works out to, just over £11 a set, which is pretty amazing value. It really is incredible. And you can be making and having fun. It's not complicated. It might look it, but it's not. It's very, very simple. You just literally stick the butterfly or whatever you're working with on each individual section that is all scored for you by the die, and then you'll get a fantastic reaction like this. Now, something else that's real fun and really animated, we've got the penny sliders. This is one of the first animated card designs I think I'd ever seen. And it literally is a penny. 1p piece from your pocket that goes behind the character. You use your foam pads to raise it up, and it just rolls and revolves through the channel. So you've got here, let's have a little look. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is it 8 or what? 2, 4, 6, 9. You've got 9 packs, each one making a different penny slider. You've actually got in total 121 pieces in this.
This is amazing.
It is amazing. And what you've got, as you can see, are the dies, and you've also got the stamps in the back as well. So that is where the penny goes behind, and every time you turn the actual card, the penny spins. Look, we've got the man on the moon, we've got the astronaut. How cool is this? Kids love it, adults love it as well.
Good fun. Honestly, good fun. A lot of fun. Absolutely. These are just, honestly, such fun concepts. Very, very easy to put together as well. And again, we've got all that tuition, but they're just such good. And they've got some really nice features to them. Some have got like a zigzag feature. But I love them. I love the monkey one. The monkey one swinging from side to side from the palm trees is just fabulous.
Yeah.
It's just gorgeous. They really are such good fun. Look at those. Absolutely amazing. And you get all the stamps to create that. You get the track. I'm going to call it the track die in there to be able to create that lovely. The only thing we're not including in there is your pennies.
Right.
You have to put them in yourself. But everything else is in there for you to create a really fun concept
It's
card.
a penny piece, a 1p
Yeah,
piece.
penny piece. You can use a penny or a 5p piece. Craig's a bit flash. He goes for 5p pieces.
Okay. Show it off.
But I like my pennies. I'm a little bit of a tight Yorkshire lass, and I like to hang on to mine. So pennies it is for me. But yeah.
Well, let's have a little look and show you the ones that you're actually going to be getting. It is really fun to make, really fun to actually put them together. And again, they fly off the shelves if you're selling your cards when people realise they're animated. So here again, the actual ship is what's going to be going along there, spinning round and round and round. So you've got this one, which is the paper plane. Again, that will spin through the channel. The die to cut it out is all included for you. You've got your spaceman. There's a song in there somewhere, going round and round and round in orbit. You've then got, oh, now look at how appropriate is this at the moment in Pride Month. There we go, look, there's your rainbow. And again, the sun is what spins on that one. You've then got your butterfly and a love heart, which is really lovely. These are so cool, they're so quirky. You've got the spinning cat. And again, you've got the balls of wool there and so on. You can add a little bit of yarn on there for special effects. You've then got the dragon, a dragon with love hearts. Then you've got the spinning monkey, which is Debbie's favourite. I think it's probably my favourite as well. And then you've got your rabbit there as well. So some go round and round, some go along, and some go kind of the zigzag up and down. But all you need to make it, because it's the weight, isn't it? It's the weight of the penny that gives you that kind of momentum. Now, this is another price drop. It's not $89.91. That's what it should be. So basically $9.99 each for the dies and the stamps. And I don't know how we're going to do this. I thought $9.99 for dies and stamps would be brilliant. $34.99 for the lot.
Wow.
Wow.
That is a big wow, Dave. I know what these cost initially. I know exactly what they cost initially. That's an amazing opportunity to get hold of some really fun concept dies and stamps that, honestly, I mean, who wouldn't love those? Oh, can you imagine what your grandkids are going to say when you produce one of those for them at the birthday? Or what your people, people coming to buy from you, what they're going to say? These are the ones that they're going to say, can you make me one of those, please? And you're going to say, absolutely, with pleasure. And then able to charge that maybe a little bit extra.
£3 and change this is per set.
Per set?
Per set. There should
Wow.
be $9.99.
That really is. And do you know what also is good about that is although they've been designed with that penny slider in mind, you've got a set of dies and stamps there that you can then use.
You don't have
in
to.
Other parts of your crafting.
You don't have to make each one into a penny slider.
No. For me, that means those are even more of a bargain than what you've just said, Dave. That's amazing.
But you know what? Because they're so much fun, they're so much fun to actually kind of use. How cool is that? It's great, isn't it? Yeah, what would you pay for a card like that? If you went into a craft fair and that was there for sale and you had to play with it, you liked it, I reckon you'd be looking at £4 to £5.
Yeah, easy.
For a penny slider card like this. And it's, again, something that makes you want to pick it up off the mantelpiece and just have a little play with it.
Love them. You can't help but play with them. You can't help but pick them up and play with them. Because again, it's got that bit of kinetic movement to them because they slide around their tracks really easily. Again, tuition. I know I haven't got time to be able to do these demonstrations for you today, but we've got hours and hours of tuition on our website. Go over and have a look. Go and have a look on the Facebook pages. Go and look on YouTube. You'll find all of them on there, step-by-step instruction from some people. So absolutely amazing.
This is
great
flying.
price.
I'm not at all surprised at that price. Ridiculous. 0800 001 4433, the free phone number, or you can order on our website if you'd like to, and slide away. Now, the last collection we've got for you on the show. Now, these could be turned into shaker cards. They don't have to be, but they make brilliant shaker cards. These are gorgeous. Look at these.
So we did a set of stamps that were really popular with the abstract design, but we had lots of customer feedback asking us, could we make them into dies? So Leanne and the team listened, and absolutely, they brought these out. Amazing concept again where it cuts into your cardstock, which means there's endless possibilities in what you can create with them. Again, lots of tuition on YouTube and Facebook. Go and have a look at those, but get hold of these fabulous die sets because you will be blown away with the things that you can create with them.
I mean, look at the balloon one, for example. Again, that's one of my favourites. It just sums up, celebration party. That's made into a shaker card. Here we've not made it a shaker card, but we put some glitter card behind the stars. Here we've used our ink pads to create a fantastic effect, maybe with the oxides.
You could stencil with them and then have them. Look at that, it's just beautiful. Created using that lovely die set, just absolutely fab.
Shaker birthday card, there we go. How cool is that? So these, $47.94, that's not the price. That is the start price, and it's FX2006. FX2006. So let's get those arrows flashing. Let's get that price down. You're going to get a total of 2, 4, 6 sets of stamps and dies. £28.99, under £30, less than a £5 each. These are incredible. And you don't have to make them into shakers, but when you want to, they will do that job brilliantly well. Just beautiful apertures. You can paper piece them if you wanted to as well. Look at that butterfly there. I mean, that's art. You could put that in a frame on a wall.
Yeah, cut it out into things like acetate and you've got a stencil. Cut it out into cardstock and you've got, like you've just shown, some shaker cards. Cut it into, it can create apertures, it can create all sorts of really amazing things into your light boxes as well, and, you know, backdrops of cardstocks. Absolutely amazing. Have a lot of fun with them. What a price. What a price. That is an amazing price again.
If you want... If you want those penny slider ones, they're going absolutely crazy. Just over £3 per set for the penny sliders. They're on the website right now if you missed the item number. You can also, of course, take advantage of these as well at the same time. Put them both in your basket, why not? And you've paid your P&P hopefully already today. If not, it's just £3.95. No matter how many things you order, from midnight to midnight, it's always just one P&P of £3.95. Debbie, you've been a star, thank you.
Thank you very much, yes.
You've been stepping in.
And I've just standing in for our lovely Debbie Fisher. Much love to Miss Fisher. Hope she's feeling better soon. I think you've got Jan coming up later on in the week, and I think Craig's at the weekend. Got a great week lined up and some really great shows. So I'll see you again, I think, next week.
Okay, safe journey home, Debbie. I'll be back tomorrow at 1 o'clock. And don't forget, we're up bright and early with Wake Up with Hobby Maker from 6 a.m. tomorrow. Thanks for your company today. Enjoy what you bought. See you tomorrow.